Welcome. It is day number 5 of our China region here, Division 1. And the Dota is non-stop. It is never ending. And to help me break it down, I do have the lovely Sheepstick and the handsome Syndrome all the way down there at the end. How you guys feeling today?
Very good.
Very
We're
good.
back to China. We're away from that horrible European region. I hate those games.
Yuck.
Back to the best.
Yeah, I feel good. I'm excited to watch these games today, especially eHome. I think it's something I'm very much looking forward to. They have a different pacing, but we'll get there.
Yeah, that's right. You actually haven't been on a China panel yet. We had you yesterday for Western Europe, but now China. Just having a quick glance over it, what are, I guess, some of your takeaways that you've seen from the teams in general played so far in the China region?
Yeah, so this time around it was going to be, the more uncertainty, I think, about this region. There's a lot of roster changes that were maybe unexpected, such as LGD losing 3 players, I believe, which was kind of a big surprise. They've been looking great, though, with their replacements. But for me, the standout surprise so far, it's obviously only a few series, but eHome has been playing a different pace. They play really fast. It seems a little bit... You know, this good old stereotype with, oh, China plays slow, Europe plays fast, etc. But it seems a little bit like the fast China style, like they're running their heroes, like Death Prophet, Dragon Knight, which are traditional heroes in this region for pushing. They're running them with great success. And I think a team like XG on paper that they're facing today should be on the lookout for that, even though many would probably put them as favorites on paper.
Let's have a look at our standings, because I already mentioned we're day number 5 now. That's how you're able to make those conclusions, Syndrome, about how the China region's shaping up. And we do know that our leaderboard, you already said they're a surprise standout. They're sitting up there in the top. Also with 2 wins, though beside them is LGD and Asta. Right below them, 1 win, 1 loss is Knights. Extreme also there. And then IG having 1 win, 2 losses. Asta Aries with 2 losses, and Dawn Gaming, unfortunately, 3 losses. So looking a little bit rough for them. Remember, they only play 7 series, and despite having that break for the China region in the middle, it is very condensed. These guys are practically playing every day, every second day. And how do you think that feeds into the preparation that you have, how quickly you have to adapt Sheep between these 2 days?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you just don't have that much time to adapt. Like previously, we would see the meta change quite a lot over the course of the 6 weeks. Like people would find new heroes, they would figure out the counters to that. If you have a day, you don't have time to pub out and lobby test all of these heroes. It's like, okay, well, we can play our pubs and go next, and it's just not going to be, we're not going to see as much change, I think, as previous DPCs. However, I still think that because we see every region playing all at once, we'll see other people figuring out counters. Like, for example, Doom came out, and then we started seeing Rubik's and Centaurs as a response to that in China, and now everyone's doing that. In Europe, we saw Lina start to get let through. Tundra, I think, did a really good picking apart of that hero. So I think that is how we go from Lina first phase ban every single game. Maybe she starts to get through.
All right, we can have a recap of the day 4 China. It wasn't yesterday, it was the day before that. It was a 3 series day as well, so it was a little bit of a long one. Started off with Dawn Gaming up against IG. Both of those teams had losses in their opening series. IG coming out on top. How are you feeling for Dawn and IG, knowing that they are on that bottom part of the ladder and now having already played each other?
I mean, I think it's kind of fair to say, based on what we've seen, that Dawn is probably, I don't know if it's a bit too harsh to say, but maybe just a class below. I don't necessarily want to say every other team in this division, but it feels like it's going to be a tough ask for them to end on ending on a positive score would mean winning out at this point, right? Because they're 0-3.
Yeah.
I think staying in this division at this point would be a great result for them, not getting to relegation. Because it just seems like they're not on the same level as other teams, whereas you have someone like IG who they can have a rough start to the season but still claw back and get some wins here and there. I think they still have a good shot at staying in Div 1, but for them as well, this is a tough division. Getting to the major, it sounds like, oh, there's 4 spots, you just need to be in the top half. Being in the top half in China is really difficult. So I do still think IG have a shot, but I would probably not put them in the most likely teams to make it this time around.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to be in that top 4, especially when you have teams like LGD, like Asta Aries, who versed each other yesterday in that second series. That Dawn IG game, it went 2-0 in favor of IG. LGD, Asta Aries being that second series was also a 2-0, and definitely no surprise, Sheep 2-0 in favor of LGD.
Dude, they are looking so good. Like they played against what we consider to be a slightly weaker team, or they're currently bottom, and then Aster Aries, sort of a middle team. I think everyone's been looking forward to LGD playing against Aster, Extreme. I am no different from them, but they're looking absolutely insane. Their drafts have been very solid. They always have like clear ideas of their timings and what they want to do. They execute it really perfectly as well. Like their supports are moving fast across the map. Like I'm just very impressed overall. This new iteration of LGD seems like it's been together forever.
Yeah, you talk about how they're moving across that map, how fast they are. Out of the 4 games LGD have played, not a single one has gone over 30 minutes. So it's a true testament to just how quickly they're closing it out. That final series, though, of our day 4 was Extreme up against Aster. This one went a little bit longer. It went all 3 games, but did eventually go in favor of Aster Syndrome.
Yeah, I think these 2 teams that you're seeing on your screen right now have a good chance of both ending in the top 4. This was a pretty close series, and Extreme is, if you asked a lot of people before this tournament began or this DPC began, many people have XG to get like top 2. Them and LGD probably being a big question mark, like the org, some of the players, but like how good are they going to be? Now that we've seen them in action, I think definitely one of the favorites there. But yeah, Aster did get the better of them in this series. I still think Extreme are going to bounce back, but like I said a little bit earlier, I don't know if today's opponent is the best matchup for them, because I feel like eHome just plays a really fast pace, and because of that, I think these games are going to be relatively short, one way or the other. But if they get drawn out, I'll probably choose the experience of Extreme Gaming in that case if they get across that hurdle.
Yeah. Draft is already up. We're not even having enough time. I was going to say, I was shocked. I didn't even notice that was going. We haven't even looked at our schedule. But in case you didn't know, Extreme Gaming, eHome is going to be this first series. And then it's LGD up against Knights later today. But game 1, eHome, Extreme Gaming. You guys have this draft to talk about, but also the teams very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, not too surprising what we're seeing here, right? It's kind of what we've seen from eHome so far. They're 4-0 in games, 2-0 in series, and they've been running these like push-heavy, not necessarily like super all-in on push, but they always have 1 or 2 pushing elements, and this time they grabbed Nature's Prophet first 2.
Yeah, they showed a lot of versatility in the first series they played of this DPC, where they had like a super like all-in push lineup and then played something slightly different for 2. And I appreciate that, but they themselves have said they like to play a game where they can bring numbers. They like to be able to bring more people to a fight and win engagements that way. So Nature's Prophet, Tusk are already super within that element. You're going to be able to teleport in and join these fights no matter where you are on the map. Yeah, they're basically just going to always try and bring more heroes. And I think that is honestly a fine way to play. And it's going to be a lot of teams. But Extreme, maybe they can exploit that, because when you group up a lot, you're losing like net worth, you're losing XP, and so on. And if you don't win these fights, it's like very bad.
Do you guys want to take a guess at who is the most played hero across all regions so far in the DPC? It is in this draft.
You already told me.
Okay, well then you don't get to guess. Okay, it is in this draft. Only you get to guess, Syndra, then.
The most played.
Yep, across all regions so far.
I think Mirana gets banned quite a lot, so Tusk?
The other T, it's Tiny.
Oh, it was one. It was that or the other one. Those were my 2 guesses. Yeah, I mean, can't be too surprised with that, right? It's flexible. It plays multiple roles. I do like this from Extreme as well. Grabbing this hero against this team, I think, is really smart, because if you're playing against a team that wants to play hyper aggression and wants to look to fight your towers early on, Tiny is one of those heroes where, regardless of which role you play it in, it has a displacement ability. It has a lot of burst damage. It wants to fight in those timings. So I think that's the right approach. What I was worried about for Extreme was that they're like, yeah, eHome's going to be a fast team. We want to go late, and then we'll win late game. I think they have to be able to match, and then they can have maybe some one super scaling carry or whatever if they want to on Paparazzi, for example, or whatever they want to do. But I think this is fine.
Have we mentioned yet the eHome stand-in?
We haven't.
Okay, I feel like maybe while we're waiting for some of these bans, we have a bit of a chat about that, because you guys, well, at least everyone on the panel has always been very impressed with MKS, how stable he's been for eHome. He is going to be replaced by God King?
Yes?
Yes. I don't remember off the top of my head. Do you think that that's going to change much for how they're drafting, if he's going to be just as stable? What info do we have on God King?
So I think when you replace the carry for a game, I think usually the way most teams are structured, that is kind of it's one of the last slots you fill in your strategy, right? So I think that's kind of replaceable.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry, every time I look at the camera, I'm just so much shorter than Syndra.
I'll lean down.
I was going to say.
It makes me feel so tiny. Yes,
Good
I agree
shocking.
with what you said. Carries, yeah. I mean, this Nature's Prophet is what they actually played on carry like every other time they've picked it. So they might even just be putting this on God King.
He does like this hero, I believe. I seem to remember. I want to say, was it last season of DPC or 2 seasons ago? God King was playing this hero, if I'm not mistaken. It's a faint memory. I hope I'm right on this.
It sits somewhere in there.
It's somewhere in there. God King, Nature's Prophet. I feel like I've seen it before.
Correlated.
I think every carry was playing Nature's last year, like during like the whole Dahak era
yeah.
of like this hero is awesome, and everyone else is like, okay, I'm gonna do it. You had like Ramses and stuff too, so I wouldn't be surprised. I saw a build yesterday on Nature's Prophet with the Ags that looked really good. Like this route, it seemed like it was just destroying everyone, which is kind of different because a lot of carries just go the normal kind of carry build, like your Maelstroms and stuff.
I think it's more or less limited. So it was, I believe it was only Liquid that ran this, right? This Ags build. I don't think we've seen other Nature's Prophets really experiment with it much, but Zai did it 2 games back to back. I think it's more limited to a 3 position. If you're gonna do that as position 1, then I think your mid hero needs to have massive damage output to kind of cover what you're missing there. So yeah, I would not expect that build to come out here in general for EOM. I think that's kind of, you might have been inspired by seeing Liquid do it yesterday, but like you said, have you had time to practice it? Are you familiar with the whole idea of it? But like, let's assume this is a carry Nature's Prophet because that's what they like to play. Don't think he's going that route, but again, I can just keep doubling down on what heroes they're running, right? Like this is super aggro. Disruptor at Tusk as your support duo are just full on, let's fight you guys in the first 20 minutes. You couple it up with Primal Beast either mid or off lane. You know, the stage is set for really fast gameplay here from eHome. At the same time, their lineup, if it fails, like if the early mid game doesn't go too well, I think they have quite the steep recovery curve to be able to beat this extreme gaming lineup in the later portions of the game. So pretty decisive first, I want to say first 20 minutes will give a really good indication of who's going to flat out just win at that point.
Yeah, I'm looking at Extreme's lineup as well. This Timber I was not expecting because I was thinking about how if they want to take team fights around this egg, like there's currently only for East Home like Nature's Prophet that can deal with it. So I was like, oh, if they just kind of have some like BKB peers or like hero that can deal with Nature's Prophet, then I think then their team fights are kind of like all good. But with this Timber pickup, I feel like there's nothing now for when eHome get BKBs to just stop them from taking any fight they want. Like, I don't feel threatened by Extreme's lineup right now. It seems like they're kind of playing into eHome's early game right now with this Timber.
I guess the primary upside to Timber is the laning matchups he has here are very good, right? They wanted some sort of offlaner that can lane into Nature's Prophet carry. One of the major upsides with putting Timbersaw there is that whether Mirana or Tiny or Phoenix, whichever one of them position 4, will have a lot of free space because you can kind of just leave Timber alone. If Timber is playing against, let's say, Nature's Prophet Disruptor lane, when Timber's level 3, he can just float the lane. He can just sit there with 2 points in armor and just play the lane by himself. And that gives the option for Extreme to maybe outnumber somewhere else, which has kind of been the topic of the day so far in this matchup. I feel like this is probably a Phoenix 4. Would you agree with that? Or do you think the Mirana is 4? Or even the Tiny? That would be kind of a curveball, right? I think the Mirana will play a support role.
I felt like Tiny was going to go mid. We've just seen so many impactful Tiny mids again recently that I've really liked it there. And like especially on the mid lane because the Avalanche toss combo is like more than enough disable for your Mirana to get off an arrow on mid. So you can get a lot of kills there depending on matchup. I really like that. And yeah, I especially if this, I mean, the Phoenix might go 4. I don't know.
I like your idea of Mirana 4 better, though.
I like the Mirana 4, and especially because as well, all these Miranas have been building mechs and rushing them. So if you're 4 and you're able to just like arrow creep through the jungle, walk to mid, do something there, like farm your whole way through it, you're gonna get that mech at a pretty decent time.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to go here. And yeah, mech as an item in this game, you look at the way eHome's lineup functions, it's a lot of, you know, random AoE damage. There's Primal Beast, there's Nature's Prophet ult, there's Tusk Shard, Snowball, all that. So mech becomes most powerful when you know, get the full value out of the heal. So if the enemy lineup inherently deals damage to multiple heroes at once, it just gets that much better than, say, if you just need to save one guy, why not buy Holy Locket, right? But, you know, oof.
So
yeah.
I haven't heard it in a while.
It was bought yesterday.
Was
I think it lost. Yeah, I think Puppy bought on Treant. Did Puppy play Treant? No, Zaya's played Treant.
Yeah.
Somebody had a locket yesterday, and I don't think they won. But
Unlucky.
anyway, unlucky.
I'll have to go back and have a look.
I'm sure we will.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Not for the one holy locket. Absolutely not. We're on a post board then. How does it feel for lanes, or do you guys want to talk a little bit more about eHome, their last pick, where you feel that their draft downfall might be at the moment and what they need to fill?
Looks like Extreme think they're going to dodge now the Nature's Timber matchup and put it in the off lane and then just pick up a carry.
Yeah.
They've removed 2 carries that can just deal well with both Timber and Egg. We don't even need to think about it. Let's go.
They just pick it for you, Viper, and now you guys get to just talk about it.
Yeah, okay, so Viper, I will say, does very well against a carry Tiny, but like you said, I think they probably just put the Tiny mid here. Likely to face the Primal Beast there. It could still be Viper mid and Primal Beast offlane. That's something that eHome do well with this lineup that they have, is that all 3 of their cores can actually just swap lanes as they will to try to avoid these matchups. Oh, that's a quick pick from Extreme. Didn't really get much time to talk about that. Gust is incredibly good here. It's great against Tusk. It's great against Primal Beast. So, yeah, I think Extreme's mindset in this game is mainly just, okay, we want to be able to stand our ground when you come running at us, and we will defend. With Timbersaw, we'll defend with Gust, we'll defend our towers and fight you. And eHome, as a result, might have to play a little bit slower than they usually do, and like you said, get the BKBs, because I think that's the key item of the game. Maybe they can handle it around that mid-game, but I don't really have a strong favorite in this draft. I don't know about you. But.
Maybe it depends on Drow, because she is extremely vulnerable to everyone on eHome, right? You just have a Primal running into you, snowball onto you, you have a glimpse back. Like, their ability to chase her out of lane and take like that tower and open up the map seems pretty good. Unless they bring like Timber, or unless they just swap the Timber lanes. I don't know, they can make it work. Everyone has good tools, but I like eHome's a bit more for the simplicity of it.
All right, so you both are a little bit, 50-50, maybe 1% either way. But I do know that we are going to be jumping into this game 1. It's B-Cop and Lacoste for this, so they're going to take it away.
Thank you so much. Coming into game number 1 between eHome and Extreme Gaming, there's a stand-in situation, but it is the Gwen experience. It's God King coming in and playing a Nature's Prophet, in which he showed off a couple times in the last DPC.
And always happy to see the guy in action. Something about him has this infective aura. He's very good at what he does, and yeah, definitely want to see him more in action. We did see a couple of stand-ins so far in the Chinese DPC. It's usually we see the stand-ins at the second portion of the DPC. Not sure what the thing is, but yeah, definitely a good one. I've been really impressed the way eHome has been playing so far. If you asked me before the DPC started, definitely wouldn't put them in the spot where they are right now, sitting at 2-0 and also having a really good chance against Extreme Gaming. Looking at both of these drafts, Tusk, one of the heroes that we've seen so far. Panel did mention that Tusk is one of the most contested heroes as well, and eHome with a pretty standard draft, I would say. The way they've been playing so far is a lot of skirmish, a lot of team fight, very fast, oriented lineup.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they do with this lineup. I guess, especially running it with God King, someone who's kind of been left out of the DPC, oddly enough. I think, he's had a little bit of a tough road ever since the change from him to Ghost over on RNG. I really wonder what he brings to the table, how much there is in him to kind of want to show off, right? So we'll take a look. We'll see what he can do. This Nature's Prophet is certainly one of those heroes that he's got some comfort on. Trail of the Burning Doom, bugged cosmetic. Look at it. It's on the staff. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. I love it. Bleak Hallucination. We got to see somebody with it soon enough. Maybe when we get to those Div 2 games, we'll see FY.
I need to buy this one for you. It's it's expensive, not that expensive. Gonna sell all my inventory.
Look who's on the autograph. It was Webos.
Really?
I know that guy.
Well, yeah, we work with this guy.
Man, that must be cool. You're the autograph that caused the cosmetic. It's always nice to get a little bit of the bugged cosmetics out there, and I like the set here on the Primal Beast. We were seeing a lot of this mid-Primal Beast, so Knight up against Paparazzi here. It's a tough matchup when you're going up against Paparazzi, but I don't know if this hero really screams Paparazzi to me.
You have a gigantic dinosaur, and the other guy's called Tiny. I think he should be fine in this matchup. Tiny can't really burst him. Primal Beast has a lot of strength gain per level, 4.3 for whatever reason, so you're never going to be afraid of this Tiny's combo. You get way too much HP, and you're going to be the one harassing top lane.
DY. Icarus dive away and just getting under the tower. Ghost on this Drow Ranger, and you know, I'm interested to see. We haven't seen many Drows in the Chinese region just yet, but I'm interested to see what he brings to the table on this one, and what he's going to do with what's around him. And, you know, I've talked about Ghost in the past. I'm going to admit it right now. I was super critical of Ghost. Coming into when he took over for God King on RNG, I was hyper-critical. Because prior to that, I truthfully didn't see anything that was super impressive from him. But I think after that season he took over, he felt very comfortable. And they might be able to get a kill here onto the Viper. They'll take out Zhao Yu. DY drawing first blood, so... You know, you can see the combinations here, and I think Ghost, he's now with Extreme, and I think he's got to kind of find himself again with this roster, but he's got a lot of veterans that can really lead the way, especially when you've got a support duo like PYW and DY.
Yeah, they've been playing together for quite some time. They know how to use that 4 and 5, but yeah, Ghost has been pretty good, I would say, and this top lane not going well for eHome. They definitely need to fix it. Usually you don't want to lose a lane with Viper, and this is also losing a lane to position 5 Phoenix. Well, not one of the stronger position 5s out there.
We haven't seen much Phoenix yet, but I'm interested to see also how this Viper does. I feel like Zhao Yu, you know, we've seen Viper on Jiangyu, who had himself not the best game on a Viper. So I feel like that's the bottom bar was that game, and we'll see what Zhao Yu can do with this this Viper moving forward. I'm trying to look at these lanes and seeing where eHome can kind of take advantage, and to me, I think the most interesting is, of course, God King. I think when you're the stand-in, you're the stand-out, right? You need
stand
to kind of
stand out.
Yeah, you need to kind of prove yourself, right? And there's probably a chip on his shoulder with where he's at in the moment of the DPC, not really having a team. You want to be able to show off a little bit.
LWW, he's dead.
Yeah, that arrow hits, that arrow connects, and PYW able to take out LWW. A lot of double U's, and they'll have a second kill on the
W
board.
for Marana in the end. And
Yeah.
PYW already lurking around the mid lane, thinking about it. I'm not sure if they can get this kill. Maybe with the toss back onto tower, but very difficult task to ask.
So Zhao Yu, I believe, TPing back to the Tier 1 tower. And, you know, you've got Salad here. We've talked a lot about Salad. I feel like he's been the MVP for me on eHome. Certainly showing a lot of probably the longest standing veteran. Not on eHome, but, like, in the Chinese region. Talked about it last time, the fact that he had played with every newbie org or newbie roster, and you know he's definitely shown up and been quite impressive the last few days that we've been watching eHome so far.
Oh, good dive on the top lane. Zhao Yu in a lot of trouble.
Snowball pulling in the Viper, so that'll hit on DY, but the right click's coming in from Ghost. They're gonna look. They gotta focus somebody out, and I think it's gonna be Zhao Yu first, but they'll lose DY, and now Salad is gonna 1v1 against Ghost, and I think Ghost under the tower should be fine, but that is a trade where Ghost gets a kill on the offlaner, and he's not too
It's a good trade.
Yeah.
Phoenix died first. Ghost manages to get some solo XP in this one, getting closer to level 6, and that's what's important. Get the farm on Ghost. DY brings some extra region to the top lane, and JT bottom, we didn't talk too much about this bottom lane. Timbersaw, 22 CS. He's having a really good time playing against the Nature's Prophet and the Treants. The way they set up the lanes, the way they drafted for themselves on Extreme Gaming, they're setting themselves up for a really good early game.
Interesting to look at God King. He was going Wand, straight Maelstrom, no boots. And, you know, when you're looking at God King, you try to think, what's he going to do that you can disassemble, right? I feel like that's always the shout with God King.
Nothing with Nature's Prophet. We've seen a lot of Nature's Prophet carries in Chinese region. Most of the time is Hand of Midas into Maelstrom. But this time around, God King, he is going for Maelstrom straight away. I guess he wanted to have something in the lane that could like potentially threaten a kill on Timbersaw, since Javelin is magical damage, but it just doesn't work. I've seen
mid lane.
Mid lane.
Yeah, they've got the snowball coming in. Paparazzi in some trouble. Good shards placed by Salad. They've also got the glimpse back. So Paparazzi with 3 heroes around him gets the avalanche off and gets the kill onto Knight before he goes down to Salad. PYW will try to take out LWW in return. A leap over to the kinetic field, and there's the last hit. So he gets himself a return kill. It's a 2-for-1 in the favor of Extreme Gaming, and I'm just shocked that the Tiny was able to kill off the Primal Beast right before that.
Yeah, he was holding onto that avalanche for a very long time, and man, Zhao Yu on the top lane really struggling. 18 CS. Mid lane going in a favor of Tiny by quite a lot. He's sitting at 28 and 12. Primal Beast sitting at only 18 and 5.
Knight coming in. Top lane, there's the charge in, and they've got the kill on a Ghost. They'll take out the Drow, they'll look over at DY, the trample from Knight ends, and well, one more right click from Salad. And he's got himself a double kill, moving and making a lot happen with this Tusk already, so you could see that things for Salad, he's trying to help out the team. They might be able to even get a kill here onto PYW as he takes out a courier, but he goes onto the cliff, knocked down by Knight. Leap over to the low ground again, and then far enough away to get away from Salad.
It was a good rotation from Knight. He's been losing the lane in terms of CS, but this good rotation gives him quite a bit of XP, and they also killed Drow Ranger. Meanwhile, LWW trying to collect some XP on a mid lane while Knight is going to be there. This JT Timbersaw will create a lot of issues. We can see Nature's Prophet already jungling, and this tower is pretty dead.
Pulverize, and a kill there on a PYW thanks to LWW. They've been interacting quite a bit. And Knight, he's looked pretty good. I think, in my eyes, kind of similar to the way I thought about Ghost when he was on RNG. You know, Knight used to go by the name Y-Chen. I don't know if that rings any bells for anybody, but he was playing for IGV back in the day, Team Max. Had played on a couple of clubs like Team Ever that just really weren't in the mix when it comes to Div 1 China. So you think about it, and he's been really proving himself as he gets in the Pulverize onto the Tiny. LWW falls to DY. They'll trade Paparazzi, which is an all right trade for them as DY looks to dive away. The shards getting some damage out, and DY one shot from dead. He might kill himself for the neutrals if he gets the opportunity.
He does have a healing salve. He's going to be okay.
Ooh. Salad, yeah. Snowball on cooldown. So he's able to make the escape. Just salves himself, doesn't even sacrifice for the neutrals.
Great arrow by PYW.
Yeah, landing it on tonight. PYW getting a kill there onto the Primal Beast.
It's a solo kill, and he's going to be level 6 before 9-minute mark. So that's pretty good. Paparazzi TPing in, giving him a bottle charge. He's like, here you go, bro. You deserved it.
Take a sip. Snowball again. Top lane. Wrath of Nature comes in from God King. Ghost on the run. Look at the Viper not diving, but JT's here with the Moonlight Shadow. Like you said, that level 6 for the Mirana could make all the difference as JT gets the kill on a Salad, taking away a dominating spree this early in the game away from the Tusk. And you can see JT sitting top of the net worth. So Extreme up 2K. And we were wondering about God King, and he's going Sans Midas, which is surprising. One of the things I talk about God King is when he originally came onto the scene, he trialed for Newbie. Didn't know who he was. Played like, I want to say 14 games for Newbie. Lost them all. And
great start.
He played Terrorblade first item Midas every single game throughout that trial. And he's definitely improved as a player since then, and I think he's gotten a lot more comfortable in the Tier 1 scene.
Making a move.
Yeah, God King. Ooh, that avalanche going to be a little bit short from Paparazzi. Goes over into the trees. The arrow connects. Ooh, so now they have an opportunity to get this kill. Starstorm down, has the treants around him, but it's not looking like he's going to be too safe.
Another avalanche?
No. TP's to the
man,
Tier 2 tower.
Uncharacteristic mistake there from Paparazzi. First missing the avalanche, and then not getting it, like he used the toss way too early, so avalanche was not available. He also put a second point in toss. If he had another point in avalanche, those 4 extra seconds less would definitely make a difference.
That could have been a big kill there on God King, but he's able to survive and continuing to farm up. He's sitting second on the net worth behind JT, and now he's over here in the triangle. So, do you like this? It was straight Wand Maelstrom, no Midas. You think the farm that he's getting is more than enough to make up for the Midas deficit?
We already talked about the other day, like, why is Nature's Prophet going for a hand of Midas? It's like, Nature's Prophet's strength gain, agility, like, stats gain overall is pretty damn good. One of the better heroes overall, and his talents are insanely good. Level 15, level 20 talent, the 20 mostly. Oh,
Ghost mid. There's the roll in, and the Walrus Punch with the Static Storm committed. That's an easy kill on Ghost. They got some rotations. Paparazzi comes through, but an Icarus dive into the Pulverize, and now they'll go to the Supernova. Zhao Yu trying to right-click this. Oh, just goes off in the nick of time. And they're going to get the kill on Zhao Yu as well as Salad. So that is not what they were expecting. The commit to the Supernova not going to be enough. And, well, with that, Paparazzi's going to be able to afford a Blink Dagger. And I think, well, the gates are open, and here we go.
They also were very close to denying the egg. They group around the egg and wanted to attack it, but figure out it's not going to be enough. Egg goes off. This is the problem that they're going to have. There is no real egg hitters in this eHome's lineup. Yeah, Nature's Prophet can do some Viper, as we've seen. Like, Primal Beast does not want to do it. Neither does Stars nor Disruptor, so this is going to be a huge issue. If DY starts to get more levels when he gets to that level 2 Supernova, this is going to be a huge issue.
Yeah, who's really the scrambler here for the side of eHome? You know, as time goes on, it like you said, it's going to get more difficult. Could be tough. Extreme Gaming with a 2K lead. They're moving over towards top, but so is eHome. JT in the tree, Salad, and LWW over nearby. And with that, JT, Timber Chain away. The rest of the team not coming over, so it looks like they're just going to concede the Tier 1 tower.
They have to let this one go. Even though Timbersaw usually loves to take these fights, he's still afraid. He has only Cloak, so not that much of a tankiness coming out from him. One good glimpse into Static Storm is going to be more than enough. Also, Zhao Yu. Ooh.
Blink, Avalanche, toss. Quick kill on a Salad. LWW going to be next. Quick 1-2 punch there from Extreme Gaming.
Climb high ground, pay the price. I wanted to say that Zhao Yu does not have a point in Nether Toxin, and he's playing against both Drow Ranger and Timbersaw. It's effective against Timbersaw if you get it early, so he can't get any stacks, but if he already has maximum number of stacks, it's really not that great.
So going without it for now is Knight with the TP attempt. And he's gone. Blink was the right idea. I believe that Avalanche would have hit, but not in time. He was close. But that only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades. Mid-tier 1 in some trouble. God King just trying to siege it real quick. Salad also nearby if they want to make a jump. But they've got 3 heroes for the side of Extreme, with Drow just sitting bot, Ghost staying away from the fights, and they'll go to the Moonlight Shadow, Shards, and the Dust on a Paparazzi. So he's still looking for his opportunity to blink in, but they won't be moving in just yet.
Tower at 50 HP. PYW will deny it. They get some gold from it.
So, is the 2K lead really indicative of how the game feels right now? Or is it eHome much closer and kind of keeping up to where they should be?
If eHome wins the next team fight, now that they killed Tier 1 Tower on a mid lane, they could easily go to Roche. There is a point in tag team. Nature's Prophet does have decent amount of right-click damage. So, could be Roshan if they take fight at the top part of the map right now, just hiding in the
God
trees.
King, ooh, I think he got caught. Avalanche arrow all in, and God King goes down. The Gwen experience not surviving, and it looks like everybody's just going to TP away. I say that, but Knight ends up stopping the TP from this Tiny, and Paparazzi, oh, Sunray is there in time, and it will keep the Tiny alive. I feel like eHome could have committed a little bit more for that.
I was about to say it. Knight going in, did not want to pop his Arcane Rune in the bottle with, I'd say, 1 Pulverize, this Tiny dies. So a little surprising there. They gave way too much respect to Phoenix Egg.
Yeah, certainly giving a lot of respect to it, and that is meaning that Paparazzi survives. He's been trying to use this Blink Dagger and has done so pretty effectively around the map. Snowball comes in at a Ghost. God King is here. The shards are on the money, but a good gust from Ghost. Sunray on him. That's not going to be enough to keep him alive, though. The Sunray on Salad with nothing really following it up at the moment means, well, they could just back away for free and take that kill on Ghost.
2 points in Sunray, not enough. Once eHome gets the BKB on Primal Beast, that's going to be their next big timing. This is where they're going to seek the fight, because there are not many, like, they don't have really anything that goes through BKB, nothing that Primal Beast is afraid of. There is Supernova, but yeah, he doesn't really care too much about it.
And this is just the standard build, right? You see this every time on Primal Beast. First item, BKB. Really isn't much variation.
You want to get that as fast as possible, because you're super tanky. With the BKB, you feel almost unkillable. You get 2 rounds of your spells. That means 2 heroes are pretty much dead. Zhao, we've seen some Vipers in Chinese region struggling to find some farm. It was supposed to be a lane dominator, but I think overall, over the time, players got much better understanding how to play the lane against Viper. And right now, he's sitting at 2 raid bands, going for a mech, full Guardian Greaves, and a 4 staff. So he's not going to be that scaling Viper with the Tread Spike BKB, playing more of a utility role.
And that kind of fits what they have right now, right? Like, that's what they want, is just the kind of utility. You've got the hard hitter of God King already. When Primal Beast gets this BKB, like, they fill those roles. So, like, yeah, you probably want Viper to have a better start, but I think him falling back into utility isn't the worst thing in the world for them.
Definitely not. It's less of a scaling, but you have Nature's Prophet and Primal Beast. These 2 heroes scale extremely well into the late game. Primal Beast can go for different itemization, whether we're talking about the Aghanim Scepter, build the Shiva's Guard. This hero gets very annoying, the Refresher. The more items you get, you just feel like, especially with the Refresher Axe build, you having a break against Prow Ranger and the Timber Saw. I think this might be... he's also going to need some extra armor, so maybe a casual plate mail that he's going to turn into Shivas, and eHome, they're going to smoke.
Yeah, 3-man smoke, LWW with Salad and Knight, so they certainly have the catch on this one. PYW on the high ground with Paparazzi, the Blink and the Snowball, but the Blink Avalanche comes out with the Walrus Punch. The arrow lands onto the Disruptor. They get the kill into LWW, but they end up losing Ghost. So a 1-for-1 so far. JT making the rotation. They've got the Sunray. They're under the Shroud of the Moonlight Shadow. They're looking to maybe find a jump, but these heroes are just out of their reach. So eHome get the better kill.
Surprised that eHome managed to get a kill out of this one, considering that Extreme Gaming was holding the high ground. The last time this happened, they did manage to kill 2 heroes and left with no casualties whatsoever.
Yeah, the Wrath of Nature doing a lot of damage in that fight, about 2k, so...
There's something that Synderen said on a panel is them having a lot of like damage bounces from the Primal Beast. These heroes are very good at playing from Fog, because you have Wrath of Nature, you have Snowball, Primal Beast charging in, 1 glimpse if they catch any vision of you into Static Storm, Viper on, like, it's just a very difficult lineup to play into. They can show up 5 heroes pretty much out of nowhere.
Arrow gonna hit an illusion. Yeah, and with this Blink Dagger for Salad, it feels like they could just make these crazy jumps. Let's see if he was looking for it. He activated the tag team and was thinking about going in, but now that maybe look over at Paparazzi. They are nearby. Just on the edge. And this Obs, I believe, caught Paparazzi a moment ago, but you only exactly see him at the moment. And now Paparazzi's going to go in with the Avalanche. They do have a save, though. Arrow comes in. They won't be able to use it. Oh, Salad a little bit late. Supernova's used, so they'll start to retreat on this one. They'll look for the TP out, but Salad hit with the Yules. So they'll be staying close. Timber Chain over. JT with the Chakram on top of this Tusk as he'll snowball to the back lines. Looking over at the Mirana, the Walrus Punch is used, but the damage isn't there. And it's kind of just almost tricking Knight to come back in. He should just leave this fight. It's a little bit close. They won't jump on him, but the indecisiveness is a little bit worrying if you're an eHome fan.
Surprised eHome didn't bring more numbers into this fight, because they have 2 BKBs. They're definitely fight ready. One was just finished on Nature's Prophet, and he's ready to go.
He's trying to get into that Gleipnir, 2,000 ahead of the next hero, and they're in a Roche, so eHome, off a fight that doesn't go their way, they'll try to pick themselves up in Aegis, get themselves an advantage in this game, maybe feeling the fact that they are falling behind more and more, and they are down 4,000 at the moment.
using this information that there's no egg available straight into Roche. So Extreme Gaming, they will not contest this one. Get it for free. Viper finishing off Guardian Greaves. It's going to give them more tankiness, item that we're going to see, I think, in every single game from now on. There's going to be very rare game where there's not going to be like one Guardian Greaves. Eventually, like even position 5s started to buy it. We've seen some Snapfire 5s that if they get a decent amount of farm, they are able to get not just the mech, but the full Guardian Greaves as well.
Yeah, certainly a hero like Snap in the 5 that can farm up and find some space. In the proper lineups, you get a open lane for just a moment, and all of a sudden, Scatterblast, Cookie, clean up some creeps, and bing, bang, boom, you got yourself Guardian Greaves. It's just that easy. So with this Aegis, we'll see what they want to do in terms of moves here for eHome. You know, I'm still kind of thinking about the stand-in aspect of this, right? You know, when you're working with this Aegis, when you're working with a hero like Nature's Prophet, the communication that you want to talk about and making these moves, and what have you seen from eHome so far? Have you liked what they're putting together at the moment?
Yeah, they've been okay. They've been on constant 2k gold disadvantage, but the moves that they're making, it's good. The read that they have, and also having a standing that plays carry. I don't think that's actually the best role, pretty much, because he's left alone right
Blink
now.
in.
He's gonna be able to TP
Snowball, but JT's got the
rest of the
BKB. They're gonna have Ghost on the backlines with the Static Storm coming down. They get the kill on a Salad. They'll take out the Tusk. Over to the side though, with BKB being popped by Knight, he'll TP away. And eHome, unfortunately, as they started to approach those steps, Extreme Gaming were all there.
Extreme Gaming holding the high ground and also being able to break any smokes that eHome, like they try to do it like 3 times, got caught. Nature's Prophet, he does have that Aegis for another 3 minutes, but we still have not seen him in action. Very close to Road of Atos. Road of Atos by being full Gleipnir.
So here comes the Tusk, just as that tier 1 drops. They've got the Glimpse. Who's this pulling back? Paparazzi. They've got the Snowball. They'll have the Walrus Punch. Here comes God King, and there's no way for Paparazzi to get out. That's a 6-time spree going the way of Zhao Yu. Good kill to pick up a lot of gold here for the Viper, who, like you said, didn't exactly have the best start, which was evident on the screen, but you know, you could see in the net worth too that he is falling further and further behind from the other cores, so getting a kill like that is certainly nice.
It's big. His BKB timing will also be delayed. This is something we don't see, but Paparazzi decided to buy Ogre Axe while still have an Echo Saber available, so that's going to delay his BKB timing, especially with this death.
Yeah, not disassembling. In a game with God King. I'm shocked. I'm surprised. Sunray on Knight. DY. Just toying with him. Nobody really around. They've got a couple of heroes stationed at the bottom tier 2. And then, of course, Paparazzi coming back alive. JT, he is second on the net worth, now behind God King by 4,000 net worth. Like, God King, where is he finding this farm?
It's Nature's Prophet. I think Nature's Prophet, carry. Lena's probably one of the best, if not the best farmer in the game right now with the build that she's going for. The Falcon Blade Maelstrom, constant 7 stacks of Fiery Soul. But Nature's Prophet, he can be anywhere. Wherever he sees an opportunity to farm, he's the one that also has this like built-in regeneration, TP back if he ever feels like he needs to heal up. He's level 18 compared to Drow Ranger's level 16.
Yeah, he's doing really well, and I talked about how maybe he's got this chip on his shoulder. You know, there's a complete difference here. You said carry, great. Role to have a stand-in if need be. We saw a stand-in of OP in the 4 position. Yeah. You know, OP a natural mid player going into the 4, and he's the coach, so it's a lot tougher to just slot in. Where right now we're seeing God King doing a much better job in terms of slotting. It's a typical
carry mentality where you are just playing on your own. In. Now he's going to join.
And they're going to go through. They've got Ghost over to the side, maybe to get this damage out. Knight, though, with BKB, looking for the Pulverize. God King getting the kill into Paparazzi off and over to the side. They get the Pulverize out. It's onto JT. Maybe not doing a lot of damage, but the Sunray onto Zhao Yu. He cannot get out. JT blows him up. And they'll take out the Viper. They also got a kill on a Salad. They'll look over maybe for more. God King trying to get out of this one. The TP, the Gust, just not in time. And he TPs over bottom to continue farming. Oh, LWW, just so much damage from JT. And the arrow a little bit just late. Just surviving, getting back to base. A couple of these heroes by the skin of their teeth getting out of the fight. And with this too, God King, Aegis is going to expire. A regen up, but still maybe not the best usage of that full Aegis, right?
They didn't get too much out of that Aegis, and we can see some damage numbers. Still, Nature's Prophet on top of that. Very hard to match up the damage that he does. This Witchblade, the overtime damage, and we're going to see that again. This fight was on 2 different fronts pretty much.
You can see the top end of the fight happening at the same time where they're getting a kill on a Paparazzi and, you know, at the same time Salad goes down to Paparazzi. But it was that combination of having the Tusk as well as the Nature's Prophet to get that. And now we'll look over as Sunray pushing them away.
Good Gust there to stop Knight from getting on top of the Drow Ranger. BKB was not available. Primal Beast, Knight, he does have almost enough money to buy full Aghanim Scepter. This is going to be break mechanic against the Drow Ranger, against Timbersaw, and some also extra damage. It's a lot of text.
Right. If you want to get all that text in.
I think the biggest one is Shard on Skywrath Mage.
Yeah.
This is just like, all right, I need to take a minute. Give me 5.
Let me pause this game right now. Don't go when ready. Can I just get a second?
And Nature's Prophet just hit level 20. As we've seen, the Sprout Leash's talent, one of the, I'd say, better 20 talents in the game, especially against the Timbersaw. Like Timbersaw, Mirana, they're not going to be able to get away from the trouble.
So, I have a test. You know, you say that Shard has a lot of information on it. Do you think you could go up to any of the talent and they could just write the entirety of it? How much? Like, what's the percentage you think every talent would get? I would say about 50% of it right.
I think that's
written word for word.
I think that's about right.
That might be the next little bit of content, seeing who could do that. And if you want to just bail out and give us the Skywrath taunt, that's fine too. The prediction taunt. By the way, the Drow this game went for the Frost Arrow damage. I know we've talked about the plus 15% Gust self-movement speed at times for Drow. How do you feel about the 15 Frost Arrow damage compared to the other?
It was a different game because yesterday it was against Ursa, and the Gust self-movement speed did allow Drow Ranger. We're talking about the OG series where it did allow Drow Ranger to maneuver in the middle, like these mid-game fights. It's a good talent, but most of the time you're going to see Frost Arrow damage.
Moonlight Shadow, they've got the Yules into the arrow on a Salad. Sunray on him. Have the damage to get the kill before he's able to get out? No, Force Staff back, and now with the BKB on JT, though, Salad has no target to go into the Snowball for the moment. Avalanche as well as the toss. It throws PYW over onto Salad. Paparazzi gets the kill onto the Tusk. So never really had a chance to just hold out and Snowball, but they get the kill there onto the Tusk, and they 5-man smoke. They want more. They really, really want more on this one. They might find themselves Knight. They come through.
Knight's ready to
BKB into the Static Storm. LWW, a well-placed Static Storm, but the BKBs come out from the side of Extreme Gaming. They're starting to get out with the Onslaught. Toss up into the air. It's onto the Viper. Supernova used. A lot used here for Extreme Gaming. A couple of BKBs come out from eHome. But do they have the opportunity to go for this? As Salad's over to the side with the Walrus Punch as well as now the Shards. Ooh, PYW locked in, but they've got the leap. He gets glimpsed back, and that's going to be a kill here for the side of eHome. They look over as the Pulverize lands onto JT. Knight getting another one, and 2 kills there for the side of eHome.
Extreme Gaming using 2 BKBs and an egg. So they're like, well, it's time to go for us. Next, Roshan gonna respawn in 30 seconds. So that's gonna take some time. eHome will still have enough time to get Roshan before Timbersaw respawns. He does have a buyback if they decide to take the fight, but they have no vision. eHome just devorted it after they killed Tusk. Salad immediately pinked out. They have a ward. After they win a fight, they instantly devoured that spot.
Yeah, kind of understanding where the vision came for the first part of that fight, right?
Yeah.
So Roche up now. And he's holding an Aegis, a Shard. And they're going to go in. Look at the damage numbers here. You can see God King doing a lot. Not really feeling the presence of Ghost just yet, but maybe in those high ground defenses or sieges, we can see Ghost starting to output more. That arrow's not really a deterrent. God King's going to get his hands on a second Aegis. Also, the Curse of the Old Growth.
It's we've seen this shard being picked up mostly from the offlane. Yesterday when Zai played, it was a different kind of a build. Shard into Aghanim Scepter. A lot of damage, being very annoying. There's still a tier 1 tower on the bottom lane, very low, however. God King already there, ready to take it. And he's very close to also having Scotty. Scotty against the range carries like a Drow Ranger, healing coming out from Timbersaw, the Sunray. Once they get this item, like you can feel that the E-Home's feeling themselves right now.
Yeah, they've gotten themselves a little bit of a net worth lead. Blink now on the Primal Beast, so Knight's going to be trying to jump in with that Ags, activate that Uproar, and go in on this. Pushing out bottom with Pulverize, and when that Blink ships out, he's then now going for the Refresher Orb. Ooh, We'll see how he works with that. And you can see, wow, gosh. I feel like every time I look at the net worth, I'm more and more shocked. Like, I get that Nature's Prophet is one of those heroes that can move around the map and get a lot of farm, but he is so much more farm than the Drow. Look at that. That's a lot.
It's the shard from just kidding now. He's getting way too much farm. And the next item seems to be Satanic on the menu. Well, great itemization, I must say, coming out from God King. Understanding where the threat is coming from, getting that AC against the Drow Ranger with pierces through the base armor, so he will also tanking up his own teammates. Ghost, he hits level 20, going all in on damage. BKB is next on the menu, very close to it, needs 100 gold.
Plus 25% multi-shot damage, so he's got himself some extra damage coming through, and with that BKB, maybe we'll feel more confident to engage in these fights. And we see the Hex coming through for the Timbersaw too, so, you know, this is an item we're seeing more and more of. Feels like standard build for a lot of offlaners. Avalanche toss. Static Storm is used. Four-step away. Salad. The tree toss. Adam's going to get the kill with the crit. Knight with the onslaught back out of the high ground across the river. They get themselves one kill. Salad, he doesn't have buyback. And the rest of Extreme Gaming are looking to chase. They'll glimpse away JT, so the chase from Extreme will end. But they get themselves one. And for now, that's it. Meanwhile, God King farming bot. He wants to go into the MKB.
This is like third time that Salad died to 3-throw. Nothing to use the snowball on. I'm not sure if Blank was available or not, or he did not expect it. Maybe he's like, yeah, I'm not going to die to it, but Tiny lands a 900 crit. This is a big one. This is Tiny farming his Aghanim Scepter. So playing against the Nature's Prophet could be beneficial. If he uses Sprout on someone, you can use those trees for 3 volley.
Free trees. Always nice. We've seen it at times, the tree volley, when you got the Chrysalis, just heroes die instantly.
You don't even need a Chrysalis. Like we've seen, I think during the DPC last season, it was Liquid Mickey was the one. I'm not sure if he's the one who pioneered, but he was the one that I saw it from first. He was rushing Ags, like Blink and Ags.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes he threw in an Echo Saber, which he disassembled.
Oh boy, Salad. Looked like maybe they want to make the jump here from Extreme after that Snowball Shard combo. Oh, Smoke right next to Extreme Gaming. They're going to go in. They've got themselves a Hex. It's going to be on a Salad. They silence him up. They've got the Sunray right on top of him. Salad ends up dropping. The Uproar is going to be activated. They've already taken out Zhao Yu. So PYW with the second kill. This is another fight without God King in the mix, and maybe understanding that the fights are already lost, he TPs down to the bottom lane and gets out of there. So he's already farming, he's pushing, he's looking to get himself to a spot in which maybe Extreme can't really respond to him.
They definitely did not expect this to happen, because they smoked, they didn't think Extreme Gaming was going to be there with all their members, and yeah, what a move. Now they're pushing into Aegis, and every single time they kill this Tusk, they understand that if Tusk gets any of his spells, the BKB piercing ability, the potential snowball save, they had Salad's number throughout this whole game.
Yeah, Salad has died 9 times. That is a lot for Salad.
One sad Salad, yeah.
Yeah, you know, no croutons, no
Nothing,
dressing.
it's just the salad.
It's just the lettuce. Is it Napa lettuce? Is it romaine? Who knows? Is it chopped? Not right now. So it feels like another Aegis here for eHome kind of comes up flat. And Extreme, it's very interesting to see how they react when the other team has the Aegis, right? Like the way that they've been playing with the 2 Aegises against them has been very particular and very perfect. I think the fights that they're taking are super calculated, and it's led them to be at a spot that they're in right now.
They're dodging the fights where eHome wants to group up, go together, TP in with the Nature's Prophet. And as you said, these 2 Aegis usages were pretty much for nothing. Extreme Gaming playing really well around Aegis. And he did disassemble that Echo Saber, got that Ags, and going into Daedalus. Oh my god, this could be big. Paparazzi with double damage on Tiny and Aghanims. He also found himself a Titan Sliver. 20 extra base damage, because why not?
Heart of the cards, heart of the neutrals. Allows you to really start to output that damage. 450 plus 141. Just a casual 591. Easy damage. And that is with a double damage in the bottle right now. Once he takes that explosive sip, things could get out of control. Maybe a team wipe with a tree volley.
I could see it happen. You gotta be very careful. See those crits. 1k crits without double damage. And this is without Daedalus. He's getting very close. Needs 1k gold. They know something is up. They know exactly where Extreme Gaming are. Right now pushing bottom. eHome doing the same on top.
Yeah, just trying to maybe get eHome to come back, and they're doing the same thing, hoping Extreme jump back, and they're actually going to send Paparazzi over here, but he throws one tree and clears up the creep wave. So simple, very simple. Whoa, God King wants Satanic. I'm just wondering what he does afterwards.
He's way too farmed. 31k on this
Is that
Nature's
possible?
Prophet. I guess he just sells power treads at that point. Doesn't need to move. Will have level 25 talent anyway. He did sell his Witchblade, which is pretty interesting. I mean, Witchblade does the initial hit, gives him pierce through evasion. He decided to go for Monkey King. A lot of armor on especially Drow Ranger. Right now sitting at 42, which is 71% physical resistance. Same goes for Timbersaw. So he wants to be able to deal some magical damage through it.
Timeless Relic for both teams. And I believe there was a Spell Prism that is taken by JT. So, Timeless Relic onto the Primal Beast. Is this the hero you think it should go to?
They don't have anyone better. He was holding Havoc Hammer, which is kind of a meh for tier 4 items. It's cool because you can push people with the Onslaught with that, but it's more of a meme.
Wow, I didn't realize LWW is level 13. That is...
He had a rough one.
Yeah, I mean, considering Salad has 9 deaths, I'm shocked that LWW is sitting... He is in the pause 6 right now. Moonlight Shadow, jump in. JT with the BKB. They're going to go in with the Supernova. Look at the damage from the volley! Spiking it down and putting it all over eHome. Salad, God King, Knight, all gone in the blink of an eye.
And he doesn't have a buyback. This is game. They can go in and end the game. They're going to poke, see what happens with Nature's Prophet, but he invested everything in Satanic, and yeah, I believe this game's just donezo. 79 seconds for Nature's Prophet. You're playing against the Drow Ranger, Tiny, that has 600 damage per hit.
Man. Doing it like a volleyball game as well. Just 3 hits is all it needs to take out all 3 of those heroes. It's the set, it's the spike, and just, well, eHome, night-night. Not really much for them to be able to do in this game with no Nature's Prophet. We'll see if they'll hold on. It doesn't look like they're going to call GG at the moment. They still have 50 seconds without God King. But Extreme, they're ready to take most of the base, if not all of the racks here. They certainly have the time.
I thought they were going to go for finish, but still, you know, maybe respecting a potential buyback from Nature's Prophet. You can't really tell how much gold this hero has. Like, if you see his item, you're like, yeah, he probably has buyback. There's no way that he invested everything, but sometimes it can be tricky. Right now, God King sitting at 200 gold.
Yeah. That seems about right for God King, investing all out. You know, whether or not that is a save or not for him is a little bit rough as LWW gets taken out by JT. They're going to go for more. The tree volley right on top of Zhao Yu. They've got buyback on both these heroes. They'll look for Sal, the toss up into the air, and they clean him up. Paparazzi just outputting so much damage. They buyback on both supports. And Zhao Yu, he's got buyback. They probably want to go for it. Roche is up, but they're just going to go in. They've got the Hex. God King in trouble. Snowball's going to bring God King right into the mix. They go for the Supernova. They'll pop the egg. They'll look for the right clicks. God King with a Satanic. They get the kill on a PYW. They're taking out both supports. And down goes JT. God King with a triple kill, but there's the tree volley. Paparazzi ultra kill for God King. And they want to go for Ghost. They've got the Snowball. They're trying to keep up. And the arrow comes in. That's going to miss Salad. But the right click damage coming in from Ghost as well as PYW being there. They get a kill on a Salad. They'll take out the Tusk and they'll look for more. Onslaught comes in, but they've got the Gleipnir from God King. The right click damage from the high ground. Can he get there to help out? They'll have Knight moving forward, PYW as well as Ghost. Ghost uses that 4-step to get up onto the high ground. They'll buy back on the Phoenix, and with that Sunray, they'll deter the side of eHome, who semi-hold, but it's still very rough for eHome as it costs them so much to come back in that fight.
7,000 damage done by Nature's Prophet, 6,000 damage done by Tiny, 6 by Drow Ranger. These heroes just explode. I would not love to be a support in this hero in this game anymore because you die instantly. It's just not fun.
Yeah, you can see a couple of supports in this replay that are going to die instantly. I thought for a second God King being in that position was going to be rough, but we'll go back to live because they're right by Roche. They'll go to the Gleipnir. God King, he's all by himself. Where is anybody? He's going to go down. He's dead for 100.
Doesn't have enough money for buyback. There is a Bounty Rune bottom and a Bounty Rune top if someone wants to get in there and pick it up. So he's going to have enough, but they need to pick up 2 bounties, which is a bit of a difficult task to ask. So Ghost picking up Aghanim Scepter from Roshan.
Upgrade.
Yeah, and he just got level 25 as well, so extra 12% on marksmanship, which brings it down to, what is that, 52% chance.
Oh, just 50-50. That's not a high percentage at all. So let's go back to this. God King.
What could possibly go wrong?
Going for Roche by myself. Let me just be in here, and yeah, like, you can see God King. He's like, all right, I gambled,
no.
I gambled.
I did not see that everyone else is alive.
I love God King. He doesn't. The emotion he shows is never really too crazily upset, but you could tell he's all in on it. And triple 4-staff back here for Tusk all the way back into the base.
Now there's 2 Bounty Runes. I'm surprised that he didn't ping it out for someone to get in there and try to pick out Bounty Runes, because it would be enough. 30 seconds without God King means that's they're playing against Mega Creeps.
They're smoked up like they want to make a move here, but I feel like making a move without God King is asking to just get swept. And they're going to go in with Pulverize with BKBs. They've got themselves the Walrus Punch. The damage coming into the Drow. You got to remember, though, there's an Aegis. Tree Volley comes through. JT gets the kill on a Salad, and they don't even get the first life out of the hands of this Drow. But under the Static Storm, that will do it. Toss up into the air. Another one for good measure, and they get Knight. He doesn't have buyback, but they're going to have God King back, and they got to wonder if he's got the damage to hold on to this. It's not Mega Creeps just yet, but now you're fighting 3v5. No Aegis this time, but it's the positioning. How do you position yourself? You don't. JT goes in. He brings the fight to them. He's going to blink in. He's got the Hex. He has the damage. I get the kill on LWW as well as Zhao Yu and God King. Everybody gone here for the side of eHome, and GG will be called as Extreme Gaming take game number 1 over eHome.
Extreme Gaming, very clean execution when it comes down to dodging fights. This is a game where eHome had 2 Aegises and was not able to capitalize on any of that. Extreme Gaming dodging fights, going for the right targets, not allowing God King to join most of the time because he was more playing like reactive to what his team is doing, and understanding where the threat is coming from, killing both of the supports immediately. Sometimes this happens because we talked about Viper being more of a utility in this game rather than being able to scale. And then if you take out one of these heroes, Primal Beast or Nature's Prophet, damage is lacking on eHome.
Yeah, you can see like God King was the only one, right?
Yes.
And when he was able to stand there and fight, there was some chance for them to get a victory, but it was very tough for him to have those opening moments. As you can see even there, JT blink in, he's got the Hex, he's taking the fight to them. What do? It's so tough for them to really find the openings. And, you know, you could see God King kind of slotting in well for eHome, but Extreme looked like a well-oiled machine. And there were some points where it looked maybe but for the most part, I think they did really well, especially fighting into most of the Aegises going to eHome. So Extreme Gaming, they take game number 1, and to break down this first game, we've got the ever-glorious panel. Back to the glorious panel.
Ever glorious, high praises. So I'm expecting some great analysis coming out from you guys about Extreme Gaming. They knew their timings. They were able to delay this game to that point, but what exactly was holding them in to ensure that eHome weren't able to capitalize on, I guess, a little bit of an advantage they had during that mid-game?
Extreme were very good at holding high grounds and like breaking smokes and kind of taking advantage of little things. Like, for example, when eHome went top and took that first tower, they want to then use that and convert it into taking over the enemy jungle. Extreme are just sitting on the high ground of their jungle with 3 heroes and just blow up both supports instantly, which just secures that area for them. Things like that, breaking smokes with like their BKB, timing on Timbersaw, just all these little plays mean they just keep their side of the map.
Yeah, it's kind of, we know what eHome are going to do, right, based on the last 2 series, and we were talking backstage, we're like, granted, you know, the teams that eHome beat 2-0, it was IG and Dawn, which are not the favorites of this division per se, but I think the way eHome did it was very convincing and inspired a lot of confidence in people in this team. And I don't think they played a bad game here. I think, considering the conditions that they were in this mid-game, where Timbersaw gets this BKB, where there's this massive teamfight combination that Extreme Gaming have going their way, I think eHome still were able to make it look competitive, despite, in reality, having, I almost want to say, 1 core, in a way, right? Because the Nature's Prophet had a lot of damage and half the net worth of their sum on the cores, and Viper went a very utility-based route. He went Greaves, what's it called, Wraith Pact, I think. So not really too much damage coming from that side, and Primal Beast is Primal Beast. This hero usually, if it does a lot of damage, it's generally not into BKBs, which came online from the Extreme Gaming side. It's more in that early mid-game portion, which, again, Extreme weathered the storm in. And I think the 2 key picks in allowing that to happen for me are the Tiny and Timbersaw just being these beefy boys in the front line, standing in front of that tower, getting Sun Raid, and just not being killed off fast enough by eHome's kind of explosive early mid-game lineup. And can't say I'm too surprised with how this all ended toward the end, right? eHome's lineups have this tendency to, if it gets to this point, they kind of fall a little bit flat. I think Xiao Yu should have identified this and gone a totally different route with his item build, probably. But then maybe the mid-games fights that they're looking for wouldn't have gone as well for them either. But you would have loved to see something like, I feel like other Viper plays in this game would go like Dragonlance Scotty, you know, something like this, and try to pivot a little bit after the start they had. But, you know, I think eHome could bounce back, but it's good to see this from Extreme. I think overall pretty solid performance.
Yeah, the Viper pick, is it really, I know you just talked about how you could have itemized a little bit differently, but was it more so the hero pick, it was at their last pick, just didn't really add too much more, or you're like, I still see where they were going with it, and it really was more focused on that itemizing?
I see where they were going, but I think they got a bit counterpicked by the Drow. I think this Drow Phoenix lane is actually really difficult for Viper to play. It's a hero that's fully based off of right-click attacks. You get Fire Spirited, and then you're kind of just there, and the Drow is just abusing you in lane. I think the laning stage for eHome actually went pretty poorly this game. Only really Nature's Prophet had a good start. The Tiny was also, I don't know if crushing is fair to say, but he had a significant lead on mid. So all things considered, again, if eHome shape things up a little, polish it a little bit, have better lane matchups, I think they have a good shot in game 2.
Yeah, they kind of like tried to make up for it with a lot of rotations. Like, I think from in the mid lane, they were trying to match the support rotations there. It's just like from 4 minutes onwards, everyone's there. They're bringing in the Nature's Prophet for ganks and just trying to like fight a lot in skirmish and literally just do eHome things. And that's kind of how they like brought it back from the laning.
Do you think there is going to be too much change up when it comes to game number 2 picks, bans? Because it's still that emphasis on that Lina, even though we've seen it be defeated before. Is there going to be a change up in that first phase?
I think it's probably still going to be out. I was considering if Extreme should actually consider banning the Nature's Prophet in the first 2. But I think, so correct me if I'm wrong, this last game they did ban DP, right? Because I think that's been one of the go-tos of eHome.
I don't remember the bans.
I
only remember Lina and Tree.
Yeah, so I feel like if DP was available, that might be something that that eHome should consider. Because I think it does a better job in laning matchups against a lot of what Extreme will be running at you with.
It was a Pango DP first phase.
Unlucky.
So
Banned.
DP was banned.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay. Because it's been, I think eHome has overall first picked this in one of their other games in this tournament so far, so can't be too surprised with that. If the bans are the same, I wouldn't mind seeing them running back the Nature's Prophet. I just think they need to clean up the act in the other lanes, and maybe the Viper could have been swapped out for something a little bit better.
Any other final thoughts that you have for this game? One that you'd like to see different, Sheep? For game 2?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, even you look at Extreme, their lineup clearly had holes in it that made it hard for them to take fights in that mid game, but they made up for it, and I think they have a very good idea of like when their timings are, and they're not overextending that much, like, and ruining that for themselves. For eHome, they just need to like kind of figure out, I guess, just how to make this style work, because I don't think you can change the style of your game play at all going into this next game, really.
All right, well, the next game will be coming up after this short break. Extreme Gaming versus eHome. Game 1 went that way of Extreme Gaming, and in a very, I don't like saying the word convincing, but I guess I'm going to ask Syndrome for a new word.
What? You didn't finish the sentence.
Yep.
He has another context that you want the...
A synonym for
French.
convincing. In a very French manner. Thank you so much, Syndrome. Game 2,
Anytime.
though, is it going to be just as French?
I hope not.
Well, they first picked Death Prophet, so we might be
Definitely.
going there. Yeah, interestingly, so eHome stick with their bans, right? It's the same ones. It's the Lina and Treant, but a complete switch up from Extreme Gaming. I was suggesting maybe you want to ban the Nature's Prophet and switch things up, and that's exactly what they're doing. And the switch up here is not only that, but they will first pick away the Death Prophet from eHome, their favorite hero. eHome seem to have a very interesting adjustment to that, though. Tusk and Sniper first phase seems to be their counter matchup. Very interesting.
Hell yeah, Goblin mode. I love snipers so much. Of all the ranged heroes, you know, you run through the thing like, oh, we got Nature's, SF, Sniper, Drow, whatever. Sniper's the best by far.
Why?
He just sits
Why?
there peeping. He's just got a little one thought in his mind and he executes it. It's even more fun since they added the shard where he can actually like maneuver himself away from heroes now. It's like you compare him to Drow. Drow always has to buy a Hurricane Pike to get away from anyone, whereas he just can buy a shard and he's good to go. It's actually great. Love
Like,
Sniper.
I'm just going to stand here and just...
I mean, he can also buy Pike.
I mean, he can also, but he doesn't need. But that's the thing. He
Yeah.
doesn't need to. If he wants to just go damage, he can buy a maneuverability item for Jesus Christ. This is on camera for 1,400 gold, and it's so
Yep.
much cheaper than a Pike. That's my
Okay.
point.
All right.
It's cheaper for him to get whatever. I don't care anymore.
No, that's totally fair. I understand what you're saying. Also,
It's-
it doesn't take up a slot.
Yeah, and he can buy a Scotty against his DP.
Yeah, I think so. The thing that stands out to me here is that eHome obviously are a big fan of DP themselves. So the fact that they pick Sniper as a direct response here means that they considered a counter matchup. I mean, first of all, you outrange the DP, right? Like you said, you can buy Scotty, which is really good. But I also think if these heroes face up against each other in any lane, Sniper's pretty happy, right? If
I
he's
was going to
playing-
say that they both could go mid, and then you could just swap that sniper to safe if DP goes off.
Yeah, exactly. I think you can mirror that matchup, and I think DP doesn't want to play in the safe lane, so you can kind of, if you make the right adjustment as the Sniper team, you can enforce that matchup, which I think is really good for him. So that's really interesting. I guess if an uncontested Sniper also has one of the highest single target damage outputs in the game, and that's what DP doesn't like. She's happy to take consistent damage over time because she can mitigate it with her heal, but against a hero like Sniper, it might be overwhelming, especially throwing a tag team there as well. It's a pretty nasty combo. This lane, by the way, is fierce. Tusk Sniper safe lane is stupidly strong. So definitely something to look out for here for Extreme as they grab Disruptor, which, I mean, if you hadn't put the team names on the board, I would have thought it was the eHome team playing the Radiant draft and the Extreme
Really?
Gaming team playing the Dire draft. Yeah,
Maybe it is.
very
Maybe
interesting.
it's just not showing.
I
up
don't think it
correctly.
can be bugged in game.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I'm
we
pretty
have
sure
it again.
I think that's possible.
eHome are going to have the first pick coming out of this ban phase then. Would you like to see them pick up a mid that is just as flexible, that they can interchange in the sniper, or is that something later down the draft you want to see them focus on?
I think I would like them to pick another support here and just keep their options open.
Mm-hmm.
There are classic supports that are really good against DP, but they're not exactly favored right now, like something like Shadow Demon, but who also has some play against Disruptor. But I think knowing eHome, they'll probably want something maybe a little bit more explosive in the early mid game. Shadow Demon is more of a slower strategic hero. So I'm trying to wrap my head around what the right choice would be for them in this position.
Maybe Marana.
Marana is pretty stable for sure. Could they get the Phoenix from last game? I mean, it's Sunray against DP is nice. I think the pairing with Tusk is really good with Ice Shards plus Supernova. Could be a thing. It's also a little bit more on the slower side, so maybe they will stray away from that.
Yeah, that could work. I like the Phoenix last game because it just they had like their quick kill tools and the egg just completely allowed them to.
Oh, there you go. That's a fast-paced
That's
hero.
a fast-paced hero.
I like it.
Yay! Okay.
Very good with Sniper.
Whatever. Who can throw out Phoenix? We don't care about it anymore. It didn't get picked.
So you got two melee supports here, most likely, and both of them couple very well with Sniper. So again, I'm still keeping my eye on that as a possibility, Sniper being safe lane. And they just keep their options open here. So the other thing is if you want to run back the Viper, which, okay, that's banned, but running back that stereotypical type of ranged offlaner here, I think your partners in lane are really, really good here, no matter which one you run. So I mean, I'm a fan of eHome so far, what they're showing here. I think Extreme have to be a little bit clever about solving this right now.
What is Extreme Gaming's missing puzzle piece then?
I think they need something that, as weird as it sounds, I think they need something that frontlines for DP. I don't think she can frontline this game. I think she's going to get exploded, or they need a hardcore save like Oracle or something like this to enable her to play the game.
So you think most likely they're going to show if they're shifting her to mid or not here?
I mean, the only thing that I do know right now is that eHome's majority of damage is like a lot of physical. If you're starting with this Tusk Punch, the sniper right clicks, at least DP can then IMIze pretty effectively towards that, going like the plate mails, the Shiva's guards and stuff, and phase boots. Like I would say frontlining is not impossible if they keep up with that type of damage type on eHome. But I wouldn't call Magnus a frontliner either. I do think they're putting DP out there and making her like split the fight or draw people in, and then they'll abuse that with Magnus instead.
It seems like they're taking the counterplay route, right? That they hope that DP can survive long enough that they can get either a Blink Skewer or a Terrorize. You know, they have these big AoE. They have a lot of counterplay effectively in their strategy, right? RP, Static Storm, and Terrorize are all like zone control abilities when the enemy team goes in. My concern, once again, is that sure, you have all these tools, but who's dealing with the sniper here? Like, there's actually just nobody currently jumping this guy in the back line. He has amazing frontliners to just cover his periphery. Is that the word? It is now.
I was going to say we had maneuverability, and you know what? It's all good. I had French.
There you go. So yeah, I think for eHome now, there are different paths you could either take. Once again, just a tanky offlaner. Obviously, Viper is not in the pool, but something like Razor could be run here to just stand in the front line and enable Sniper to play his game. If you wanted to take a Drow route, that's a possibility, and put the Sniper mid. Then you have this like double down on these massive range damage dealers with this front line. I think most importantly, you just want to make it difficult for Extreme Gaming to kind of choose when to RP. Like, there are certain strategies where if you, let's say as Magnus, you have to choose between, okay, am I RPing the Clockwork or one core or something like this? If your lineup keeps playing at angles instead of grouping up, I think this Extreme Gaming lineup actually really struggles with finding fights on their terms. So I would love to see them just have another ranged hero. I think that's
I think we saw a really good Morphling Sniper duo core the other day, which I wouldn't mind seeing again.
It's also nice. I like this. Could go mid, could go off. The pairings for the offlane are good enough that Bad Rider can be played as a 3 here. It also limits the options that Extreme Gaming have for the carry hero pool, because I think there's certain heroes here that would want to pair with Magnus for the Empower buff that can't really float this lane. With I think Disruptor is going to struggle a lot against Clock Bat, as an example. I really like what eHome has got. I think this is going to be straight up their wheelhouse, and compared to last game, I feel like Extreme's response is not inspiring as much confidence in me as last time.
Yeah, like Extreme need things to go really well for them to have like the perfect game. Because I can see the idea of like you have a Willow, if she can get an early blink, then she can be the one that goes on the sniper and makes it impossible for him to play the fights. Because when you're Shadow Realmed, you know he can't really do anything about it. And we saw this matchup versus like a Drow, I want to say yesterday, that looked really good. But yeah, they need to be able to fight early, and eHome are going so hard on heroes that can just fight. It seems like you can bring your Sniper, you can bring your Bat Rider. There's no core here that's going to like put himself away in the Ancients and be like, I'm not getting involved in anything.
I wonder what's going to tie it together for eHome, because they're missing their traditional, I say traditional, they've played 2 series. They're missing their tower pusher, right? So what they've been playing in this role has been mainly Death Prophet and Aegis Prophet, but they've also played Dragon Knight. He's still in the pool. You would be picking Dragon Knight into DP, which is a little bit concerning, but if it's good enough for the game, I think you could do that. I also think the pacing of that hero just looks wonderful with the rest of the stuff that they have. Aside from that, what really is there? There's something like Pugna if you want to get really creative with playing fast.
Pugna, holy moly.
Pugna has some good matchups this game, actually.
I mean, I would love the DK though. Ever since I watched it with the Ags and the Manta build, it's so griefing for supports to play into. Like you put this on either like a Magnus or a Disruptor, and they're just like trying to sit, you know, at the back and like look for when they can use their spells. And DK kind of makes that really, really hard with that build. I would actually be hella down for it.
Yeah, so as far as Extreme go, they rounded out their strategy here, right? So as we talked about, they need a specific type of carry to lane against Bat. They're going to pick Faceless Void, which is a classic counter. You have time dilation, so you don't get stickied all the time. You have the time walk to get away, create some distance. But at the same time, your lineup is now extremely ulti-reliant, right? You have Chrono, RP, Exorcism, 3 major cooldowns that when are unavailable, your lineup kind of looks like paper, honestly. It's kind of just something you're going to run through. And eHome are, for the first game, I think, this season, playing without any push, really. But their lanes are so strong now, with the Slardar as well being played in the position 3 now by Xiao Yu. This lane, Slardar plus, I'm assuming it's going to be the Tusk of Salad.
I'd hope so.
Disruptor is, if he gets caught, he just dies. There's like no defensive line for him. He has no self-protection. Void can't help. So he needs to be very wary of his positioning here, DY. And Ghost needs to just be cautious in the lane and try to get whatever farm he can. But I could very well see eHome potentially win all 3 lanes here.
I would agree with everything Sid said. It looks like really good. I actually like it a lot. You have 4 frontliners for snipers, so your tower is just going to be snipers sitting there peeping away while you have like clock angling for hook and so on. They have the ability to take Roche with this Slardar. I kind of think everything's sort of very rounded on that, whereas Extreme are just really playing for like a mid to late game timing that they might not hit.
All right, eHome set themselves up for a much better start here in game number 2. We'll see if they get it. As we're jumping into it, it's going to be B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into this game number 2, Extreme Gaming against eHome. It's going to be something a little bit different for God King. Not too different. He's still ranged, still, you know,
still
sending out some
farm,
right
still on
clicks.
top of the net worth, as we would expect him to be. Very strong lineup here coming out from eHome in this second game. I think Panel nailed it in terms of the laning stage. This is very easy to execute lineup where you have a lot of stuns. This lineup is very easy to play. It pretty much plays itself. On the other side, Extreme Gaming, you misuse 1 Exorcism. You're giving them full 2 minutes to do whatever they want. Same goes for this Chronosphere. But overall, the way I look at it, it's a lot of team fight. Like Extreme Gaming, they definitely have better team fight overall. They can choose how to take a fight. They have a different amount of spells. Like they're really good at going in and out of the fight, resetting with Dark Willow, Terrorize, choosing where they want to fight with the Bramble Maze. To one extent, same goes for eHome. With the cogs, with shards, we've seen the shards plus Bramble Maze yesterday in one of the games in Europe, DPC, and it looked really good. It looked like, you know, we're just going to choose how we take and when we take these fights. But inside of Extreme Gaming, they have some sick damage inside a Chronosphere. Static Storm, Dead Prophet ulti. They also have ways of setting things up. So it's a overall good Void game. I just want to see how much Ghost is going to be able to get from the laning stage, considering that he is playing into Slardar, a hero that we usually don't see. We see him in these like melee matchups where you're, I don't know, mostly it's when anti-mage is picked. This hero gets either banned or picked.
Yeah, so we'll see how Xiao Yu could do. Again, it's another one of those, like, okay, Xiao Yu's laning phase in the first game wasn't exactly that great, but can we give him a proper matchup where now maybe he feels a little bit more comfortable to get something done? So we'll see him on the Slardar up against the Void, take a glance at that when we can, and, you know, kind of figure it out and see where things go. Knight up against Paparazzi mid with the Batrider DP lane. What are your thoughts on this one?
This one can go really bad for Dead Prophet. I want to see how aggressive Knight will be playing. Paparazzi, of course, starting with the Magic Stick, but once you get to that second point in Firefly, Spirit Siphon does not sustain you through the harassment from the Sticky Napalm and Firefly. Paparazzi already down to 7 Sticky Napalm charges. Knight gonna reset it one more time, down to 8.
Yeah, so already dealing with 8 stacks on that. That should reset. There it is. So we'll see how Paparazzi does. He was a big part of that last game in terms of just having a really good tiny matchup and really working well throughout the time in the game number 1. But taking a look here, Southern Crush on the Ghost. He'll time walk immediately. Just the level 1, so right-clicking on Salad. Just a little bit of back and forth in a new lane created by these teams.
Forcing DY to TP out was a pretty big deal. DY will need to be super careful how he approaches this one. Once they hit level 2, with the Bash available, with the Snowball, I think in this lane you get Snowball Shard, so you can close the gap. You have 1 Mango to work with. So Disruptor, First Blood material for sure.
Yeah, so they're going to need to be careful. Speaking of potential First Blood material, Cursed Crown as well as the Bramble Maze. The Cursed Crown pops, the Battery Assault still going off, but eventually JT, he should be able to use that Shockwave to pull him close and get a kill, and that's exactly what he does. JT drawing the first blood on LWW, so Extreme starting where they left off, and that's with a kill up in the top lane.
I love that PYW did not go for Shadow Realm. Instead, decided to go for the Curse Crown, which is going to be a setup for Skewer, and also it's a setup for your Bramble Maze.
And we've seen that this combo a couple times where like Magnus will get an RP, skewer through the Brambles, have the Cursed Crown ready to go if you can really line it up, and have that Cursed Crown explode as you've got the RP wearing off. It can be quite deadly, that's for sure.
It's very annoying to play into. Looking at some of the items, Ghost, he wants to get, I think he had, yeah, he's going for the second raid ban. We've seen more raid bans picked up, like even on supports after 25-minute mark, but in the laning stage, because DY.
Bottom lane, and you're going to see the Slytherin Crush come out, and that should be one more right click for a bash, and Salad doing the good support job of not stealing that kill, and letting Zhao Yu just find the advantage and get the finishing blow, and Zhao Yu needs a better lane than the last, that's for sure.
Ghost can't really help out when they decide to go on Disruptor, right?
No Crypt Swarm, yeah. Sitting low, though. Needs to be very careful about his positioning for now. As Salad tries to get a courier, now Kinetic Field down, but going after this is a bit of a chore. As Salad's trying to pull the wave, and immediately a bash on a Ghost, so Ghost will time walk back towards the tower and away from Zhao Yu. 21-3 already for Paparazzi mid.
Paparazzi playing this lane pretty much perfectly. He brought a full magic wand, skipping the bottle, and keeping Knight very low. Using that Crypt Swarm every single time he gets there, knows that there is no extra region on Knight. And you can see the rotation.
Bottled the Water Rune there for Knight, and LWW picking up the other one.
Doesn't matter. As I said, Paparazzi does not have a bottle, so he doesn't care too much about it. PYW went there just to make sure that potentially Knight doesn't pick up 2 runes. And Ghost, as I said, 2 of those raid bans will give him a decent amount of armor against right clicks from Slardar mostly, but same goes for Tusk. And look at positioning of DY. He's inside the trees. He does not feel comfortable playing on the like more northern part of the map, like closer to the creeps.
God King under the tower now. Battery Assault stops JT, and that's a problem. He's running away. These right clicks coming in from God King. Shockwave pulling him close, maybe to get some help here from PYW, but he doesn't quite have the damage to get a kill there, and they'll end up taking out JT. DY, he's trying, but he can't survive over bottom, and Salad falls to Ghost afterwards.
Sometimes trying is not enough. Ghost getting a return kill, that's pretty big. Getting some solo experience from that. LWW.
Eating those brambles. Almost walking into another one, and he's throwing out the Battery Assault, trying to mess with PYW there, and a couple of kills coming across the map. You're going to see a TP mid from Salad. And he's coming all the way across. I mean, maybe just staying nearby to secure that 6-minute rune, right?
Thinking about it, that Prophet does have Exorcism available, a bit low on mana. 10 magic wand charges. JT will trap him. There is DP available.
TP. And TPing to mid, actually. So just, if he's forced to TP out, might as well help to go for the rune, and we'll see where that ends up. PYW coming across. They've got the snowball. LWW over to the side. The Bramble Maze is placed down. The cogs are down, but they don't lock up PYW. Not looking like it's going to matter. They should be able to get the kill still. Knight gets the kill into PYW, but that allows Paparazzi to bottle up a haste rune.
He finally bought that bottle, and with the haste rune, this is the best rune you can get when you're playing against the Batrider. You know that lasso is available, so as long as you're holding that haste, there is no kill threat on you.
Yeah, so he'll have that haste. We'll see if he even maybe exorcisms and TPs to a lane. Put the pressure on any of these side lanes, or if they want to just use it and go mid. And that question gets answered immediately. Use it, go mid. So They use the Exorcism. They've got PYW nearby, but 2 heroes sit for eHome close. Cursed Crown, the lasso, the battery assault, the snowball. Paparazzi's Exorcism doesn't do anything because he's dead immediately after. Good shards from Salad. God King's also here.
TPs. All right. In the previous game, he was very cautious with the TPs, playing Nature's Prophet, but they bring numbers. 4 members of eHome on a mid lane to secure a kill on Paparazzi. They also got a bonus one, getting Dark Willow. I thought Paparazzi's going to pop that haste immediately after he saw Knight using Firefly. I guess he was surprised by Flame Break and then Cogs. There was also rotation coming out from Tusk. Zhao Yu on the bottom lane continues to free farm. He has more farm than Faceless Void and now hits level 6 with that Corrosive Haze, keeping a vision on you. Very annoying. Going into Hand of Midas. Pretty standard Slaughter stuff. The other option is to get the Mask of Madness, but these two options, like I think Hand of Midas gives you like overall more levels, but the Mask of Madness gives you more sustain and ability to farm Ancients.
Salad avoiding the glimpse, using that snowball to go after DY. Cursed Crown pops on Knight. Nothing really doing though with that, and bottom lane it looks like it's getting a little bit tougher for Ghost. Having to deal with the Corrosive Haze and the fear of getting bashed up, crushed, and killed.
We mentioned that there's some really big ultis that can throw inside a Chronosphere. Early on, it's not as strong. You see Disruptor being level 4, 8.5 minutes. Same goes for Dark Willow, so they can't really throw in some of the big spells. Let's see if he lands a Chrono here. They feel like there's not enough damage.
He just got that Tumbler's Toy too, so that helped him get out. Just a little hop. A little tumble. So eHome looking good. For the most part, the first game, it was all extreme in terms of net worth. They had gotten themselves extended to a 4K lead. The lane's going way better for eHome, especially for the off lane of Slardar. So going from that Viper for Zhao Yu over to the Slardar, a good matchup, and that makes a lot of the difference here. Things A-OK.
Smoke from Paparazzi and PYW. They want to rotate to the top lane, potentially get a kill on this sniper and turn it into a tower. RP is available. Speaking of Tumbler's Toy, Magnus has one of the better finds in terms of neutral items.
JT, by the way, going into the mech first. Smoke's going to be broken. Paparazzi and PYW lose their smoke. There is this
good
obs
positioning
down and
from LWW. He was ready for it.
Yeah, it spots PYW coming over with that obs, and they break the smoke. So now, do they stay? Do they even want to fight like this? It's a little bit of a tough proposition to go for, but they are bringing up another one, it seems like, in DY. So Knight spots DY, Flame Break, and Knight doing some damage, but now in a little bit of a precarious position. They've got Ghost coming over. The Exorcism will be committed. They get the kill on a Knight. They'll look over at Salad. The Assassinate will take the life of DY, and it ends up being a 1-for-1.
I love when Faceless Voids decide to join a fight 10 minutes into the game. He didn't even use the Chrono. Needs to be a bit more careful because he has only 1 point in Time Walk, now 2. But this tower, it's going down.
About the Assassinate. Salad standing his ground, and they don't actually quite get the tier 1 tower. The Catapult just not doing the damage. Double damage top, by the way. Or, okay,
it was picked up.
Yeah,
it's showing on your screen. Batrider did pick it up, used it immediately, tried to go on Disruptor. Didn't happen. Let's see if they decide to deny this tower, if they're going to hold it for maybe another 30 seconds up to a minute. If they have members around it, they can still defend it because they know Extreme Gaming will definitely love to get some extra chunk of gold.
Matt baiting me out. And we'll see what they do here for eHome. God King, the farming king. Just the question of whether or not he utilizes it better than the last game, and it felt like he was a little bit scared to engage.
But he was definitely not scared to go and try to solo kill Roshan while everyone on the enemy team was alive.
No, he was not. Yeah, it's a gamble play. I feel like that's very God King to take gambles. And that one not paying off. I think going the other way, if he was able to just sneak that Roche, it would have been pretty impressive. And I think, yeah, he was kind of in a spot where it felt like maybe that was necessary. But we'll see how he does with this sniper this time. And now moving over is JT.
Oh.
Okay. Couldn't decide on whether he wanted a shockwave or
he
skewer.
touched him. He could feel that he is close. Using skewer, but Tusk already went away.
Yeah, he like started the shockwave, stopped it, skewered down, missed Salad completely, and just a bit of a hesitation. I don't know if he was expecting the Tusk to really be there like that. Or maybe just the vicinity of how close he was a bit of an issue. So Paparazzi again, though, hook shot mid. Snowball to follow it up in the assassinate, but Paparazzi taking literally 0 damage. Terrorize comes in, some right clicks from God King. Static Storm committed, time walk over with the Chronosphere committed onto the Bat Rider. God King over to the side, though, not doing damage on the Ghost either. So JT starting to run Skewer onto the Slardar. They'll commit the RP. It's only on a 1, but it's well worth it when you kill off Zhao Yu. It's a 3-for-1 trade to the favor of Extreme Gaming, and they're still getting the kill here on the Salad.
A bit low on mana,
no mana for it. Now he finally gets it.
Got
that will
Sniper.
be in between
they
all
got
4
the big
heroes. Snowball save. This might even turn into a full team wipe, but the Walrus Punch comes out from Salad. The damage onto God King. They have a TP coming in for the Clockwork. Ghost now in a awful position, but able to time walk away. Crypt Swarm hits on a God King. They just don't have the damage on eHome to send these heroes packing into their graves.
Salad
just turn
bot
around the other way.
Yeah, Salad bought a little bit of time with that Snowball for Clockwork to reconnect, and I like that the Ghost is really patient with his time walks. He does not want to use it. He didn't go Madman mode, use time walk underneath the tower, get a kill and die, but very disciplined team fight from Extreme Gaming. Paparazzi, it looked at one point that he is very close to dying because the rest of the team was not connecting, but he had multiple Spirit Siphon charges, and also Extreme Gaming getting solo RP on a target, solo Chronosphere, still getting the most out of it.
Yeah, I think if you're getting those kills, they're worth it. If maybe one of those heroes survives, it feels way worse, but when you're securing a 3-for-1 like that, I think that, you know, what are you saving the RP for, right?
You definitely want to use it.
Yeah. So that'll be off cooldown in 30 seconds, and yeah, again, might as well use it. Void going into the Maelstrom after this Mask of Madness. And then on the other side for God King, he's also going into the Maelstrom as he's picked up that Dragon Lance.
This is going to be one big Faceless Void. He didn't farm as much as Sniper in the early stages of the game, but he will definitely catch up. Empower is maxed out. JT trying to farm his Blink Dagger for him now, but once the Blink Dagger is complete, he's going to be... hook shot.
Okay, hook shot into the Skewer, so he went with him for a ride. Glimpse. Oh, JT
Mech
survives thanks to the help of DY and that mechanism. Now they look over at LWW. He's on the run. Ooh, Salad also going in with the Snowball. RP committed to this one. They must have just come off cooldown. Now they hit the Terrorize, so JT, by the skin of his teeth, surviving time and time again as Paparazzi secures himself a double kill and puts himself on a killing spree.
The power of Mech, and also Extreme Gaming not missing any of the spells. We talked about how this lineup is a bit more difficult to execute. Ghost, solo Chrono.
Yeah, I felt he thinks he has the damage.
Needs a
if he gets a bash, he might have it, but now the lasso comes in. Bash the other way confirmed for Zhao Yu, but Ghost has the time walk. So Chrono used for no kill.
He
lasso
needs some
used
help.
Potentially Ghost. Time walk in a second, but the bash and the crush for Zhao Yu to finish off Ghost.
These are some long TPs from other members of Extreme Gaming. If JT was like 1 second closer, he... Oh, that's a
Shockwave
big
Skewer
kill
and
if
the
they can get it.
Exorcism. They'll go to the silence. They got it onto Zhao Yu. He's on the run, but the hook shot's available from LWW, and with the cogs well placed, that means Slardar's free to leave. And yeah, he rightfully gets that tip. Thanks for saving.
Not just getting in and saving his teammate, but also not dying there. Usually when Clockworks do this kind of a move, they pay with his life.
Doesn't have to this time.
PYW with the haste, thinking about going for a solo kill on Knight.
Bedouin solo target, can he do it? Looking for the damage. Cursed Crown goes over by a second hero to make sure that he can split the damage, and Battery Assault stops PYW's TP. Snowball comes in, and, well, it's big rewards if you get it, and a death if you don't. And it's that
LWW collecting all the tips from his teammates. He's there when he's needed. sharing some damage from Bedlam and also stopping the TP.
Just think of those days, the original days of Dark Willow. The Bedlam damage that used to just destroy level 1.
There was a short period of time with the bug where Bedlam pierced magic immunity, not intended. Now it's a level 25 talent.
Intended now, but late in the game. If he gets that far, it would be interesting to see him pick it up. BKB finished here for Zhao Yu.
He's super farmed. Second on the net worth. Next on the menu for eHome, they should try to smoke, get a fight going. They know that there's no exorcism for another 50 seconds and turn it into Roche. There is level 2 corrosive haze available. If Slaughter lives, it's a Roche guaranteed for eHome.
Yeah, so you say it's on the menu. It looks like Extreme might be the appetizer and Roche the entree. Ooh, will be the dessert. UIW goes into the Shadow Realm, joining Yugi's grandfather just for the moment, and then escaping. Assassinate, not going to be committed to that one, and the 5 heroes of eHome will walk away as they pick up an Arcane Rune on Knight. So, giving some time here for Ghost to farm on this Faceless Void, but you've also got God King, who continues to sit top of the net worth. He's been pedestaled here pretty much the entire series.
Been farming Ancients. They stacked it for him.
Zhao Yu. The strike. DY, Static Storm, BKB committed, hookshot on the back lines. JT caught in the cogs. Skewer. And JT, I think he was hoping to get an RP off in that situation. The BKB is going to wear out in just a second. So they're going to stick with this Zhao Yu Slardar and get a kill there. But Salad ends up getting PYW after LWW drops to him and ends up being a 2 for 2. Didn't exactly look like it was going to be that way from the beginning, but not a bad trade overall.
If this fight was slightly closer to Roshan with the Exorcism going, Extreme Gaming could have potentially went inside the pit, you know, still respecting the Batrider inside the pit. Sniper with the Shrapnel, so might need to take out one of these 2 cores before start thinking about it. First BKB usage on Slaughter, he still dies afterwards, but yeah, still Chronosphere available. Ghost definitely wants to have BKB ready for the next fight.
Yeah, so we'll see the timings on that. They still have RP, they have Chrono ready to go. God King bottom. If PYW could start this, oh, Terrorize off the mark, well off the mark. They've got a Hurricane Pike as well as some Shrapnel down. The Cursed Crown stuns up God King. Now the Bedlam's sole target, but
He's
the damage
stuck.
being done by God King isn't going to be enough to get PYW. 4 heroes here for Extreme, and down he goes. On the other side, they're looking for Ghost. Blink, Snowball, Time Walk.
He was thinking about Chrono.
Looks to the Chrono, but the hook shot comes out. The lasso's there. Do they have a save for him? No, they don't. Ghost dies too. And now, is there any retort for the side of Extreme Gaming? It's not looking likely. Maybe they get a glimpse on LWW to pull him back. But the heroes here for eHome are too close, and they go from there.
After he saw the rest of the members, after he saw a glimpse of Batrider, he thought about getting the Chronosphere. Maybe it could have been a setup because Cogs would not burn Disruptor's mana. He would have enough to pop a Static Storm, get a kill, and now he home. Roshan, thinking about it, they have more than enough damage. Tag team maxed out. Sniper, where's Slaughter at? Zhao Yu in vicinity, ready to use that Corrosive Haze.
Yeah, he's ready to go. You're going to have Void back up again with this Chrono, so maybe once
I don't
he's
think
up, it's
they
a little
can
scary.
go in and just stake it. It takes them like 15-20 seconds to take Roche, but Extreme Gaming, they'll be ready. Another Exo is available, this time around with the haste in bottle from Dead Prophet.
I think they might have been waiting for a Blink Dagger on Slardar too. He's close to it. He's got this Midas in just a second. Boom, boom. And should have it in just a moment. So, Roche is certainly the target. They've got Blinks coming out aplenty for eHome.
Both teams thinking about Roche.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's naturally kind of come this way where both teams have set up towards top. They know that this age is going to bring them into the 25th, 26th minute if they could get it soon. Maybe move towards some tier 2 towers, get those items out.
Extreme used... my brain just stopped. The scan inside the Roche pit. They caught nothing, and you could feel eHome is also thinking that maybe Extreme Gaming, they are doing it with the Exorcism, so Rocket Flare was used. Both teams playing near the Roche pit, while Ehome's a bit more split.
JT, they got the glimpse into the kinetic field, so now BKB.
Oh,
and then the lasso again, he wanted the chrono. This could be a problem here for Ghost. Bashed up, and there's the Walrus punch. Hook shot in, but the time walk out. Ghost throws a chrono in defense, but goes back in and needs to be careful. God King with a 2-tap to get the kill on a Ghost. They'll look over to get the kill on the Sardo with the Exorcism. Paparazzi's popped the BKB. He's running forward, but now hit with the Cog. They've got the score back. They look over at Knight, but JT still unable to get the RP off just yet. God King from a distance just outputting the damage. They take out Paparazzi. Now they'll look over at JT. Triple kill for God King. Make it an Ultra. Oh,
can they take him down?
They look for God King.
Two more hits. That's a rampage.
That's a rampage for God King.
Oh man, huge mistake there from Faceless Void. Ghost thinking about using the Chronosphere on Batrider, gets, I guess, surprised by Lasso, drags him back, still manages to get the time walk, and then he's like, yeah, I need to get some right clicks going. But Sniper had a really good positioning. So he gets racked back. There's no real save on their side. If he gets drawn with the Lasso like that, and look at this. Chrono gets back in, has Corrosive Haze on him. Sniper, great positioning from God King.
He never really gets touched in the beginning of this, and, you know, it is God King the Gwen experience, but it's also God King the Gold experience. Requiem, as he's just got so much damage coming in, and just nobody touching him. They talked about it on the panel with the front lines that they have for the Sniper, and he gets a rampage off that. Meanwhile, PYW drops, and Extreme starting to crumble a little bit. They're going to go forward. They've got the RP. It's on to 2. They'll look over as JT taking some damage. God King again in a very good position. Down goes Salad. LWW joins him in the grave, but JT falls once more. Zhao, you're going to drop.
On top of him, Sniper's dead.
Go over, and God King goes down. 7 times kill speed is going to be that fight after we're able to make good on it.
If they get on top of him, he does not have a BKB. I can understand why you're playing against Chrono, Dead Prophet, Ulti, RP, but still, some of these spells are very annoying. Bramble Maze, like you get one Curse Crown, they get on top of you, you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got the proper lockdown, you can really lock it up. And you can see Ehome coming over. They've got themselves the Blink as well as the Walrus Punch and the Snowball. The commitment there is easy. So LWW gets the kill on a PYW, but a 2-man RP comes through, and they get the kill on a both. They'll take out LWW as well as Salad. So Ghost with the double kill on a mega kill streak, and, well, since that rampage was put on Extreme, well, Extreme has kind of brought it the other way. So, you know, they're going to look towards top maybe, and they were there for just a moment. They won't commit to it, though.
We've seen like 3 or 4 times.
So, bottom lane, you've also got Paparazzi farming up. He's into the Witchblade. He's looking for the Aeon Disc. Let's see, JT.
This Aeon Disc is going to be procced almost immediately, but good itemization coming out from Paparazzi. This Witchblade, it's more popular these days on Dead Prophet. It gives you that extra slow, because you don't have slow on Spirit Siphon anymore. And with the Blink Dagger, you're able to close the gap, position yourselves, get on top of Sniper. So he's going to need to be very careful. Aeon Disc gets procced by a couple of right clicks from Sniper. Going into Scotty next on Sniper, it seems. So that's going to be a good way of stopping this heal from Dead Prophet, reduce the mech, and also slow them down, especially with the shrapnel.
We'll have to see, too, because Sniper, you know, I think his farm has really slowed down a little bit. You saw him kind of accelerating, and we've seen that from God King before. So I'm really wondering if that's going to be the big difference. Oh, actually switching off of it as I'm saying that. He's going to go for the full Mjolnir. So off the Scotty, into the Mjolnir, and
I guess he feels that
back to
more
Scotty,
damage is needed at the moment, that he needs to be able to blow up targets with the Slaughter Corrosive Haze on.
Rocket Flare sent top. That'll spot 3 heroes, as this Aegis has another minute 45 on it. JT picking up that Aether Lens. He had Shard for the moment queued up, but that's going to be the Aeon Disc procced, and that means the Lasso is away. Paparazzi able to just walk freely. So we'll join the rest of his team. They've got 5 heroes top here for Extreme Gaming. Maybe looking to fight. You've got yourself the Aegis, Chrono, RP and everything with the Exorcism too. But this Rocket Flare is really spotting and seeing everything that Extreme Gaming want to do. eHome are over bottom, just trying to take a tier 2 tower. As to God King's fortune, he is looking to just farm up and expand that fortune.
Yeah. Just got that level 20 extra. I mean, it's a headshot knockback. It's a good and a bad spell. If you want to hit someone, if you're knocking them back constantly, it means you need to get closer, but it's also very good against these heroes. And now some abilities that go through. Link is here that they can proc it with the snowball, with the sniper ulti, 1 corrosive haze.
So looking over 5-man smoke for eHome. They're close, nearby. And looking over with this smoke, are they going to make the move? Are they going to be able to...
Yeah, we're gonna throw it to a break real quickly. We gotta restart the stream, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
So welcome back to the game as Extreme Gaming up 4,000 net worth. They're going to smoke on a couple heroes here.
Huge team fight won by Extreme Gaming.
Full team wipe prior.
Yeah, Ghost getting ultra kill, almost a rampage, and they're ready to jump in.
Form toss, but the blink as well as the Walrus Punch. That sets him up for 2 heroes to just drop in this situation. Ghost getting the kill on a Salad. Ooh, Slither and Crush on a 4. Xiao Yu going in with the RP, going to be committed out onto Xiao Yu. They're trying to get the kill here onto the Slard, or they've rolled him
Look
back
at
with the
Paparazzi, he's
Shockwave.
in.
Yeah, he's in deep with the Exorcism, going after this Sniper. God King can't get out. They've got the Skewer in. They'll get the kill on a God King. Gwen experience. LWW falls as well. 3 heroes without buyback. They bump back on Salad. Salad trying to help out with the Cursed Crown. That comes through. They get the kill on the Salad with the Shadow Realm Strike. And the only one alive is Knight. Knight down to the low ground, back up out of the high ground, but he's going back into the Exorcism with BKB being popped here by the Bat Rider. He's on the run, and Ghost.
He was thinking about,
the
Chrono, and I believe that's game. They're
GG
gonna
is
call
called.
it. eHome's gonna call it. And Extreme Gaming looking very crisp today with the execution. There was one mistake. Ghost in the end gonna Chrono the Fountain just to show that he can still land it. It was a really nicely placed Chronosphere in the previous fight. Unfortunately, you did not see it, but landed a 4-man Chrono and some good positioning coming out from Paparazzi to be able to deal damage. Seems like both of these games had a pretty similar way how they were played out, where eHome was in the lead, but they were not able to capitalize. Extreme Gaming a bit more on point in terms of shot calling, when to go to Roche, how they protect, how they move around the map, and some really nice ulti plays, besides that one Chrono on a mid lane. Like, everything was on point. JT, I don't think we praise enough this guy, because he's been really performing good. Last game on Timbersaw, kind of silent. Same goes for this one as well, but also landing some crucial RPs on a single target that they need to take out first.
Yeah, so it was good positioning from Extreme Gaming, and I think both games kind of show the difficulties of working with a stand-in.
Yeah.
I think God King, he's got the right idea. He's certainly an amazing player, and for a long time he was ranked #1 in China. And you can see the hints of how good of a player he really is, but when you come in last minute like that, it's going to be tough to really find yourself clicking in with the entire team. So you see the eHome come up a little bit short. I think if you're an eHome fan, this isn't really so telling of where they're at. I think they did well against a team that's expected to be top 2. So Extreme take the 2-0, and to break it down further, we've got the perfect panel. Throwing it back to you guys. Take it away.
My perfect panel, you guys are going to break this one down for us, because there was a little bit of a technical issue. So there were some key parts in that game I feel that most people may have missed. So straight over, Syndrome is going to give you guys the full rundown of everything you missed from that eHome Rampage and onwards.
Okay, so I'll try my best. I don't know if I can do it in full detail, but essentially, so I believe one of the last things that the stream would have seen, oh, that's wonderful. I think one of the last things the stream would have seen was an 8k gold lead for eHome, I believe. This is then followed up by a team fight in which JT finds a nice RP. They get a couple of cleanup kills there. Extreme Gaming then proceeds to get Roche. So they suddenly more or less equalize the game, and they use this Aegis to win another fight and build themselves an advantage. And then I believe the stream will have caught the end here, where there's one final fight in the Dire base. They get skewered out on Clockwork and end up cleaning up.
Oh my god.
This was a total swing. Okay, so this replay, I believe the audience would have seen at that time.
Yeah, this is the Rampage.
So this is the Rampage for God King, and this is what sets up for eHome to more or less be in the driver's seat for this game. And they kind of just dropped the ball a little bit, and Extreme Gaming did a really good job at finding picks with the skewers, with the Magnus, just finding the right opportunities, the right time to get that Roche and then snowball the game. I would not have expected this game to end, first of all, with this result, with the game state they were in, but also with the speed that it did. It's like Extreme Gaming, from this point, they closed the game in 10 minutes.
I was going to say,
This is not common in this spot.
Like, how does a lineup like eHome get a Rampage, but then also be in such a vulnerable position that, you know, like you said, one good RP, one good team fight can just swing it all the way in favor of Extreme? Or, Sheep, is it a testament to Extreme and them sort of biding their time and really trying to play that longer game?
Well, past the point of that Rampage, it is getting towards the late game, and their lineup is very geared towards that. You have so many tools, like lockdown, stun, team fight, that allow you to just keep taking fights, right? There's not a lot of AoE control at all on eHome, so in these larger skirmishes, like you saw that fight with the Rampage, right? The Faceless Void had to have every single spell used on him, and even then, he wasn't actually chain stunned to death. He only died because he re-engaged and then kind of got peeped down. So they were in a pretty good position. They were farming well. I think they drew out the game to a happy point for them. And honestly, the lanes didn't go as badly as I thought it would for them anyway.
Yeah, that was actually the biggest positive for Extreme here, I think, is that they were drafted into a position where the lane stage could have gone really rough, but they still stayed afloat, and I think they were like 1k gold behind minute 10, which I think is completely fine for their strategy in this game. I believe we did see the replay just there of the comeback, actually. That was a 5-man team wipe that Extreme were able to execute, and you saw them already heading toward the Roche pit, and they did end up claiming that and then progressing the game from there on out. I think to what you said, Nat, about this game, the thing that's always dangerous when you're playing against displacement heroes like Magnus is even if you're far ahead, all it takes is 1 or 2 missteps from key heroes to get caught and everything can just turn on its head, and that's what we saw here. You need to keep your composure constantly and you need to keep vision. You have heroes for it, you have Bad Rider and Clockwork, so there's not really an excuse for not having the vision, but at the same time, Extreme Gaming, if they're on the ball, if they make some good smoke moves and they find the openings, you can turn these kinds of games around. And I mean, late game, I like the team with Mag Void. I don't know about you.
I like it a lot too. I like it a lot.
Usually got a good shot. It's just like eHome did set themselves up for success, and unfortunately, they made a couple of missteps in that mid game, and that can just end it.
Yeah, Extreme Gaming kind of showing up today, even with the unfavorable draft that you guys said they had in game 2 there. But eHome, what are your takeaways? If you're a fan, you're like, what are you holding on to, and what are you looking forward to the next time eHome plays, and that they could potentially change up?
I think they had a stand-in.
They did have that stand-in.
You can't flame them too much.
But do you want to use that as like...
No, I'm not using it as an excuse. I mean, I think they played good with a stand-in, right? But like, it's not their full lineup, their full capabilities. It would have been nice to see that. I think LWW on his Clockwork was very clean all game. This guy was landing like great initiations and moving really well. I'm pretty happy with this team and their progression. Just sometimes like, from past series and so on, sometimes they get a little bit carried away with how they take their fights and overcommit and die and don't take the right fights, and that's something they could improve.
I think something to hold on to as well is that their identity is going to be really strong against certain other teams, I think. Like, this is one of the toughest opponents. They didn't get rolled in either of the games. They looked competitive, I think, both times. So if XG is one of those teams that people expect to get top 2, top 3 in this region, this doesn't rule out eHome for a potential major attendance from a 4th position or a 3rd position. And even like against a team like LGD, it's not out of the question that eHome can win a series. I don't feel like they're out of their league completely. They're not favored, but it's not a series where I go in and I'm like, oh man, they're gonna wipe the floor with them, right? I don't think so. So I would say if I'm a fan of eHome, it's like, we played a strong opponent today, still showed up, and have a good shot at still finishing middle of the pack or even a bit above.
Yeah, we actually all did our power rankings for China, and I realized we didn't get you in on that one, Syndran.
Yeah,
so do you want to right now? At least your top 4. Who do you think is going to be making the major now that we've finished a whole week and a little bit of China?
So unfair. That's
I know.
I mean,
I know he does get the advantage.
I think it's fair to say PSG LGD, right? And I guess I would still put Extreme up there. I don't know if I'd put them 2nd at this point, but it's likely. Do I dare say eHome 4th? I wouldn't say it's out of the question. And then there's Aster, I would definitely have up there. It's hard to remember all the teams off the top of my head. I feel like I'm missing one big name here. Knights is a wild card for me still. Aster is a wild card. There's IG and there's Dawn, right? So I'm not missing anyone. I'll put eHome 4th. I like them. I think it's possible.
We take those.
We definitely do. There is an interview ready for us. Extreme Gaming taking this 2-0 means we're going to be talking to PYW, get some of his thoughts about this game. PYW, congratulations on a very swift 2-0 here. In game number 2, what was the communication like in terms of feeling that you were down a little bit in the early game, but knowing that you could hit the item timings later in the later game?
恭喜你拿下一个比较轻松的2-0。想问一下第2场比赛，因为一开始是处在一个比较劣势的情况，当时队内是什么样的一个沟通来确保自己中期达到了一个关键的点之后能够翻盘呢？
就我们阵容后期比较强嘛，然后虚空假面只要平稳过渡掉装备，后期对面那个火枪就不是虚空的对手，我们只要稳扎稳打就行。
So we knew we have a better end game lineup from the beginning. As long as our Void can get the item going, we knew we have a better matchup against Sniper.
Thank you. I would like to ask, now, obviously China started before the other regions in the DPC. Now that the other regions are starting, are there any teams that you are watching to try and learn from throughout this season?
想知道就是因为今年中国区是最早开打的一个赛区嘛，对于你们来说，现在其实其他赛区也开打了之后，你们自己有没有看一些其他赛区，或者会比较倾向于看一些哪些赛区去借鉴一下？
有吧， 最近比较看的就是昨天的西欧是那边的吧，主要还是看石头人那些西欧强队的那个比赛。
Yes, definitely. We watched a lot of West European teams and especially teams like Tundra and other strong teams. And yeah, we watched the game yesterday as well.
If you watch the Tundra games, then I want to ask, what do you think of Lena? Because right now she's getting first phase banned a lot in this region, and Tundra sort of figured out how to beat her a bit. What are your thoughts on that, Hero?
那就是再展开一下 Tundra 的问题，因为其实现在 Lina 的话，第一阶段选办都非常多，然后 Tundra 好像也有找到了一种他们自己就是去处理 Lina 的方法。你对他们的这种战术策略你怎么看？
我觉得他们的方法非常好用啊。昨天的比赛我刚好也看了，然后就觉得他们的处理和那种就是过渡掉那个妮娜的强势期那种阶段用就是处理的比较好，然后就是等到大后期吧，就是队友都有装备后，那个妮娜就没有那么强势了。
I think their way to deal with Lina is really smart. I watched the game yesterday as well, like I mentioned. The way they handle Lina, the way they drag the game long enough to pass through the strong phase of Lina and dragging to the ultra late game when everyone else has the items, then suddenly Lina is not that strong. I think it's really smart.
Yeah, final question from me. So obviously China is the only region I believe has a break in the middle of the schedule. How do you as a team stay focused during that break so that you're still in shape when the break ends so that you can perform in the end? And if you could choose, would you rather play all the games and not have a break in the middle, or do you think it's good for you?
那再想问一下赛制吧，因为中间我们过年有一段时间会休息嘛，也是所有赛区里面唯一一个有这个休息的一个赛区。那你自己的话是怎么想的呢？你们会怎么样去应对这种休息带来的这种短暂的这种休息的时间？怎么去调整？还是说你更希望就是去直接打一个连贯的赛事，而不是中间有这个任何的这种休息时间？
因为春节是在中国比较特殊的一个节日嘛，一般都会放几天假，但是我们放假也会进行单排来进行调整状态嘛，保证不影响年后的比赛状态，就是这种情况。
Yeah, I think it's Chinese New Year is a very special festival for us, so we definitely have to take a break. And but at the meantime we will try to play some solo queue. We try to communicate with each other to maintain our competitive spirit.
Before we let you go, I do have one more question. It's about your previous series that you guys lost against Asta. I want to know what was the focus for you guys after that loss and coming into this series against eHome?
其实还想再问一下上一场比赛打 Aster， 当时你们也失利了嘛？你觉得就是失利了之后队伍调整的重心是什么？然后有没有帮助你们到今天的这个比赛？
有帮助吧，主要是上场打茶队的时候，我们自己的状态也不是很好，然后很多东西都没有弄清楚。赛后看录像总结，发现了非常多东西，就是成长了很多吧，还有很多进步空间。
It definitely helped us again today. The loss definitely helped us for today's series. I think the match against Aster, we definitely had a lot of flaws. We didn't play our best, and we learned a lot from our replays. The way we could handle the team fight so much better, and I think we still have a lot of room to improve.
All right, thank you so much, PYW, for joining us, and congratulations on this win today.
感谢你接受我们的采访。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Do you guys have all of your questions answered, satisfied on what we heard from him there about this series and the upcoming format, I guess, with that break for them?
Yeah, I think the main thing that was interesting for me was the way he answered the last question, that he was like, because this is something the Chinese region has always focused on, his team fights, right? And he was like, okay, in our game against Aster, this is our main takeaway. We needed to do team fights better. We're going to double down on that today and really perform, and that's exactly what they needed to do in this game. If they don't play the team fights well here, they're gonna lose, because the lanes went poorly, or they went okay, but they were not favored. The first 20 minutes were starting to look pretty grim, and then it was that exact aspect of the gameplay, the team fight, that brought them back. So that's good to see, right? That means if they can claw back games like this from that kind of position, they could in theory, win almost any game, even if they're far behind against a team like perhaps LGD down the line. That's obviously a match a lot of people are looking forward to.
Yes, sir.
That's an improvement in only 2 days as well,
Yeah,
right?
for
From when
sure.
they first asked them.
Yeah. I like the answer he gave on Lena, but I wanted to know more like, are you guys gonna not ban
phase
it?
it.
And, are we gonna like figure it out a bit?
Hold your cards close.
Yeah, I was like, I'm sure they'll be looking a little bit more when it comes to scrims before we see anything like that in officials. But the first series done and dusted for today. There are 2 series though. Let's have a look at the standings very quickly. Extreme getting a win for themselves. eHome getting their first loss. Definitely a little bit of a shake-up in those standings, but there's still so much more Dota to be played, many more series to occur. But yeah, eHome now down there in 3rd, and Extreme bumping their way up to 4th, tying actually, technically that would be in 3rd with eHome. Not too much there though, nothing too crazy. Our second series for the day, if you guys didn't know, it's LGD versus Knights. We've talked about how hype it's going to be for Extreme to come up against LGD, but we're going to be seeing them play up against Knights. You two actually won't be joining me, so we have a little bit of time now before that series because it is a fixed schedule. So do you want to share some knowledge, some thoughts, impart any wisdom about both of these teams and how you expect that last series to go?
I mean, first of all, before we say that, I think the scoreboard that we just saw could be the final one,
Oh, okay.
top to bottom. I actually think the current standings are possibly the final 8,
And we're
which
gonna
would
see
be
too
kind of
much
funny if
shifting?
that's what happens at this point. I don't think there's going to be too much shifting. For me, PSG LGD against Knights, LGD have been a question mark. Like, okay, they're changing 3 players. How good are they going to be? They've looked really, really strong. They've looked on point. All of their games have been pretty damn one-sided. I think they've won everything in less than 30 minutes, I believe.
Yep.
So, it's hard to say that Knights are going to come into this as a team that has a good chance of winning. But at the same time, is a 2-1 a likely result? I don't even know if I would go that far.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Based on
I just
LGD's
think
games so
LGD
far,
are
yeah.
Really, they're the team to beat once again, which is refreshing to say because I think a lot of people are like, man, they're losing some of the heart and soul of this team, right? But with these replacement players that LGD have found, they've been looking really, really good. So I'm curious to see if they can keep it up or if it's just the honeymoon phase in the start.
Well, they haven't played against like the really tough teams yet. I think that's just the biggest thing. They look good because they're kind of playing the lower side of the bracket, potentially. And it's like, I want to see them play against Aster. I want to see them against Extreme. When we see that, then we have a better judge of like who's to beat. Knights, yeah, I like the players a lot on that team, but I'm not sure that they will be the ones to take down LGD.
They might not be. We won't know for a little bit. It is that fixed schedule, so there is going to be a longer break for now. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for being patient. We got our LGD versus Knights series coming up, our final series for our day number 5 here in China. Shake up on the panel as well. It's Kezu and T-Governor. I don't know why I went that way and then this way, but I did.
It feels good.
Alphabetically.
It happens.
Keep it silent. Yep. Keep it silent.
Hey, wait, it took you that long to get to K?
No, I just did it for a bit.
Okay.
just to clarify.
LGD, Knights though, after our alphabets, do you guys want to start talking about it? We can have a look at LGD. Over half their roster changed up, but it feels like the execution, the discipline, the style that we have grown to know LGD for is still very, very prevalent in this new lineup.
Yeah, I feel like, so it looks like you can change the players of the team, but you can't actually change the way that the team will play. And I think this comes like from the supporting staff with the coach of Jawed. I feel like he has a very clean and clear idea of what is good, what he wants his team to do. So I feel like it very much showed already in the 2 series that they already played. And I have some funny little story actually about their offlaner.
I would love to hear this story.
So this is a player that we don't know too much about. I think his name is pronounced Jiang Yu.
Yep. Correct.
So a few years back, he posted on a Chinese forum that if he hits 7,000 MMR, he will quit school and pursue Pro Dota.
How long ago was this, sorry?
3 years ago.
Okay, 3 years ago.
To give context, back
How old
then,
is he?
He is like 20 now. He's 19 or
Okay.
20.
To give context, back then, MMR probably around like 8 or 9k was probably going to be like the top of the top.
Yeah.
So it's not like nowadays where we're getting like the 11 to 12k.
So you said this at 17.
Pretty much. And then he was afterwards picked up by CDEC. Now he's in LGD. And even before that, he was super famous for his Brewmaster. And we could see it in one of the other games. Rushed the Blink Dagger, kind of owned the game. So, yeah, I mean, this is some ballsy stuff. I like it.
I mean, I like when pros actually give themselves like goals that are like obtainable, and
Yeah.
if they hit them, then you have the confidence, right? Like nowadays, I feel like if you're a player trying to become a pro, you need to probably be like 10.5k
Yeah.
to then be able to have the confidence to then try. Like if you're saying today, I'm gonna hit 8k and go pro, you're putting it bluntly, you're a little bit delusional, right?
Yeah, you
So
can't make it.
you can't make it.
8K is not enough.
Let's talk about achievable sort of accomplishments and goals, Knights. What are their achievable accomplishments that they're looking for today, T-Gov?
Honestly, after how PSG had looked so clean, I'd say taking a game off them would be a massive accomplishment. I think Knights, they're a team chasing for that 4th spot in the division. They lost 2-1 to Asta, and they've been able to 2-0 IG. So I don't think in any way they are the massive underdogs in this series. I'd say it's probably like a 70-30 to PSG.
That's fair.
And that actually sounds pretty good. Especially when Knights are the team that are formed for this tour. They haven't been together previously, and that I'm already kind of going, yeah, they could probably go to a 3-game series against them. Yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff.
No, for sure. Also, one thing I would like to see from Knights, so they have games that last very long. I think perhaps one of the highest average duration, whereas LGD have the shortest. So even if Knights, can't perhaps win the series, I would like to see whether or not they can match the tempo of LGD to kind of, shape up their early game and their mid game to then also like learn moving forward. Because I think against LGD, if you're not good in the early game, they will abuse you.
Yeah, and it's also like if you mess up on the draft, if you ever do something slightly wrong, Xiaowei is going to punish you. Like PSG, so far in China, in this tour at least, he's had like the best drafts, no matter what. I feel like there's not been a game where I've looked at PSG and gone, that could have been, it's like, it just feels so good.
Draft game 1 is on our screen. You talked about this tempo that Knights is going to have to try and bring to this series. They open up with the Lena. It does get let through. She was on the panel before, and she was talking about how we saw yesterday for Western Europe, Tundra sort of break apart this Lena. Maybe now China is understanding of it. They've seen it played out. Do you think that that's represented in their response with the Brew in the Hood?
I think we heard in the interview earlier today as well, in regards to how the Chinese teams want to play into Lena. It's don't play for the mid game, play for this ultra late game, and then just have multiple items, multiple forms of initiation and tankiness so that Lena doesn't feel like the 1v9 hero. That could be an option, but I kind of also just like the idea of make sure you have drafts that have execution power and multiple forms of backline jump. I think we've seen so many teams play against this first pick Lena where they have like one Slark or one Enigma, and it's like, that's not going to cut it. That's not a clean way of breaking open a fight. So I think PSG already with their opening, they have Chaotic Fight and Brewmaster. Lena can't really kill through all the Brewlings until 2-3 items down the line. So you're going to be able to actually just find her quite naturally.
Yeah, so I think this Spectre ban already from Knights is pretty good. I mean, most likely they saw what Tundra did against Alina yesterday, as T was mentioning. You want multiple heroes that can get on top of her. So I think Brew is decent in the lane against her. I don't think it's going to pressure the hero too much, but it's going to make teamfights very annoying. The lower your BKB goes, you can get lifted. Chain stunned, I think it fits very nicely with also how LGD likes to play. And very likely that they followed up with some maybe position 5 clockwork, something like this, for LGD on their opening pick.
Yeah, I'd like that. Just anything that gets a little bit more into the fight. Trying to think. What's nothing to say going to play here? Knight's already banning out his Pangolier, banning out his Ember. Because I feel like you just want, honestly, as many forms of jump as possible.
Yeah, some Void Spirit, Pucks, whatever. Puck maybe not, he's too low damage, I think. And I think these heroes where you can just press BKB, I feel like they don't threaten Lina too much. I think you want someone where it's like, if I get you in that 1 second, then it's hard for you. But they actually decide to go for Mars, and I guess, I don't know if they did it in this DPC yet, but LGD have played support Brewmaster before.
Okay, I was going to ask, I was like, is this a mid-Mars, or are we going to demote that Brew to a support most likely?
I think we could easily see it support here, and you know why he's played it a couple times, and because they have the last pick in the second phase, none of the ranged heroes really got banned out in this phase, so the snipers are still available, the drows, all these heroes that can potentially match that range of Lina, and when you're supported by the position 5, you honestly don't mind.
Titan Rubik as Knight's second phase here.
It's just nice. Like,
yeah.
First pick Lina, cover it with multiple forms of tanky frontline. Tree just through his positioning and overgrowth turnaround. Tide is like the king of frontlines. Rubik can just be super annoying. Easy spells to steal as well. Like if you ever get this, I mean, technically not that easy. Mars can always use Bulwark and you don't get Spear, but if you ever get the Spear, get the Bushwhack, you're going to be able to play on the fringe of the fight. And it just looks like a clean, leaner lineup, right? If you ever get to that mid game and play together, you can just hug each other and prevent PSG running in. But I still think some Slark type hero can be super annoying here.
Sure, like I think once again, anything that has the ability to jump, I think LGD is also one of the best teams at playing Alchemist. It could be a hero that they might consider here. I think it lanes pretty well against Tide. It has tempo. Something that I'm not too sure yet about Lina is that I feel like Lina is perhaps somehow she turned into a ranged Alchemist in terms of her farming speed, how fast she is on the map. So I don't truly know how this matchup goes. But having a carry that can jump into the backline is very good against Lina. Sven I wouldn't like as much because there's a Trian and stuff like that. But yeah, this draft is just all over the place. How can you call it anything?
I mean, so right now, it's like the vibe of some Mars mid, Brew offlane, Hoodwink 4, and Ench going 5. They pick Ench just to try and bully the Tidehunter.
Yeah.
And they have ultimate last pick in the draft. So I don't think they're rushing to pick up the carry hero. And like we mentioned already, there's the Alchemist option, because Knights can never invade jungle. Their draft is very
static, in a way.
Static, defensively driven. And then when Lina's online, that's when it gets the confidence to make plays. So if you have like an Alch hero, it is just going to rinse the jungle. There's still the Slark, been banned out by Knights. There's an Ursa as well, which you don't care about any of Knights' heroes. If you ever jump in, as long as you have Enrage, you can brush off these stuns. And if you lock onto Lina, you're going to be able to do the damage. So I think there's 3 or 4 options. Yep, there's the Ursa ban. Yeah. And now it's like Alch's the one.
Probably the next best option, yeah.
Exactly. And the Ench would secure that lane a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if PSG did go the Alchemist. It kind of depends what's Knight's mid hero.
Yeah, I was going to say, LGD are going to have overall last pick, so what are Knights really needing here?
I think ideally, once again, you have this type of... You have a very robust draft. You have your team fight, you have your hard carry. I think now you want a mid hero that can make moves around the map. Alacrity has been pretty good with these so far. You know, Puck is kind of chill. I think there's not too many kill opportunities on him yet. You have Silence against Brew. Kind of brings your draft together as well. I do think that Mars... So he's going to be mid, like 99% sure. He lanes pretty well against Puck, at least in my opinion. I think now this makes an Alchemist pick even better because the damage of Knights is very... I don't see them ever really bursting an Alch unless the Lina is like really close by, which is going to be way later in the game. So I think Knights' draft is a bit slow. And in my opinion, that's the pick that LGD should be going for here.
Yeah, for Knights at least, it's like if PSG does go for Alchemist, this Puck needs to try and punish like a lockdown on PSG and just play in the enemy jungle. Even if you're like sacrificing a little bit of farm, you're just preventing PSG finding those motions of stacking and doing things, like just prevent that one stack, prevent that one movement that then allows Lina to at least try and go toe for toe with Alchemist. Of course, you can never keep up, but yeah. What else could they actually do? Is there any other options really for carry?
Are there other considerations? Because LGD aren't just straight up picking the Alch, despite the fact we've already seen them play in the 2 series they've had.
I mean, they could go for like some range carry, perhaps like a Drow, but I don't like it as much. I'm looking like more at these melee heroes that can jump in. I feel like if we look at the draft a bit, that's also what LGD are aiming for. Having multiple strength heroes or multiple heroes that have the ability to jump or create chaos in the fight, I think is pretty good. So TA is an answer that we've seen multiple times now. We've seen it with the Brood before, which didn't work out so much. I think perhaps with more teamfight around it, with the Mars, with the Brew, and then the heavy physical damage, I guess that's like what teams really want against the Lina. But Lina to me seems like a pretty high armor hero, and he's paired up with the Treant.
Yeah, so for PSG at least, this is the type of pick where they're going to, from laning phase, if they win some fights, they're going to look towards Roshan, they're going to look to break down the map, and they still have multiple forms of jump. I think this is an easier TA game that we've seen from China and other regions, just because like the Brew, the Mars, these heroes, they'll open up the fight through just throwing stuff around. That TA gets to choose when to go in. So actually, I think this is a nice lineup from PSG, but from Knights, like you look at all their heroes, I think at least 4 out of the 5 are some of the strongest in their role right now. Like they're all extremely meta heroes, and we've seen just Lina dominate games, so that kind of gives Knights a little bit more confidence going against like the powerhouse that is PSG.
Is it Lina supremacy or LGD supremacy for game 1 then?
I mean, it's always LGD supremacy, but because of the Lina, I think earlier it was like, what was it, 70-30?
Yeah.
That might push to like a 60-40 now, just because.
Okay, much more even.
Yeah, but I still prefer PSG's lineup overall.
So I have slightly more faith in LGD. I feel like this was probably the best range hero they could have picked with the TA. I haven't seen it work out before, but I think if anyone's going to make it work, it's LGD and Jawed, so I got them.
Alrighty, it might just work out. I mean, LGD are looking very formidable at the moment. So we're going to jump into game 1 with Lyrical and Fogged.
Thank you so much, Nat. And Fogged, we've seen this a bunch of times.
Yep.
A really good team says, we're going to give away that Lina. You come up, you try and come up with answers. It was about 10 hours ago that we saw this happen in Europe, and it didn't go so well. I'm still like having flashbacks from it. Do you think, what makes this TA pick better?
For me, they have more well-rounded team fights. The games that we had, the TA with like the Brood Mothers, they tried to itemize a little bit to go like the Ags, Octarine kind of build. It felt kind of hard onto its face with all this team fight. This one looks better. They've got 2 initiating heroes that can go in first. They've got vision aspects from the TA traps plus from the Enchantress and the creeps, and they just have a really good lane for it too. I see an Enchantress TA versus a Tide Rubik. Could be a pretty tough lane for that Tide if they mess up at the start. It's going to be hard for them to actually pressure the TA. So
Yeah, and I think that that's something that we've sort of seen is I mean, obviously the focal point is always going to start with the lanes, but LGD, they don't stop from there. They just like completely dominate it and then look to just control the map. Is this the type of dynamic where with that TA we're going to see them like sit back and try and farm up, or do you think they can maybe go like that Blink Dagger style and try and play more aggressive?
I think he probably can just play a little bit more farm oriented because he has that Mars from the mid lane who is probably going to just be way more active. And TS always does play more active, and always have to talk about too the Brew, right? They're one of the teams that are always going to be opening, I feel like, with the Brew because they have one of the best Brew players.
Xian Yu definitely has proven himself on already this stage. I think that they saw that ward alacrity, just a guess, and Planet is going to give the high five, signaling that yes, indeed, I do know that your ward is there.
Alacrity's like, I'm going to pretend that I don't see the high five, haha. But no, they absolutely saw it. Give it to the tower there, so. Yeah, I'm always looking forward to seeing him playing his Brew, his Darks here. He has proven himself multiple times. And yeah, LGD, of course, have just looked amazing, really. And we're seeing this a lot, too. This Tidehunter picked into Brewmaster. I think it's 1, even 2 of the times versus it. But I'm always like, I actually like Brew versus Tide because you can just ignore him in a lot of fights. Also, Brew versus Tree. I think this is an underutilized aspect of Tree is dispelling overgrowth off of your allies. So
oh, wow, yeah.
Big thing that you can actually do with that Wind Panda to counteract. There's some players that are absolute gods, like on Brew, when they're using the dispels to literally do like any little thing, remove silence off of teammates, just anything like that. So eyes on that to perhaps switch things up in the fights.
That would completely destroy his hero if they do decide to go for that. But already, as everybody heads off across the map, it's going to be a trade-off of bounty runes. It looks like LGD is going to end up with 2 to 2 there.
Yep.
You know, it's interesting to me also. You see some of these like players coming over from Southeast Asia end up playing in the mids. Nothing to say playing now on this Mars. Alacrity, every time I feel like I've seen some of these players pop off, it feels like every Southeast Asia player has a mid puck, like, or even like a support puck or what have you.
Yeah, they're they're great at these like specialized heroes, these heroes that when there's like not enough disables for them, sometimes can just explode in this game. And hey, looking at this game, there is a bit of limited disable perhaps for the Puck, so Alacrity could definitely make some big things happen. But we'll see how that lane phase goes. I haven't seen Mars versus Puck since Mars has received all of these nerfs, but I would imagine that it's still pretty okay for the Mars.
Yeah, seems so far to be able to get last hits here, definitely. And Alacrity need to use that orb to secure it. With the Quelling Blade, always going to be tough to get that sort of damage disadvantage working.
Yeah.
But a D ward there onto the hard camp, so Planet, Jenny, they're going to have access to it if they want. XCJ moves in, and the big tree throws out the Sprout, backs away, and just going to try and bully him here if he can.
Very easy lane to kind of secure there for the Lina when you have tree and protection. Once the levels start coming up for the Brewmaster and Hoodwink, maybe they can start applying a bit more pressure, but early on, it always tends to be the start for Brew. It starts a little bit slow. Oh, they actually get that range deny. What the?
That was a couple of denies in a row right there.
Yeah.
Doing a really good job on Knights. I think also a lot of people maybe coming into this wouldn't have anticipated that much from this team, just randomly Knights, people that know about it. Then you start looking at these names, you're like, oh, I actually know these guys. And they are one of the teams that I was anticipating having a really good season. I think everybody in our crew was talking about this could be a breakout team. This is really the type of matchup that you would hope to see them perform somewhat well.
This is the test, absolutely. This is to see how good they are, because we've all been hyping up Ego. I think all of us have been really impressed by him. Alacrity's made some heroes shine that, well, we know that the heroes are good, but he's made like Viper Scale really cool with like some really interesting like Revenant Brooch builds. So up top.
Yeah, nice little start to this one. Shiro in trouble. That's first blood. Felix Chalba draws it against Shiro.
That's important for them to start out like this in the lane. This lane can get difficult for Tide if you don't have those first few levels versus a TA plus the Enchantress, the Impetus plus that minus armor and stuff. But yep, they find him alone for a second. They get the toss back. Felix has been... He's another one to highlight really for Knights. His Rubik has been phenomenal. The saves with the Shard constantly in all the games and always seeming to get those good opportunities of catches. Oh, Courier.
Nicely played there. Picks off another one. And he has boots coming out after that first blood gold.
That's big.
Needs to deal with the power of that Enchantress messing with him constantly. Planet, in the meantime, going to get a side pull off here on the bottom lane.
Did they get the interrupt? Ego, he's pinging for it. Oh, they get clapped on both heroes, and the wave's actually there too, so...
Okay.
Shield GD, it's hit hard.
Oh, and the courier goes down, so he doesn't get his boots. Well played by Why You Smile.
He has that lane ward there. Guess it did catch it beforehand. That will mean that Felix does get the counter ward here.
Well done, well done. So 20-3 in mid versus 12-2. So as you're saying, some changes there to Mars, but the base damage still really hard to deal with.
Yeah, no way that Puck can even bully by any means, of course. And Puck's also gotten some changes in nerfs and whatnot too, so definitely seeing that effect. There's nothing to say. He's been also every lane, I think he's been dominating, no matter what matchup he's up against.
He's been a monster.
Yeah.
I mean, this entire team has, but I mean, you get these types of kills here in this top lane. This is a great start for Flyby. He's currently top of the last hits chart. And, you know, Shiro, this is a guy that's kind of been completely dominating every game that we've seen him in so far. I feel like he hasn't even died that many times. Already one death under his belt and getting some punishment here by virtue of Flyby.
It's going to be a bit of a slow start for him, but he's a TA, so he will have recovery outlets. I imagine they're going to start getting stacks very early on. And seeing the Q up there from Flyby, I like this. He's got a little casual ring of regen. Wants to go for, of course, like this mech kind of build, but he's about to have arcane boots as well. So him and Felix, they're going to be able to continue to apply pressure because he's going to be able to fill up that mana of the Rubik. Let's see how they're able to do to continue shutting down this TA.
Get some punches there with Felix moving in. They have those arcanes, passes it over. So the Fade Bolt is there. Damage has the lift just barely out of range.
The gush.
Well, slowed, pulls him back in, and no, doesn't even need it. So they have the lift still for Shiro. He has to back away. Huge wins up top.
Yeah, great plays. Full free farm on the Tide, slowing down the TA. It's really just that big disparity in the mid lane right now for the lanes.
Yeah, that is the one that is sort of seeing the danger zone. And around that 6-minute mark, we'll see if these supports start rotating over. We can already see Felix making the move from top. Not sure if Nothing to Say is going to secure any extra help from his supports too. But now, getting close for that 6-minute rune.
Yeah, I think they can Perhaps, I don't know about if they want to move the tree as well, too, because you don't want to ever really leave the Lina too alone, because she is quite fragile. So, yeah, I think you can just play Felix over here and just leave the Tide now. Just keep rotating around those power runes and try to secure them for your puck. As the coil's actually at the ready.
This is really big for him. If they can get it, tries to get the kill. Can't get the break, though.
What?
Just barely out of range, but it's not going to matter. They still get the kill.
That looked like it was far enough to break it, but I guess not.
Yeah, the high ground, right? The changes because of that. I'm sure the Z-axis was the culprit.
Something like that. That was crazy. As Courier will get taken out, and Alacrity in the aggressive position is able to actually take the bounty run. Big moves. Knights 2K gold lead already.
Oh, why you smile? Wants to chase down Alacrity here. This is a little bit scary for him, and good jump away from Alacrity. I don't know if it's going to matter, though. They have Felix moving in. They miss on the stomp, and Alacrity just barely able to play his way out.
Huge plays. Really good. I mean, amazing start. And they can actually, looks like they can move a little bit away from the Lina. Just being able to make these early rotations is catching PSG LGD off guard. So lanes definitely looking Knight favored.
Yeah, this is super interesting. You know, I was thinking about this game when we were coming in and, you know, the way that Knights would need to win. And it feels like they have to sort of build momentum in game one and try and just go for 2-0. If LGD pull it back, if they're able to, even in this type of a game, I feel like any moment where they let their foot off the gas and it's going to be a problem. You can see Knights just continue the snowball.
Yeah, it's always, I mean, playing versus one of the best teams in the world, right? You always, one throw, one little mistake or something like that. PSG LGD has shown they always can make these comebacks. This, yeah, 2K, or maybe even a little bit more than a 2K lead right now with a Lina on the lineup. That's the important thing we always have to dictate to, is they've got this Lina. Although they do have some answers versus it with that Mars ult, with the Brew being able to get on top of her, as well as the TA at some points being able to get on her. But the start like this looks pretty excellent. I mean, this is going to be an unbelievably fast Maelstrom. Hard for Brewmaster to lane versus this because of that damage that comes in from Javelin. If he steps up, could just get stunned Lagunaed in 2 or 3 hits and he's dead. Yeah,
level 6 about to be there for Lina. And the maximum turret build, like you're saying, you have that Falcon Blade, you have Maelstrom. Who needs boots?
Yep. They can't make it to him anyway, and also she has enough movement speed just for Fiery Soul, right? So,
yeah.
Ridiculous hero. As of course we've seen time and time again now. How close are we there on the Brew Split? Brew Split's about to be online, so that's one that's going to be able to easily run down the Lina. So, ooh, actually does not get it. Planet is in the tree line, does sap a bit of that XP. It's one away.
Yeah, he's just out of range of it. And Lina, in the meantime, is retreating back to the rest of the jungle. They're going to keep tree down here to try and stop the pressure. So this is, again, one of the ways that we've seen Tree be really annoying is Laguna Blade.
Whoop!
Finds Planet, a couple more hits, dies to the Javelin proc. Really good stuff from Ego.
Just has that high ground vision there, so just watches the Hoodman walk into him, a freebie.
Man, what a good start. Nothing to say. Makes the move. Wants to run down Flyby here. Does have Ravage available and a mech. This is not an easy kill by any stretch of the imagination with Felix Chauba nearby. Have the coil, the rotation from Alacrity. Gonna start to fall. Ravage to boot. Shiro in trouble. Can they find this kill on TA2? You Smile shows up, wants to get a return kill on a Felix Chauba, but with the Brew moving in, that's Knight's turn to back away from there. Felix Chauba tries to TP away, but they get the lift up, and it looks like Flyby should be okay. Maybe, although Alacrity, he decides to go back in. So they kill Flyby. Shiro will meld, get out of there. They get the kill onto Rubik. So Knight's sticking around a bit too long, and LGD making solid moves rotating to protect their cores.
Big rotation from the Brew, and he has got the earn charges, so we'll be able to heal Shiro right back up. Find themselves some type of footing back into this game. I mean, again, losing the Mars after that excellent start in the laning phase. He's still actually looking pretty fine on net worth. He's ahead of the puck still after all those last hits and everything, even though he's died. So, all in all, a lot of that separation in gold is kind of just the Lina.
Yeah.
That 2,000 gold lead, it's like Lina and a little bit of that Tidehunter. Besides that, game actually doesn't look that disastrous or anything for PSG LGD. They're still in an okay spot.
Well, and you know, you think about what that was committed. It was Brewald, it was Marzold, all these things, and Lina the entire time is free farming. So, you know, they get a couple of consolation kills, but LGD, we'll see what they can go for. This is a nice kill right here, bringing down XCJ. Will be not caught by Bushwhack. And in fact, he's running it. Dude, this is not the way it's supposed to go for nothing to say. They chase in with Alacrity, trying to do what damage they can with Ego off to the side here. Trying to bring down Jianyu.
Alacrity?
He's still hunting, still fighting. He's caught by the Bushwhack now, tries to hide. does have another jaunt available and nothing to say. He's going to get chased down and killed. So Alacrity just zoning 3 heroes away as they kill that Mars.
And really trying to persist forward to kill the Treant, but look at the Treant. XCJ's full HP. The power of Leech Seed, power of Living Armor. There's a reason this hero is getting first pick across several different regions. He's obnoxious, and you try to punish him, and then it just turns completely onto you because you can't actually finish him off.
Knights. Why you smile?
Steps up.
See there, LSA barely going to connect, and with the overgrowth right on top of him, John Yu, he's going to fall. A quick move in for the kill, nothing to say. Has to just run away after. And a great start for Knights.
Amazing start. Quickly get right back into increasing that gold lead. 4K quickly after these last 2 moves. And Tide Ravage is at the ready. As you mentioned, he has the mech too. So can look to maybe make a rotation up there. But yeah, Knights making all the right moves right now. There are some stacks starting. They are late though on the side of PSG LGD. Planet has just started them, so only a double around the Ancients and Hard Camp for that TA to catch back up.
And you can see, I wonder if Why You Smile takes the, okay, he thought he might take the Troll Creep to try and do some damage to these towers, but instead the Mana Burn. 4,000 gold lead right now, and stacks being built in the Radiant jungle too.
And Ego's actually, instead of going for those stacks right now, he sees the tower top open for an attempted push, and he's going to go for it. So he will have those stacks to go back to afterwards. And continuing to make these really nice moves in PSG LGD. They've got their ults at the ready. Where are they going to look to hit? Because they have to start getting some type of momentum at least back toward them. Because, yeah, this Lina is going to just out-farm the TA at an immense rate at this point.
Right. Well, and the one thing that you mentioned again, and why this TA pick can be good if it works out later on for them, is that they have a tremendous amount of team fight on LGD. And we haven't really been able to see that work together in perfect concert yet. It's been Knights that's kind of one step ahead.
Yeah. The slow start is definitely going to be problematic for PSG LGD versus this Lina, this Tree, this Tide, this also immense amount of team fight that there is there. It's flyby.
Dude, just TPs in and says, I don't care. I don't gotta worry about this at all. Nothing to say. Moving towards him too. XCJ is nearby, has the overgrowth, and again, Mech, does he keep him alive? He pops it finally there. Has Ravage available, but super low, and Flyby is going to die. Didn't pop the Ravage. Back up in 30 seconds. Alacrity spots a couple. They try to break the coil, but it's not going to work. Still taking down this Hoodwink, but not fully enough for the kill. Suddenly, LGD with more numbers, they really get the punish here.
They brought all 5 so quick there, and there you saw the break from the Sharpshooter versus that Tide. Unable to get Kraken off, so he can't get a good Ravage situation, good max. And they even find the Tree too. So PSG LGD, they find themselves kind of back in the game. Still 3K gold advantage, but they're going to be able to get this tower. And Shiro on his way toward a Deso, so his timings are all going to be salvaged.
This is what you want to see if you're a PSG LGD fan. And Alacrity, he's trying to get towards a Witchblade eventually to get that extra armor to survive against it. But it's really feeling like Lina's going to be the one that has to get those carry boots on once she gets in towards that BKB or what have you.
It does not look it doesn't look on paper the easiest for the Lina, although on paper hasn't really mattered too much for the Lina. She's been just doing great in all matchups. But yeah, there are a lot of ways for them to get on her, and yeah, we'll see how that ends up happening. As Deso soon on the horizon for PSG LGD, and it's always going to be in the back of the minds of Knights is the Roshan at some point pretty soon. They have to be very careful how they do use some of these long duration ult cooldowns.
That's a good point, yeah, because Roche very capable of being taken by either side here. TA obviously significantly quicker with that Deso. But 14 minutes in, and it does feel like maybe that could also set up for trying to take one of these tier 2 towers so the reinforcements can't come as quickly. We'll see. Knights head through, spot nothing to say. Does he spot them? Thinking about stepping forward here, just out of range.
That ward is in range, essentially.
Okay, I
so
see him now.
Get taken out. I think they did catch it. Yeah, I did catch some visions for a second, so should be okay on NTS.
Oh, their ward is just out of vision. So now they see that it's there, and they'll be able to get the D ward, I think. Oh, maybe not.
Scared to step a bit too far forward. Get caught by the Ogre Smash.
Dude, it always feels so dumb when that happens to me. Like, really? I couldn't have seen that coming?
The amount of times I see even pro players TP in front of it.
Right.
I think there was like a Saberlight clip a few weeks ago where he did the same thing. Ooh, nice deny.
Why you smile?
Economy game.
That's what you want to do. Well, again, back towards mid. Offlaners holding this one down. Farm Fest to get into the next set of items. Greaves done along with the Casual Cloak for that Tidehunter.
Blink already on Brew, so they already have one outlet to be able to jump right into the face of that Lina. And it's back up, the split, so they could look to make a move. Right now they are prioritizing finishing off the Dessa, which I think is coming out right now. And now they're going to look to make their hit.
Yeah. Who are they going to find, though? As they head on through the jungle. Up top is Rubik. It doesn't really look like there's anybody that's an easy target right now. Tree and Rubik, the only two on this side of the map. They're going to TP back out, head towards mid. And it looks like a smoke ink that won't be able to bear any fruit.
Top tower is under attack.
Buying time. Feels like they just want more and more time for Shiro, since they did have that bit of a rough laning phase right now, just looking for any type of kill. Don't want to go for a straight maybe 5v5 team fight, but if they have numbers, then PSG LGD could look to take the fight.
It does sort of feel like things are starting to tilt back that direction. Nothing to say. Get the jump out, and now the spear, it's going to be there right away. He's gone. Oh. No save at all. Flyby was too far away. They get the lift up onto Tide. Can take the fight around him, trying to bring down that Rubik. He's going to land in just a moment here. Pops the Grieve, keeping alive that Rubik, but with the chase coming and another lift, I mean, they're just gone.
This is what happens when you pick Tide sometimes into Brew. You just get ignored, thrown in the fight constantly, and then they just commit for the other two. The build from Nothing to Say coming into play immediately. The Yules catches the puck right away. He lands, gets that spear off onto him. And yeah, they brought numbers this time, but they're now they have to back away. No ults available. Back out to farming. Things have been completely stabilized for PSG LGD. They're probably feeling pretty good now.
Well, and now getting eyes for Ego onto that BKB. You got to start sweating a little bit. Maybe a little bit concerned about how these next couple of minutes could go here. As, like you said, things swinging back into the favor of PSG LGD. And it's sort of just waiting. Like, if they can't get anything done right here, when the Brew splits down, when, you know, Mars Arena's down, it's feeling a little bit rough for Knights.
They should be able to. Now is the time when they should go aggressive with these ults on cooldown. Flyby is very strong. So, this tower, likely to drop.
Couldn't quite get that deny there from the Hoodwink. Up top, Alacrity. He's hiding off in the trees, as it looks like some of the rest of Knights is heading up there too.
They're waiting for him to jump in. He knows, he's aware.
Tree nearby, just out of vision right now. Alacrity, they spot him immediately. And there's the dodge away. Can they slow these heroes down? Planet, gonna throw at that bushwhack, and that's the end of the chase.
Both teams very aware of each other. It seemed like they're kind of reading the movements. There you go. Soon, it's about to be finished. Then, yeah, he can look to get involved, and then fighting around the Ravage with the Lina. That's going to be something else that PSG LGD is going to have to deal with.
You look at that. Grove Bow for Lina, Grove Bow for TA and Specialist Array for Lina. That is both a couple of really good neutral items for him.
Yeah, Shiro also just hits 15, so now he's got the attack range as well on top of that Grove Bow at exact same synergy timing, so does have that crazy range even on a TA. I say crazy range, but it's crazy for TA.
Yeah.
Give it a little bit of credit.
So I'm curious now, how do these fights look for you where it can go well for Knights? Because every couple of minutes we've just been seeing LGD drop their ultis, get kills on one or two really valuable heroes. What do Knights need to do?
If they can get the initiation and burst the Brewmaster before, like with the puck getting a catch, then they can start with this big advantage and they can sequence their Tide ult, their Tree ult, etc. However, if LGD gets the initiation, there could be this situation where the Tide's just thrown in the air the whole entire duration of the fight, and things could get a bit scary. But with Ego, with BKB, they're feeling confident to make this aggressive move.
And John Yu, like you said, that's what they needed to do. LSA connects, they kill him off. 30 seconds on the sidelines, and
they try for this.
They're thinking about it.
They're pinging it. I think they will. They got a Brigand's Blade on the Lina, and they're gonna have that gush, so that minus armor is being put into play. Will PSG LGD know this is happening? And will they even look to contest?
A couple of seconds left until Brew is back up. You don't want to buy back here. Yeah, and it looks like they're going to get this one for free. Tier 1 tower getting taken at the same time by PSG LGD. So that's something for them. But Knights, they're going to claim the first Aegis after getting that Brew Snipe.
Always feels good to get that. Versus a TA lineup. Now you have it on the Lina, so not only just has a BKB, but also has that secondary protection. On top of having that tanky, Tidehunter in most fights in the front line. There you go. 6-0.
Yeah. He's had a really good game. And I think now we're probably going to start seeing more and more of that domination with the BKB. Can feel a little bit more free to run in these fights and be there with the team. Still, like you were talking about, has to be careful about getting caught out. But there isn't that much BKB piercing disable from PSG LGD.
Yeah, there's none. None whatsoever. They just got the straight physical damage, at least, that pierces through. But whoop, that's up.
Good blink away. Keeps him alive. And the rest of Knights, the exception of Flyby, heading on in. Does he decide to go here? The rest of the team moving in that direction, but no. Just going to catch the wave. Try and play the farming match until this Aegis expires and see what they can do as far as damage mitigation on their objectives.
Shiro's keeping up. They're neck and neck. Look at these net worths. Like,
yeah.
Everybody's just about even. It's pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah, the Brew is a little bit behind there, but I mean, again, it's like these top cores are the ones that really matter. And, well, in fact, Brew jumps in. He can make something happen here. This would be huge. With Enchantress already dead, he can get the kill onto this Rubik. But Overgrowth, okay, maybe he can't. Never mind. The Greaves are there, and now Jianyu's in trouble. Has the lift up onto Lina. This is pretty good with Shiro on top of him, but they've already lost and used a lot for this. So Brew trying to run away, Flyby, saving that Ravage, not opting to go for it. Nothing to say. He has Blink and Arena. Drops it down, catches XCJ. Brew, he's jumping in too. Ego thinks about fighting this one. He's still hanging on to that BKB. He's held it for so long. And it looks like without the rest of his team nearby, he's just going to have to go back to farming.
It's crazy how much the Bruce Split's able to just do that. I thought maybe the Lina's able to hit it, but he just throws the Lina up in the air over and over again.
Yeah.
So great stuff there from Xiaoyu.
And of course, if he does pop BKB to try and hit the Brew, then Mars comes in afterwards.
Exactly. So both teams really quite aware of how these fights are going to be dictated. And we saw there that Brew thing that we were talking about earlier, right? The dispel on the root instantly. He's always allowed to keep going aggressive.
Tree armor on top of it for Lina, sitting at 2200 HP at the moment, and much more to gain as more items are going to be coming out soon. Nothing to say, pushes down bottom. They're still positioned up on the top side of the map.
They want to start getting some tower pressure. They want to get some type of pressure play with that Aegis, and they want to take advantage of Bruce Split and Marzo, being down. So looking to make this move forward. Alacrity in the area with Coil.
30 seconds on Bruce Split, and Arena about to be back up. As they throw out the Illusory Orb, doesn't quite catch there on the planet, killing the creep wave, but Tier 2 tower going to go down. At the same time, Enchantress creeps doing what they do. The Troll Summoner, very annoying to deal with.
He's been trying.
Yeah.
This tree arm is just stalling out these pushes quite a lot here. Otherwise, I think PSG LGD would have gotten this bottom tower already. But still keeping it neck and neck, 12-9, less than 1k lead. How long on this Aegis? A minute 30. Ults are all going to be starting to come back up very soon.
It is interesting. Like, two of the heroes that people are thinking is like the best in the world, this Tree Lina, and Knight's able to get both of them. LGD really wanting to test themselves in these games, it feels like.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I feel like this is the most popular duo that we're going to be seeing until teams really start to figure out how to deal with it. It just looks... It's good at all bases, right? It's great for all stages of the game. BKB piercing disables.
Gives you everything.
Good in lane, it gives you everything. Tide TA gives you everything.
It's, yeah, top side. Mars is there. Do they want to go on him? Yes. The jump, the connection, the coil, and Yule Scepter keeps him alive for a moment, but only a moment. As they bring down Nothing to Say. They're just not letting him do anything on this lineup.
No. They keep killing him. He's still keeping up in farm, though. But, yeah, they are shutting him down significantly. Getting close to BKB, that's going to help a lot so he doesn't just get coiled and get brought down. But they're doing a great job of recognizing the fact that he is still relatively squishy.
Yeah, needs to get into one of those other sort of big defensive items. BKB is on the horizon for him, but eventually, too, needs some armor. Game is hard right now for LGD in some ways. Do you think that they're at all like super concerned about it right now, or do you think that they still feel like their timing is later and they can sort of get there?
I think they're still pretty fine. This TA is keeping up, right? He's level 19. Lina, I believe, was even below that. I believe Ego, actually, they saw, level 18. So Shiro, he's keeping up. He's doing excellent, if not even surpassing that. So I think they're fine with all this. I mean, sure, they would have liked to come out of the lanes a little bit better, but they've got team fight. They've got scalability. Don't think that they're the most fussed.
Well, you can see getting into the Silver Edge next, so they'll have another break to use besides just the Hoodwink ulti on Flyby.
That's cool. I like it. Because that one can't be dispelled.
Right.
So, you know, of course, Silver Edge can't be dispelled. However, Sharpshooter can be. Those Greaves early on are always going to make it a little difficult for them to just go for a burst play. And now, Smoke again. They've got every ult ready. Knights, they want to keep this pace up. They know what type of advantage they do have right now. See who they catch.
Heading over trap. Smoke covered them, though.
Look at Planet's positioning here.
Yeah, he's so ready for this. Immediately jumps away. Really well done on that hoodwink.
The positioning is the important thing,
Yeah.
right? Because he's playing... Ooh, actually, that ward is not going to catch the obs either. He's playing between the area that he expects them to kind of smoke to and his important hero, that TA, who is showing down bottom. He knows that they're trying to catch this TA, trying to slow down Shiro. So if he just plays there, then cool.
Oh, gets a break and some damage. I was wondering if TA was still in the area or not, but doesn't look like it. So Ego is going to TP up top now, try and play together with his team, see if he can find anybody there. There's the Enchantress.
Why?
Oh, God.
Oh, my. He'll be all right. And he keeps doing it. He's been doing this every time he gets a creep. He just sends it onto a tower to beat on it. Slowly whittling them down. Does get living armor, of course, but...
Oh, and this.
The Ags is up.
Yeah, this is going to be real annoying for him.
This will always allow him now, even without Bruce Split, to help his allies with those dispels and or throwing up the Tidehunter or throwing up the Lina. I mean, there's so many different functions that Brew can always do to prevent big team fight.
Needs to be careful about spending too much of that mana. I guess they probably have Arcane Boots on somebody, but it's one of those that can be kind of annoying. And of course, the lift up onto Flyby, whether or not they want to go on them, they could just be annoying.
Thinking about it.
Ooh, a little bit of a weird way to go onto that one. They miss, though. They don't get the break. XCJ right on top of both of them. They get the lift for a second round of this.
Alacrity.
And Alacrity is the one that catches onto all. Gets the kill onto that hoodwink. Enchantress goes down as well, and they're chasing. This Brewmaster is in death's door. Can he get the blink away? Doesn't look like it. Orb inside of him. No way out. Knights just looking solid.
Beyond godlike on Ego. They tried for a pretty, I mean, it looks like a pretty risky kind of play there for LGD. They try to go like the spear back, they cancel, they kind of miss, and then they actually miss the entire go, as you mentioned. Sharpshooter ends up missing. Total disaster for them as they have to just kind of waltz away, but Alacrity catches them.
That looked like it should have hit, to be honest. It was so close. But yeah, this is, you know, if that initiation doesn't go well, the turnaround is just instant.
And I like the flyby. Actually, I mean, he held on to the Ravage too, so now for the next fight, he still has that available. Knights continuing to impress. Blink Dagger also on the Tide, so now he's got a way to get into the TA and just talk about quick little itemization things too. He's gone for the Halberd afterward, or before he did get that Blink Dagger, so whoop. Felix. He's got a great method versus TA on that Tidehunter. So yeah, they're ticking all the boxes. They understand exactly what they're playing against. It's looking really good, but LGD, they're keeping neck and neck, at least with net worth.
Oh, and BKB off cooldown, 2 seconds away before he dies. Oh, God, that hurts. And you know what else? I wanted to give a shout out to Ego here. Still hasn't used that BKB. He's been incredibly judicious with it in a couple of fights and just knowing that he can hold it.
Look at you with these words, judicious. I like it. There we go. Yeah, they're very confident. You can feel it the way that they're playing around the map, the way that they're constantly hunting NTS. Like, they're making nothing to say really suffer this game. He's keeping up with net worth, as we keep saying, but 1, 5, and 4 is a rare sight to see for nothing to say.
It's almost crazy how much they've been able to keep up with net worth, despite how often it feels like they're just being bullied around the map.
Yeah, the TA's able to just keep up with the farm.
Well, an interesting moment here for Knights, who were definitely coming in as the underdogs. And you think about now where we're at with them, things looking pretty freaking good in this game number 1. They get the lift. Do they have...
Didn't blink the refraction in time.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate there.
That can actually change a lot of things here now. So Bruce Split's back online. PSG LGD with that Ravage being used could look to perhaps make a move.
They're thinking about it. They don't have Mars with them, though. And lift up on the flyby.
So annoying.
It really is.
Seeing Y is constantly throwing the Ogre Frostmage armor onto all of his buddies, so making sure they're a little more protected versus that Lina. The little things are definitely going to be the things to look at in these fights.
Yeah, they need whatever they can get on it, honestly.
And now they do have a Silver Edge, so they've got that secondary break. Also, didn't point out that Shard was purchased earlier for the TA, apologies, but versus Puck, that can be problematic. And now, yeah, LGD looking to try to take advantage of that Ravage being down.
Move in to the high ground. They're all there. And the Bruling won't be able to spot anybody. A counter smoke now.
Rosh, 20 seconds. Ravage will not be ready around that Rosh pit.
They still are very strong, and instead it's going to be a haste.
Oh, I didn't know the scan actually went onto the primal Ags illusion thing. Good to know.
They spot nothing to say. Silence onto him to start. Rosh 8 seconds away, not going to use the coil there, but recognizing their positioning. And of course, when Rosh respawns with that trap in the pit, they're going to know full well what's going on here. Shiro. It's the break. Gives a little, hey, how you doing? And they back away. Yeah, this one is super tense. I mean, this could be everything.
This moment is the most important part of the game. They're going to start, it looks like, perhaps. They take out the wards. Gleipnir.
LGD, Felix Chauba jumps in. That would have been a great Ravage. Doesn't have it, though. Rubik already dead. He has to buy back. They need everybody in this fight. Break onto the Tide. Tries to run away. Gets the Lotus Orb off, actually. And now the lift up onto Lina. Did not pop that BKB yet, and in a lot of trouble.
Ego.
The control, but the overgrowth is there. Do they have the Dispel? Didn't end up popping it. I think that Bruling died.
I think it did.
But with Tide already dead and no buyback. Oh, good Yule Scepter lift up.
Oh, he stole Primal. He stole the split.
Oh my god. Oh my god, all right.
So that could be pretty huge. And they're going to call it right away. They're like, uh-oh, now we perhaps can't actually commit for this Rosh. And that's going to give time maybe for Ravage to come back online.
They want to do this fight before Tide's back up. 20 seconds.
They want to catch the Rubik. They want to make sure they can get him before he gets split off.
That would be a dieback for him as well. But need to be careful about that angle of initiation. Alacrity throwing out the orb. They walk forward, don't spot anybody quite yet. And really heads-up play by Knights to keep their positioning in a good spot. Alacrity hits that Panda, almost killing it off here, and Felix Chauba runs in. He's got the ulti out and trying to force back LGD, doing a good job of it.
Yeah, it looks like he just wanted to use it to give a blanket for their timing, for their ults to come back up, right? Puck has the coil ready. Also, to point, Puck bought a Lotus Orb, so it does have a way to remove the silence from those TA traps as well, too, so they're all kind of covering each other, and Ravage is back up. So now PSG LGD, a bit more hesitant to just run in.
And at the same time, they're going to try and get some counter pressure on the map down bottom. Enchantress keeping that creep alive and hitting away at this tower with a catapult. But seeing that, they decide to head right on in. Ego beating down Rosh.
It's dying fast.
They see this Bruling coming into the pit. Ego there kills it instantly. So they won't have one available. And Brew Split still 20 seconds away. They've got time right now. That Bruling dying is huge. They get the Bushwhack out, connects onto both of them, but the BKB Ego gets the Aegis in time, snatches it away from nothing to say, and now trying to kill off this Bruling. They get him down, they get him killed. Huge win for Knights.
Great way of taking all these fights. Like, they're even just, I think they had vision at some point just to see where this Brew and the angle of the Mars coming in, so they're constantly poking and stopping their Blink Daggers. Nice play. And yeah, excellent play from Ego. Very quick on the fingers with the BKB that time. No messing around. He's able to claim that Aegis. And now they have Ravage, as we saw pointed out. Also, the Shard was picked up by the Tide, and he's 18.
God, this looked like it could have been their moment, and it was so close to being there.
Ooh. You know what actually also happens here that didn't call it in the moment, but when you jump in Mars ult, when you have that tree down from the Bushwhack, it actually cuts the tree. So it removes the stun, which actually allowed Ego to get that BKB up before the spear hits him.
Wow, that is unfortunate.
That's big. And now a Rax advantage. They also just find Planet by himself also. Looking to continue, but they don't actually have a creep wave just yet, so they're back up.
One is coming in mid there. And I mean, the reality is there's not much that you can do in that instance. You can't spear somebody to Rosh on that side, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that Rosh pit is a trap. You never want to use... They never get latched inside of there. It always shoots them out. I mean, he can do the crazy play where you spear into Mars ult or something. But either way, he's going to have a frame to get that BKB on the Lina. But
right.
Yeah, a little bit of anti-synergy, of course, with that Bushwhack, Acorn plus Mars thing.
Well, AC completed on Lina.
Oh, boy. The turret, it's there.
It's so strong. Yeah. And I mean, you know, you pick this TA ostensibly to try and counter Ego, get that high damage out there here without that much armor, but I honestly don't know if I've seen them hit each other almost at all. It feels like the TA has just not been able to find Ego.
Shiro's done a good job of playing on the outskirts of the fights. That's the thing,
right.
because he can't actually commit in. He knows if he commits in, he's just going to die. So some I mean, good plays from him still, but they're still just falling further and further behind from the macro game from Knights. And yeah, talking about the AC plus living armor, I mean, this Lina is sitting at in incredible amounts of armor. I actually don't think that shows as much as he does have. I think he has more than that. I'm not sure.
I mean, yeah, it's enough.
Either way, he has a lot of armor. And he's got Greaves, so.
A little lift up here. It's going to be standing tall, Planet. Spots fly by.
Radiant's top tower is
And
under
dropping
attack.
down some stuff there. Ego tries TP out.
Up top.
Ooh, nothing to say. Gets the coil down, BKB there, and just going to TP out. So will dodge away from the damage, but cost him a BKB charge.
Yeah. Will they be able to do anything now that Coil's on cooldown? They still have to play into a plethora of ults. But it feels like maybe they kind of have to. It does feel like they're starting to fall kind of further and further behind, even though they're still like looking decent on the net width. You're feeling this power of Ego that when are they actually going to be able to deal with him? Because at some point he's going to have a Satanic now next too, so he's going to be able to hold his ground.
Drops the tendrils, finds why you smile, and trying to escape here. Gets the lift up, but they're making enough time for good old Ego to come on in and finish him off as the silence, the connection for the kill. He's too strong.
He's too strong. I like how he also doesn't stun the Hoodwink. He stuns the Brew, the Brew
Right.
Wind Panda instead just to make sure. I like it.
I mean, that is the one thing. Like, everybody talks about how good this Aghanims is, but it's a pretty big cost if you end up losing that Panda. You know, it goes on a really long cooldown, 70 seconds without it.
There's not a whole lot of heroes that can kill it at the same function as a Lina, though, right? Lina, just the speed that she kills it is insane, especially at this point in the game.
Doesn't have the most mana in the world right now for Ego, but does still have that Aegis for another minute with the creep wave in. He's ready to start beating away at this tower.
31 armor. Not too afraid, but nothing to say. He has a refresher. This could be something that turns it all. I don't think he has mana for everything, but
Needs to get some help. Down bottom, there's some counter pressure being applied on to the tier 3 tower. Tree armor likely will go there, although they're putting it mainly on Ego right now. Pops the BKB, jumps away right at the start. Can they kill off this Lina in time? Broken, dead. That's Aegis down.
did they see the refresher? Nothing to say he's going to go for it again.
Thinking about it. Go backs out of there. Still sitting comfortably. The jump in from the Brew. They're going to have a lift up onto the Lina. Takes her down. Now another lift up. But the jump from Alacrity silences onto 2. Gets the coil onto 3. 2 of them there. Not too bad. But they kill off the Wind Panda yet again.
Both teams being so patient to not overextend their bounds.
And with Brew ulti down now, things are looking kind of rough. Oh no, the counter synergy again! It didn't work the way they wanted it to. Keeping that BKB alive, they turn now, have to walk inside that arena. The second
Stolen
round
arena.
of it. Stolen, it catches on all. Oh, look at the damage! Knights! They just unloaded, and everybody's gonna fall. Shiro has to get the heck out of there. LGD didn't know what hit him.
Beautiful symphony of spells. The stolen Marzul to trap him in. Ravage. They call it.
GG.
Damn.
Holy moly.
What a showing. The whole game felt like it was dictated, really, from Knights. PSG LGD were just kind of hanging on, keeping up with Farm, but never looking like they can really take a head-on fight. This was an incredible showing, really, from Knights. Everybody doing the right thing. Like, nobody looked like a weak link on their side. They always were kind of dominating the map and just causing LGD to just get further and further behind.
It was really cool to see that play out. And again, like for me, thinking about this match coming into it, I think most people were anticipating a 2-0. LGD's just looked so good in the games that they got.
Yeah.
But if I remember right, Shiro was playing Lina in a lot of those.
Yeah, he played Lina and Alchemist, I think, in a couple of them. So,
I mean, again, people coming up with some answers, and I think that that's something to think about. If they don't get their heroes, are they coming up with answers that can solve the problems that they're putting forward? Because they're like, this Lina's crazy strong, and it turns out that they didn't have the tools to deal with it.
yeah, and I think we're going to maybe be getting to the point is there a solution? Is there an answer to the Lina? Maybe it's not just the Lina. I think the Lina tree definitely unlocks a whole nother bounce because there's so much healing, there's sustain, BKB piercing, give her that extra armor that she's kind of lacking in some situations where TA in the past versus Lina, you could be pretty good because you can get on top of her and you have the high physical burst, but if this Lina's tree armored the whole time, you can't actually get on her, can't actually go for this play because you'll get rooted. So seems like Knights, they covered all their bases, and PSG LGD, they're going to have to either ban the Lina or figure out something else to work for Sid.
See which they decide to go for. For now, let's head back to the panel, see what they think's the best option.
What do you guys think is the best option? Yeah, I'll just take Lyrical's question.
Well, I think the most easy option is that you ban it. I feel like for now what people are doing is they have some ideas and they're trying to run down like, okay, doesn't work. Okay, doesn't work. Next one.
I was excited. I was like, all right, you know, we saw it happen over in Western Europe. Lena kind of get disassembled in a way. They were able to have drafts that could break her down, but we finally see it in China not have that priority be first picked. I was like, yes, it's LGD. They clearly have this figured out. But it didn't feel like the LGD we're used to seeing. This was just a whole different team and not in a good way that showed up today, T.
Yeah, gotta give a lot of credits, I think, to Knights making PSG look like this. I think especially this Tidehunter pick was the reason why PSG was always on the back foot. I think here's a perfect example. They're trying to go for these initiations, but to kill off the Tidehunter, to break open the front line of Knights, to find the Lina, you need to perfectly chain all of your control, all of your breaks to kill off this Tidehunter. He has Greaves, he has Halberd, he has so many ways to survive that if you don't perfectly kill him off, it's near impossible to take the fight. And on top of that, you then have the Treant Protector behind covering. You got Felix Chalbar on the Rubik again, just making these insane plays. So for Knights, we mentioned it in the draft, their draft is robust. They picked 4 out of 5 heroes that are literally maybe top 2, top 3 heroes in their respective roles. And for PSG, they went a little bit more unique with their picks, a little bit more skirmish hungry, and they just weren't able to execute because of the discipline from Knights.
Yeah, like I think it goes back to when you know what the enemy team will pick early, you can try to like draft an idea around it, which they tried. So they wanted to let them have Lina. Take the Brew, also kind of knowing that Tree is coming up after. Brew can deal with the Treant's team fight, you can purge the armor, but I still feel like that Treant covers Lina like just too well in the game. Heroes that want to jump Lina, they get rooted during their BKB. Heroes that want to kill her, he gives them the bonus armor. And then this just had this really nice lineup with this Tide around it. They had a very nice rotation early on, also by Felix into the mid lane where they slowed down Nothing to Say's game. They also got the first Roshan against the TA lineup. So honestly, Knights, this is a very promising team.
Yeah, I mean, everything went well for them, right? Like the fact that they win all their lanes and it allows Alacrity on this puck against no major CC to play with confidence. I think the story of the game was Nothing to Say, unfortunately finishing 1-7-6, but he was trying to make all the moves. He'd move top, he'd go bottom, but every time he makes that move, he runs there, Alacrity's TPing into the lane, instantly coiling. Puck is probably one of the best heroes at counter-aggressive plays. You push out mid, you make sure you have resources, you wait until you see someone making a play near your side lane tower, quick TP, coil, you completely turn it around. So yeah, again, I just feel like Knights, they had a really robust draft, and they just didn't fall victim to PSG trying to be a little bit more quirky with the we'll poke you, we'll prod you, and we won't allow you to maybe make those plays.
What could we have expected or hoped to see from LGD in order to kind of break open this a little bit more? I know that you were saying that Knights were really great to be reactionary every time Nothing to Say rotated, but there could have been some amount of shakeup for LGD throughout this game in the ways that they were playing and utilizing this map.
So I think that, first of all, him getting killed early on mid kind of slowed him down a bit. And also, at the same time, in the safe lane, there are some issues with the Ench. I think they died a couple times. I didn't actually see the first few minutes that well because our TV broke.
Yeah, that was...
How did that one happen, Tigo?
That was my fault. I turned it off, so my bad, guys. I didn't mean to. I was trying to, fix something else, and through fixing this, I broke that.
It caused another issue.
The domino effect, Same domino effect when PSG, they pick up the TA. That tumbles into them not being able to play aggressive early on. And I think that's also another thing that we mentioned. Against Lina lineups, the best lineups are the ones that can fight, that can take the jungle away. And I think, sure, TA versus Lina, TA has high range, you can, equal the farm. It was, top 2 net worth with all these 2 heroes. But I'd love to see them maybe put priority on picking that carry earlier. I think PSG was second pick, when they close out their second phase, they could have Slarked, they could have Ursed, they could have maybe Out, but again, that's probably the more uncomfortable of the 3. But they pick Ench instead. They give Knights 2 more bans to protect this Lina. And I think when you see a Lina this early, you know it's most likely going to be carry. Pick up these cores that can close out the jungle, that can take the fight, and put a bit more pressure. Don't allow this Lina to finish the game 13-0-6.
Yeah, I think they didn't break the Lina. Instead, they picked the budget Lina themselves, even though they have counter pick. And yeah, I mean, Knights played well, had a good draft, and this is what's going to look like.
Definitely a result from game 1 that I think a lot of people weren't expecting, but it's not over yet. A game 2 is going to be happening after this very short break. Welcome back to our final series, LGD up against Knights. We've had game 1, went to the way of Knights. If you guys weren't tuned into that, it was definitely a rewatch, right, Kazoo?
It was
Not
a
right
good
now,
game.
though.
Sure, we have to wait a little bit, but yeah, I think it's.
exists though, so you could do it now if you want to. Just watch the continuation of the.
But then they wouldn't hear what we have to say.
And that's important.
But the VOD will, because they'll just go back in time
No,
and then they'll just be.
you know
cut.
when you click on the VOD, it only goes up to the time that has been broadcasted when you click on the VOD. So if they clicked on it right now, they would never see what I'm about to say in 5 seconds, which could be really important.
Yeah.
3,
2,
2, 1.
Game 2 is coming your way because the draft just popped up on my right-hand screen. And it's going to be very important. We're going to talk about the bans because, Lena, first phase ban now. Is there the importance for her knowing that Knights have first pick?
Yep. There it is. And we get 3. Oh, I love the fact that Knights, they're the team that basically forced Viper into the first phase bans because of Alacrity playing it, being super scaling on the hero. And on Knights themselves, they're banning out. It's like, we've kind of created a little bit of meta ourselves, and we now don't also want teams to be able to play it.
Well, I think it's because they also place a lot of priority on it. We had that interview with Alacrity, and he's like, what kind of really beats Viper at the moment? I mean, there are some things, but yeah, they place a lot of high importance on it. LGD picking up Ember Morana, very much a different style, different opening to what they had last game.
Yes, we have seen them play the Ember before. Nothing to say, of course, doesn't really need to be explained too much. He's one of the best Ember players. I would like to point out one of the first bans, actually, from Knights, which I like a lot, is the Phoenix. It's a hero that's very good against Treant. I also think LGD love this hero. They're one of the best heroes at playing it. One of the best teams at playing this hero. And Knights, I feel like they've had like 2 or 3 very successful openings in this DPC, and Treant SF is one of them.
Yeah.
And they got it again.
Extremely robust. Multiple teams are trying this out, and it just secures your lane. I think, again, for PSG at least, they've played with the Ember Mirana. It's often been this like keeper light as well. Maybe Knights look to ban that out because it just allows the pace of the game to be super high. But yeah, you already see like just the win rate of Treant, was it? Yeah, 87.5%. It's a bit unheard of having, of course, early on in the season, but that honestly might go down. I think maybe to like, let's say, 70%. But I'd be surprised if it ever like goes all the way. Wow, that's his Nevermore.
Yeah, Nevermore.
Not
It's
Shadow
a-
Fiend.
It's a cooler name than Shadow Fiend.
I know
let's be
that's
honest.
a throwback. Jeez, I mean, I'd never played Dota 1, but
Nor did I actually.
that's kind of cool.
Well,
Nor
like
did I.
20 games.
Kind of hype.
LGD gonna have first pick coming out of here. The Rubik, we just saw Knights do really well on it. We know LGD have it in their wheelhouse too. Do you have to ban it if you are Knights, or are you like, that's okay, we can let them have it?
I feel like if you're Knights, you would not be, I would say, too afraid if LGD take it. Rather, you'd be like, hi, if you don't take it, we will. Because Felix has played it. He's only played 2 heroes in this DPC so far. It's only been like 7 games, but it's been Rubik 4 times, and the other times he's played Mirana.
Yep.
So he'd be pretty happy if he can get his hands on Rubik, as Mirana's impossible, as LGD already have it.
That's true. I feel like for Knights
Very
at least,
astute.
again, PSG can't really ban out Rubik themselves. If they want to respect it, they can, but you can already see from like Ember Mirano, they're scared of like the grouping, the push, the siege, because a tree Shadow Fiend, if in the safe lane, that will 9 times out of 10 just farm, you know? And now if you think about the other lanes, you need to stop that pressure as well, because if safe lane's gonna have pressure from Knights, you don't have the same thing as game 1 where all lanes are applying pressure, especially when you're going for like a skirmishing lineup. So yeah, their bans right now are all just kind of tankier heroes that kind of put some emphasis on lane, and they actually go back for the Brewmaster. They're not too disheartened. I think in that previous game, it did a lot of work. Of course, throwing around that, you know, the Wind Panda, just kind of lifting people up, being annoying, instantly dispelling, especially against Treant, you're able to basically have 2 dispels, right? The one from your clone and the one from your actual split. So this tree doesn't feel too good in the team fights if Brew's in the right position at the right time.
I feel like Knights can just go for a very similar 3rd and 4th pick, the 16-17 from them here. You can go Tide +1. I think it would once again solidify your team fight. This is also pretty much the cookie cutter way of how Knights like to draft, right? 1-5 and then the 3-4 in the next phase.
It's just Rubik +1. That's
Sure.
basically what we're going to see here, right? Yeah.
You could see a Mars plus Rubik or whatever. You have the early BKB on him. You have the Tide that kind of comes out. I feel like Flyby so far, I've liked him most on the Centaur and the Mars. And I guess the Tide as well, so they go with a little Tusky.
That's a change-up, that's for sure. I mean, Brood is a hero that has been first phase banned in all the games, and now it's gone all the way to the 2nd phase. And when you think about PSG's opening heroes, sure, you have okay heroes in like the fight to some degree. Like you got the Brood to make things chaotic, you got the Ember to find him, but like they just don't have damage to kill Brood, especially when you get to Greaves. this is going to be a pretty scary lineup from Knights. They're going to group up around this Brood, like around 15 minutes or so. When you take over that jungle, everyone hold hands. If it's a mid-tusk, actually, go Deso, Falcon Blade, go Blink later down the line potentially, and Knights are going to be so formidable in these fights.
Yeah, I feel like once again this Knights draft is very good. It reminds me a little bit of the Liquid drafts we had in the Western Europe region, actually, where they're drafting from first pick, and I feel like they're really setting the pace, and they're making it pretty hard for the second pick team, which in this case is LGD, to kind of like respond to it and keep pumping out the right answers.
And also PSG 2 games in a row now, their final pick in the second phase is their position 5. They've let that that support go all the way to the end, so we're not seeing that utilization of 18-24 being like some Tide Hunter and then like a PL or something, or a Tide Hunter and then a Slark or us on the last pick. Something that kind of goes, what have we done now? PSG, they're drafting a bit more core heavy in the opening. So yeah, so I guess at PSG, they are looking at second pick in a different way, but also Knights, like Kezu just mentioned, they are being so aggressive with their picks. They're not trying to be flexible. They're not trying to surprise PSG. It's just, this is the lane. This is what we're trying to achieve.
Like in some of the other drafts where LGD decided to do the same thing, where they picked the core out of phase, so then pick the support later, I feel like they had higher impact picks on those slots. Like they had an 18 Phoenix or a Silencer to close out the phase against like a Enigma or Phoenix lineup. Where here the CM is like yeah, it's nice, it's good for your draft, but it's not like a, oh damn, you know, we got you type pick.
Do you see this being most likely a mid-task? Because Knights are going to have to solidify where that's going first, and LGD are going to get to react to that. So do you see them putting it mid, post 4? What is going to be the best so far, knowing the 4 picks for LGD?
I feel like mid-tusk carry Shadowfiend, and then you're picking up position 4 last feels the most comfortable. But PSG's ban, they're actually banning out a Faceless Void. They're respecting that Tusk just go support SF mid, still opening. Because I think with PSG's lineup now, they presented a lot of skirmish, and that will always fall flat at some point. They don't really have objective siege. Sure, the Brewmaster split can provide that with the Earth Panda, but they don't have clean ways to take fights and then take the objective after. So I feel like for PSG, they might just respect the flexibility and try and take away cores that will eventually just completely destroy the game later on.
Yeah, I think the SF could definitely go mid against Ember. Maybe what is this?
Ooh, we got the puck again.
So we have another puck coming out, which is good, you know, nice answer to Ember. Has a okay lane. Laning strategy isn't too good, but the in-game matchup is pretty great. For LGD, I feel like they need a pretty robust last pick. There's a hero we've seen, you know, kind of pop up sometimes, which is Spectre. I think it actually is very good against Brood. You can eventually just sit there with either Vanguard or Blade Mail. You're up against the SF. You buy Manta versus Treant.
Run it back, go for the out into the Brood with the Spiderlings. Just farm them up. You don't really care about that pressure. You can defend your tower. Again, like it's the same thing as last game. Knights don't really invade the jungle. And if you have this AC buying carry, it might be that extra little something to get you over the edge of the big fights. And it's been one of Shiro's specialties, at least. It's the Lina, it's the Alchemist. Lina's obviously is banned now. We're not getting to see the Ursa. Like, we need something from PSG that can just join the fight and just get into the middle. If it's one of these like fringe engagement heroes, you're not going to be able to have a fight because Knights, they're going to play together. And PSG can't get in. Like, you basically, your carry needs to be self-sufficient. If it's a carry that needs protecting, it's going to be difficult. Sure, they go for the Spectre, but yeah, it's good that they picked a carry that can play his own game. Like, he doesn't rely on, like, it's not like some Drow type hero. Obviously, we wouldn't see Drow, but it's not this type of hero that is like, okay, let's hold your hand throughout the entire game and really get you through.
Yeah, got to get you all the way to 25 minute mark.
There is a timing that LGD need to survive in this game. And it's like the SF, BKB, Broodmother, Greaves, plus whatever next item he starts building into. If Knights can snowball from there and like take Roche and ball up the game and really push forward, I think that is definitely going to be their win condition. But if LGD are only behind like a couple thousand gold at the 25-minute mark, then I would have them winning the game every time.
Yeah, I feel like Roshan's the type of thing where PSG, they know Knights will get it at some point for free. It's like, how do they play the map around it? Whilst they're taking Roshan, are they skipping waves to delay that kind of Aegis play by another 30 seconds to a minute? And if they do that, then again, Spectre on paper should have a great time in this game once you get past that. But I think how Knights played in game 1, this is the same style of draft where if they play with that confidence, they can take over the map and just punish PSG. They've proven that they're an equal team to PSG now, and they have a draft to be able to shut out PSG. So a lot of emphasis on Knights just performing well again.
Yeah, well, all of our questions are going to be answered. We're jumping into game 2. It's going to be Lyrical and Fog DN.
Thank you so much, Nat. Fogged, I always love it when there's a very clear idea that each team has.
Yes.
And both Kazu T, they were talking about it. Delay, get Spectre big. And on the other side, take down towers, take down objectives, just make them hurt, which they did really well in game 1.
Yeah, and they do have a similar kind of style of draft with pressuring on these lanes, right? The SF, you're going to have that presence at 15 to minus tower armor and stuff like that. That's probably one of the big windows with the Brood kind of taking over the map. So, yeah, they're going to look to play fast and definitely have to play fast versus this lineup. Not to say, though, that... nothing to say. Not to say that PSG LGD can't play fast and match also. Right. They're 4 heroes, the CM, the Mirana, the Brew, and the Ember. They can match the aggression pretty well, while Spectre just kind of exists in that bottom lane. So, I don't know. I kind of like the way LGD set themselves up this time around a little bit. But,
a
little early on that one. There you go.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, tip him out. His own teammate. Dude, Felix is so spicy. I love it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
He's like, that was a free kill, man. If I was on SF, I had that, but he's messing around. All right, well, they won't get the kill, but a good aggressive play to just kind of start their dominance. I like that.
Yeah, that was really nice. I think one of the things that is a good sign going into this is having that sense of humor on nights to have a little thing like that pop up and just give them a tip, make fun of them a little bit, right? Break the tension a little bit. They're on the verge of 2-0ing LGD here.
Yeah, they're definitely in high spirits. They've been honestly, they've been the most impressive team for me because they're the ones that I didn't have that much. I didn't really know too much how well they would look. LGD, we all were like, yeah, they're probably going to be pretty good, but we all were like, they're not going to be as good as last season. So, yeah, Knights has been the most impressive team for me. And Ego has continued to shine. Not those races, of course, but throughout most of these games, he's been incredibly impressive. So let's see how this is all going to kick off, because we do have some similarities, of course, from last time. We have this Brewmaster versus Tree versus Puck. So same thing still stands on the Dispels that we talked about. Can have this huge impact with it. And easier forms of rotation, it feels like this time. Last time, this Hoodwink Enchantress, tough to make all these successful moves all the times, especially if your lanes aren't great. CM Mirana are always going to be able to have an impact, always going to be able to do something, even if the lane does go poor.
Well, and likewise, they also are very capable of getting picked off and bullied by Alacrity, depending upon what that positioning looks like and how the rest of them are covering each other. So definitely set to be a high-octane game. Not that many long cooldowns that either team really has to play around. We're sort of Requiem, there's the Brew ult, obviously, is one of the big ones. But it's going to be interesting to watch how they try and play around that, if they can bait that Brew ulti. John, you obviously had a pretty good time last game. We'll see if you can replicate that again and maybe find a little bit more success.
They also have a really cool function on the side of Knights, is the Coil plus Requiem. Yeah. The fear into breaking the coil to start initiations as well, too. So could look to always want to be able to keep that on your eyes there. As bottom, this is the one thing about this Spectre pick. It's a pretty free lane. He's playing versus 2 melees with a CM at his back. Shiro should have the dream. So to set up a Spectre like that is usually a pretty good sign.
Well, and this is the big question that I have, is that it feels that there's this proliferation constantly of ranged carries getting picked in the safe lane that just become this unstoppable monster. And we're seeing a similar type of thing here with the Shadow Fiend for Ego. But one of the other answers that's occasionally looked good has been a Spectre getting on top of them and then trying to also pick off those supports. So I want to see if they can actually make this style of gameplay work with the Spectre getting onto that Shadow Fiend.
It does. It looks pretty damn good, because they have the natural item build that he can build. I think Kezu was the one touching on it. You just go your Manta, you go your usual items, and we saw Skeeter do the fun Manta Hex Ags kind of build. Right. Look at that versus a hero like Puck, right? That could be absolutely just spectacular to crush him down. So, and looking at the Puck, we didn't touch too much on that mid matchup, but we've seen this one before in the past quite a lot. The Ember always has a good one. Felix.
He's taking a good chunk of damage there and forced out of the lane for a second. Didn't have any points up in Desolate, but just the combo of the CM and Spectre and throwing that dagger, it's kind of annoying to play against.
Yeah, and Why Smile has just gone for the farm build. He doesn't really care about getting too many kills down here, as we saw pointed out there by our beautiful observer. The Arcane Aura at level 2. Could have maybe had a kill there if they didn't have that, but I don't think that's not the purpose of this lane. This lane is farm Spectre. Sure, if we get some kills, fantastic, but...
Yeah, free time to get whatever he needs, and of course uses that Frost Nova as well to get some damage onto that range creep, but he's in trouble now. And Flyby, Felix Chalba, move on in, give him a hug, and Flyby, the one that draws first blood. Dangerous place to be against the Brood.
Yep, stepped up too far to use that nuke. If he still has the Nova, when they make the go on him there, then perhaps he can survive because he slows the attack speed versus the tag team. But had already used it, gets punished. Good move by Knights.
So far, very even across every lane. There's only a couple of CS separating the two of them. Why You Smile does move on in and get a bottle refill for nothing to say. So that part's pretty nice and able to actually bait out the phase shift there as well. Thought about he was going to go for a sleight of fist or something.
He's kind of bullying this lane. It's 16-3, but it's 18-5. Nothing to say. We've seen this matchup a lot. Puck versus Ember. In the game, Puck is very good, but in the lane, Ember usually ends up being able to bully the Puck a little bit because of that physical.
You can see that reflected in the CS slightly.
Yeah. Felix is making the move over. I like this because he needs to help. They're actually looks like they're sending both supports, perhaps.
Oh, interesting. Shard's not quite going to block him off. Wants to get in range for that rune, but he's not going to be there.
He gets it.
Oh, he did.
Felix takes it away.
Dude, what? How did he get him? That range was way too big.
And now the tag team.
And the chase. Nothing to say. Dude, think of how different that could be. And they're not even going to get the courier kill here. Planet forced to use the leap charge away. And picks up the bounty rune. So nothing to say. No bottle refill. No bounty rune anywhere on the map. I think he's going to need to get another refill from somebody or something.
He just might. Yeah, that's painful. I mean, it's a great move. I love that that Knights identifies that, right? They're like, okay, you know, they just filled the bottle of Ember. Alacrity's into some trouble. We have to help him out.
Oh, and Felix, he stuck around a bit longer. The tag team, the Shards, very well played. Wow. And Alacrity gets the kill. Knights just doing a quicker job rotating in their supports to help.
Felix just on fire. 0-0-2, but those two rotations are super impactful. The way he sets up for the CM and the way he just lingers. They did not expect it at all. I thought he'd left as well. I was starting to look at bottom.
Oh, and that's big too now because CM's taking over the mid role. He can actually TP back bottom or top if he wants to and make maybe some more aggressive plays happen. He's very free right now as we get closer to the 6-minute runes. And of course, with Brood down there.
He's pushing away Shiro.
Dude, Knights, are they going to 2-0 LGD? Can you imagine?
It's early to say, but no, it's looking pretty good. I like this build too. He's got a little bit of a different one that we see usually on the Brood. I think most of the time we see the Arcane Boots, but an early Falcon Blade, and then he's going to go into the Arcane so he can play around his insatiable hunger. And if the CM's not there, Shiro can't lane. And look, Felix, he's just around mid lane again already. He already puts the ward down. I think he's recognizing perhaps that the puck's going to hit 6 first, so it could look to just make that heads-up move again onto nothing to say.
Doesn't want to draw any XP away from him, though. So instead heads off towards bottom a little bit here. There is still a Mirana skulking in the area, and it looks like they're going to try and get lucky as the courier is brought down. And where is it? To Hasterin up top.
Alacrity not going to be able to get that one, but we'll get the 6 from mid. But now that there's going to be a Hasterin on the Ember Spirit, probably can't actually set up for the kill.
Really fortuitous there for him.
Look at Flyby is being
super
annoying.
I mean, this is pretty rough for a Spectre. You're getting zoned completely off the wave, like almost out of XP range right now.
Yeah, I thought he'd be able to get that much better farm, but with them forcing the rotations from the CM, it's actually very impactful.
Yeah, Shiro, I mean, he's not getting any help right now.
Nope.
Felix is moving in, and in fact, if Shiro's not careful, he could die. So no help for the Spectre. Going to have to play catch-up in some other avenue.
And Brood's almost 6 already. Who are they going to send to deal with the Brood? You know, usually you see some type of hero like a god, like, you know, your Mars, your Legions, etc., something that has this constant great clear versus the Spiders. They kind of need 2 heroes to occupy down here to be able to clear out Spiders.
Well, and it's interesting, too, because we've seen a lot of Broods picked in that first phase, but you were mentioning during the draft, they got it 4th.
They did. Yeah, I don't know if LGD saw it coming. Flyby. Arcane Boots now done as well, so the spam, it's going to be constant as he's about to hit level 6 as well.
We'll have to watch and see if LGD can hold on. But already things getting a little bit scary. Just going to spam a couple of abilities out there onto Shiro. Make his life miserable. Oh, dude, are they going?
They want to keep applying the pressure here. Another nuke going to be thrown out probably from Flyby. He's going to use it on the creep to build it up. And now rotation's coming.
This would be big for him. And in fact, the Brew is there. They have the Cinder Brew. Tries to blow him up. This is the rotation that they needed. So Flyby will get punished for his over-aggressive play. And actually, to get the lift on the Tusk, too. Felix Chauba, he's in trouble. Has a snowball. Gets onto the Brewling, but the chase, the hurl boulder, in some trouble. And they will be able to bring him down.
Big move. Saw the same exact rotation from the Brewmaster last game. Does the exact same thing as... Oh! Yarrow!
Needs to get out of there, though. Coil drops everything. Remnant, Chase. Didn't connect onto him, I guess, and now nothing to say. Trying to find the kill to get it.
Yeah, I guess he only gets the coil
Did
onto
he
the
slight
Miranda
dodge
there.
it?
I didn't quite. Maybe he did. I didn't quite get to see immediately if he did.
That
That's
was
big.
crazy.
Yeah. And it's important, though. Just waiting for a second. Looks like they were looking for perhaps a dive. And it a super aggressive one
Dude.
is PSG LGD's draft. We're talking about how they like delay and they want to set up for this farm for Spectre. It's, you know, when it's even footing 10 minutes, I think that PSG LGD would be very happy with this type of game when they're playing versus this Brood fourth pick.
Yeah. And now getting that time to sort of catch back up on the spec. We'll see if they make another big move. But yeah, good decision making by the side of LGD to head on down here and stop Flyby from just completely snowballing away.
He's
With
gonna
that
need
said,
help, though, on the Brew. They need 2 heroes to deal with these spiders. Brew alone.
Felix still taking a lot of damage with Planet nearby, and with everybody respawning, it does look like they're going to be able to force back Knights on LGD.
He's happy, though. Brew split to kill a Tusk. I'm sure
Yeah.
he's like, all right, but now they will be able to turn and get the tower. It will be finally finished off. Arrow.
Yeah, no more glyph there. And same timing as the Blade Mill actually comes out for the spec.
I'm still very impressed with the way the Knights are making these moves happen. As yeah, 2K lead here for the start, and applying a good amount of pressure, building themselves a decent advantage versus that Spectre. It needs to continue growing. They can't really take their pedal off of that, or take their foot off the pedal at all in this one. They have to keep trying to apply that pressure onto Spectre, and look to play around this Brewmaster cooldown. So 100 seconds, see where Felix looks to go, because he seems to be that dictator of aggression.
And indeed, it's going to be down bottom. They've got the spiders. Obviously, they don't get the tag team damage, but can still start to bring down the good old Brewmaster. Why You Smile tries to stop him. XCJ right on top. And another spider jump and gets the kill. And Coil.
Another one.
All right, they find themselves the CM. Why You Smile tries to get out of there, but it won't happen. He even uses Overgrowth. That was a little bit excessive, but still, they get a couple kills down bottom.
Yeah, the AoE isn't that massive. I mean, it's pretty big, but doesn't quite get him. 3K lead. Just playing at that fast pace, identifying that that Brew split was down, realizing that they can look to play more aggressive versus this LGD draft.
How much can they get? That's really the question for me. Can they really try and shut down the farm of Shiro, keep him forced out of the jungle and wherever it is he wants to be, getting that farm on?
So far, so good. They're doing a great job. They've gotten majority of damage onto the mid tower. They got that bottom tower, and SF, yeah, Ego having a really good time.
Yeah, has the Mask of Madness Dragonlance with the Falcon Blade, Wraith. Like, this is just all straight up right-click blow-up damage.
Yeah.
And queuing up the BKB. We're after it. Now, does look like Tusk going to be left behind. Does he have a way to break it? No. So Felix draws the ire of a couple, gets out.
Felix is a menace. He really has been. He's been part of 7 of 8 of those kills for his team. Just always seems to be the one that is. Yeah, he's playing versus Zhao Wei, the director, but he's the one directing the game. It's been really nice moves. Now Brew split though back up, a little bit more reluctant. It looks like on the side of Knights to try to pressure here, and Flyby trying to get some information with some spiders.
Yeah, I think going for a solo kill on Brew down bottom is not going to happen, really.
Ooh, he broke the smoke there with that waning rift forward, and now an instant smoke. They want to try to shut down Shiro.
Okay.
It's going to be a fight here, though, it looks.
Why you smile? They break smoke, I think. No, not quite. Now they see him. Requiem of Souls comes out. The arrow is going to connect. But with the snowball and then the chase forward, that's going to keep him alive and fine. Wants to turn now, do what damage he can, but no BKB.
Ego.
Way too much damage. Ego going to fall. Can they get anything off the back of Alacrity here? Doesn't look like it. XCJ goes down. They kill Felix. And showing the power of just popping a bunch of oldies.
Yeah, showing up with the numbers. We see the instant dispel on the trio. I think it lasted for like a quarter of a second. You see how little damage it did there, even though it caught 3 heroes. Quick dispel, and they just blow everything up and get onto Ego. This is the blink reveal from the Brewmaster. Just gets right on top of those targets.
And as we can see here, a really good decision after they go in to, you know, pop Requiem, try and counterplay the fight, but in the end it was just way too much, and without BKB, Ego is very fragile.
Yeah, and it's, I didn't even see the DD Ember as well was there with a, I believe right before he has Maelstrom finished up. But yeah, they get on top of that SF, and now seeing that gold lead that they did build up, it was 2K, but they needed a little bit more versus Spectre. PSG LGD, Shiro, soon to be at the top of the board.
And this is very much feeling like their comfort zone at this point. And for Knights, how do they want to try and play this out? Do they need to group together, or are we going to see them just try and farm up until they get into that next set of items?
Feels like they probably do just have to wait until that next set of items, but that's not the way that their draft is kind of built to play. They have to play faster, or they're just going to get outscaled, out-team fought from this Brewmaster plus Spectre. So let's see where they look to make of it with next, because you know, a couple more of these fights where things go south, that Spectre's just going to dominate this game.
Trying to find some kills here onto these supports. They get down a ward, find him in the trees, and Planet gonna get ran down and killed. So Felix finds that kill. While you smile, gets away. But yeah, very much, you know, the support kills going back and forth doesn't feel like it matters nearly as much as when those big team fights happen and the cores are going down.
Knight's draft just feels like it has to play with like so many less mistakes. Like they have to just play a lot cleaner, where PSG LGD's drafts feels like they can actually make a couple of these slip-ups and they'll have that backup of the Spectre core always to be able to rely on. So Knights, it has to be a very clean game for them to be able to take this one. With only a 1K lead at 17 minutes versus a Spectre draft, got to be a bit careful with how they play around it. But they do have overwhelming team fight. They just have to be careful how they play into that Brew, as he can kind of dissuade most of that team fight.
I'm wondering if we might even see that one get banned out early. I mean, obviously there's a ton of different heroes that you need to take out of the pool, but he has really looked quite strong. Even in that last game, he was like the centerpiece of the draft in so many ways. And, well, they find themselves another quick pick-off here.
Felix, 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 every time. He's always the part to start that gank, him and Alacrity.
Making the good moves for their team. Has nothing to say, is getting towards his BKB. Brew a little under halfway to an Aghanim Scepter. But Philly's picked up now. One on the tree.
That'd be nice. He's going to Blink Dagger really early on.
Oh, Shiro. They want to go and do anything pushing this tower. Yeah, looks like as soon as he spots there, yeah, Alacrity just jumps away. Very strange next couple of minutes here, it feels like, where it's Knights just wanting to go but not being able to, really.
Having to wait for Ego's BKB.
Yeah.
I think they really recognize that they will close the gap onto him with the Ember, with Brew, with Spectre, so he needs a separate form of protection. Triult is not going to help because of that Dispel from Brew.
Yeah, and having the Guardian Greaves now done on Broodmother, too, if they take those fights all on the same page, it feels like there could be something there that's quite strong. Kezu was talking about that timing in the draft.
Yep, all playing together here. Ego getting closer and closer to BKB. They're just playing between, just between exactly where they kind of figure where LGD is and where their SF is. Just trying everything to protect that timing.
So I know that you were talking about how, like, obviously as PSG LG, you feel very strong with the Spectre lineup, doing what you need, but you also have to recognize that when this BKB comes out, Knights are going to be very strong. Is there any thought to them, like, wanting to go in and fight right now? It feels like, you know, there could have been a nice timing here before that came out.
No, I don't. I think when you have like the Spectre, you're always just, you can kind of hang back and wait for the aggressive plays to come to you, and then you can just counteract them fully.
Okay.
Until you get like these specific timings. If you feel like there is a big timing, which might be maybe the Manta for Spectre, which I think he actually does have.
Okay.
Maybe they actually could look to it. Level 2 Bruce split as well. So actually, you know what? Maybe they could just look to go for that fight, even into that BKB.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on if they can force it, as Ego still doesn't quite have it.
Getting closer to the pipe on Flyby. So these couple of really big team fight items from Knights, as they are starting to build back up and nurse a lead. Need to be careful, though. Alacrity throws out the orb. The tower goes down. Arrow trying to hunt, but can't get onto that pesky puck. So he gets away. And the rest of LGD will just go back to farming again, trying to get those item timings for themselves.
Why? How confident he's playing on the screen.
He's not concerned.
He was alone versus the puck.
Yeah,
okay,
crazy.
there we go. I was going to say Alacrity.
Felix, Ego right on top. Snowball is there, but he's rooted. The fear comes out. That forces back the rest of them, but they will kill off the Tusk. So Requiem Soul's down. And with Tusk in the gray, but Alacrity just jumps in, finds him. Wants to bring down and kill that Brewmaster, and in fact, they do it. They spot plant it there. Gets the jump away with the leap. Moonlight Shadow. But are they going to just go into Roche now?
Feels like they do have a window.
This is big for him.
30 seconds. There is constant poke, of course, from that Ember. And there is no coil available, so they just have to kind of full commit into it here. PSG LGD, how do they do this? They have a haste.
Get that blink done now on the tree, too. So without the brew there to dispel it, could be a death sentence for him.
This is scary. I don't know. I think this is too scary now for Knights. The constant poke from Ember is starting to build up.
Yeah, we'll see if they, I mean, again, it feels like this is their moment where they have to take a fight, but it needs to be that perfect fight.
Yeah. They're being very disciplined, though. I mean, again, continuing to build a 3K lead. Not getting too over-aggressive. Felt like they might want to, but nope, they feel confident in their SF, who now he's going to be going back for Hurricane Pikes, and then eventually that Silver Edge will come out for Spectre, too. So they will have that break.
I feel like, again, against a team like LGD...
Planet.
Oh, whoa, he leaps the wrong way. Just gets caught in no man's land.
I think they just got onto him too fast. It looks like he was like prepping the range creep to Starstorm, and then just they are immediately on him.
Flyby walks up high ground now. They go back into the pit again.
All these kills matter.
This is big, and down bottom, the Ember isn't there to go for the slight spam. He comes back to mid lane now, but this is already going to be going down here. Ego, he gets bashed. They're moving in closer, but it's going to be too late.
Oh, how does he get that?
Shiro, you god!
Even Felix was prepared, even pre-snowball.
Are you kidding me? And now Ego in trouble, gets lifted up. Knights can't believe what just happened. Dude, that was the best Aegis snatch I have seen. He had vision with the dagger, but made it happen. Right onto Ego now, trying to run away from this. The arrow, it connects. Doesn't have Requiem, and they're going to kill off Flyby. What an insane play.
Felix, he did it right. Felix is covering all his bases, too. He snowballed to prep for the stun onto the Roche as it's dying, and Shiro still is able to... That's a game-winning play right there.
That's a game winner. That is the player. And we've seen him come out really impressely.
I mean, look, watch Felix. Like, he did it all right. They're even scouting. Alacrity's like, yo, they might be coming on left. Look, snowball. He's literally stunned as he gets... That was insane. Like, come on. He's the next Ame.
He's the next Ame. You heard it here first. Jeez.
That was spectacular. And again, we see the Bruce. Every time there's a tree ult, it's immediately gone. They get the arrow connection also onto the Broodmother right afterwards. And now, all this time that Knights has been playing so clean, so perfect, one little thing, not even a mistake it feels like, just a clutch play from LGD has blown the game open.
It was the definition of an outplay. Yeah. Like, Knights knew what they needed to do to stop it, and they just couldn't.
Yeah.
Shiro was better. Unreal.
And now the itemization, we see Shiro, he's going all in for the counter BKB. He's got the Basher, so he's going to be able to stick on top of the Shadow Fiend. Not to say that Knights is out of the game by any means. It's still only, like, they still have a gold lead, but into the Spectre, into the Ember, it feels a lot harder now for them to even slow down this Spectre when he has this Aegis.
And just mentality-wise, what that does to you as a team, too, right? You got to imagine is brutal. I was thinking about this, like, when we were talking about the series. I feel like Knights could 2-0 and win this. After winning the game, though, I don't know if they could come back and take it again afterwards, right? Like,
ooh, bottom, Alacrity.
Oh, is he going to go for him?
Pushing it.
All in. Alacrity's pissed. He wants to find that kill and get out of there. Does look like he's going to be safe.
Look how much he got out of that one.
That's big.
He gets like almost, like, I think almost 2 levels or something like that. Like, holy crap. 1,600 experience. That's pretty massive.
Damn, dude. Oh, gotta love Dota. You know, you wake up, you see, all right, we got some good games going on today, and then you just get your socks blown off by a cool play like that.
Yeah, this one, I think most people, like the panel was saying, like LGD definitely coming in as the favorites, but Knights proving the haters wrong a little bit.
Yeah.
Still, though, they still have to, you know, go through the Spectres. Oh, nothing to say. Jumps
it all. The damage. It looks like they do. Kill him off.
And he BKB'd.
Yo. All right, things starting to tilt back the other way, maybe resting on their laurels. Knights, I mean, this is the great thing to do, right? Because they're still so strong. They know this is their timing. They have to make that play. I just saw the spell kill all of those brood spiders, too.
Yeah, he's got the Ags now, so it doesn't have to commit split to clear them out. Lift. They're going in. They've got Aegis.
Do what they can. Haunt, Chase, wants to get a kill. XCJ in some trouble. No overgrowth available, but does have a blink. So with Haunt down now, Felix going to be the one that's left behind. But that was Haunt used. That was Brew Split used.
They're still committing, though. Ego.
Can they do anything here? They've got the Leech Seed, keeping him alive on Ego. Turns to fight onto Shiro. That's Blade Mail out. But Requiem of Souls with the coil. Do they break it? He actually breaks it on the Brew regardless. Didn't even get caught by the fear. And LGD, they lose a couple more heroes in spite of the Shiro. Great play. Oh, they got him. Right on top. Nothing to say. Back in form. They're going to chase down XCJ, Flyby, doing what he can. Alacrity jumps back in. Shiro down low. They don't want to kill it, though, because of the Aegis. Trying to leave him alive for the last second. As he does manage to get the jump out with nothing to say. Shiro back alive with Alacrity and Flyby. Can they do it just themselves? Doesn't look like it.
It's a bit too tanky. Felix, though, looking for nothing to say. Alacrity's there. BKB 5 seconds.
Dude, Felix has been all over this game. What the hell? This guy's having a performance of a lifetime.
Wow. Him and Alacrity,
Dude,
right?
Look at him. He's cracking up. Alacrity is loving it.
They should look at how well they're playing around all this, too. Like, into the Spectre, who has this Aegis, that symphony of them being able to disengage perfectly, playing around the sidelines. This Puck and Brood, this Tusk also, huge thorn in the side for LGD, and nothing to say. That's back-to-back deaths. He comes in, dies, uses BKB, comes in, doesn't have BKB up, and dies again.
I mean, this is the thing, too. Like, we were sort of thinking about this game in the context. Well, hold on. Felix Charbel, you're going to go lift it up. Do they try and cover him, though?
Arrow.
Oh, just a little off the mark. Snowball over to the creep. And, yeah, he's going to have to be left behind. But I think that we were thinking about this game in the context that if it gets late, Spectre just wins. And we're seeing that Knights still have some fire in the tank right now. Like, it's really impressive to be able to come back after that loss of the Aegis and just make these types of plays like this.
Yeah, still continuing to scale really nicely. I mean, look at Alacrity, right? Level 18, he's got Kaya Sanj Witchblade on his way to Octarine. He's going to be a menace versus the limited amount of disables. I'm checking to see if they have anyone's got like a Hex or something queued up. Not the case. It's a Butterfly queued up next for Shiro. So pretty different style build that we saw in comparison to what Skeeter's done, who I feel like most of the time he goes for Ags +1 to be able to join into the fight. So this one, it's more about just directly counteracting the Shadow Fiend on Shiro.
Yeah, wanting to have somebody that can stand toe-to-toe against that SF, which does, like you said, leave the window open for Alacrity to have the game of his lifetime here.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can make that happen. Still 17 to 20, 2K gold lead for Knights.
Staying super close.
Jumps in. does what he can onto Ember.
He wants to
Coil.
force the BKB. He wants to force it.
And he does finally have to pop it, but the root, the overgrowth, the punches. Dude, nothing to say. He held it for so long and barely gets out of there. Oh, jeez.
I mean, Alacrity's keeping him on his toes constantly.
Oh, yeah.
That is 2 ults expended. So let's see if now, in the next few moments, LGD looks to punish that by any means. They do have Brew Split. They have Spectre Hunt. So nothing to say is going to heal. But BKB on cooldown for nothing to say makes it really difficult for him to get anything off inside of those fights. We do see Ego, though, for a second here.
Wow, and look at that, 67%. And this maybe speaks to why we're not seeing those moves around the map as much from LGD. They just feel like they're going to be able to do it.
Oh, Ego, he showed.
Yeah,
Broke his Shadow Blade. They're thinking about it.
Yeah, Felix still in the area, though. Yeah. Hard to make that move in.
Oop, an instant ward was placed down. Was already spotted. Ward on the high ground here from the side of Knights. All of them backing up and getting together. Coil back up in 15. Triult, a little bit longer, but they look like they're going to be confident perhaps to go for a fight.
Getting that Titan Sliver now for the SF. Actually, it keeps the Paladin Sword in for now.
Yeah, I think for this one, I prefer that.
Well, flyby. The one running forward has the spiders out there. Why you smile, the first to get caught. They want to chase down and get the kill. Nothing to say. Throws out the Glide Gear. Shiro runs away immediately. They want to fight this now. The Brew Split's already out, and well, XCJ is dead. Does have buyback on that tree. Ego controlled for the moment. Has to back out with that BKB going. A good coil, and then looking for the turn. The Requiem.
Shiro.
And now Shiro just dies. Ego getting brought down by nothing to say. Felix Chauba control now on a planet. And Why You Smile getting a pretty good CM ulti, but with 2 already dead, maybe they can find a little bit more of a follow-up here. LGD get the fight they need.
This time, Nothing to Say is the one able to shine. They commit pretty much everything onto the Spectre, and he's able to get some type of cleanup. 5,000 damage done in the fight. Oh, and find a DD right afterwards. These fights are crazy chaotic, though. It looks like you can go either way at any moment. I think the CM ult, as you mentioned there, kind of pushed Alacrity away toward the end there. Otherwise, perhaps maybe he can clean up, but...
Yeah, recognizing a really good job, Y, of making sure that he sort of counting the disables and then can finally pop it. But yeah, you can see here, for a moment, everything was looking good, but Alacrity came in, gets the coil onto both of those, and Nothing to Say this time, just has that BKB ready to go.
Yeah, he full commits onto there.
Yeah, you can see
Look at that.
Alacrity.
It was so close. Honestly, it was very close for the CM to perhaps get that one. Alacrity. Yeah, if he's healthier, maybe they can go back in, but yeah, big moves. Kind of a evening trade, but Alacrity, he's top net worth now in this puck.
Dude, I'm telling you, Southeast Asian pucks, they're a menace to deal with, and going for the Dagon next.
I'm still waiting to see if I see a Hex queued. Okay, NTS is queued it up. I think he's starting to... He's like... And on the opposing side, of course, we do see that Brood. But I think more importantly on PSG LGD, they need something to deal with this puck at some points. He's starting to get away with too much. And he's starting to queue up those Dagons, as we've seen from the old pucks. When puck before puck got nerfed, and we were seeing puck in every single game. This was the build we were seeing.
Ego comes on in, wants to kill off that Panda, and in fact is going to be able to do it. So that one back on cooldown for a little while. AC is the item choice for Jian Yu. With the Dagon completed now on puck level 1. We'll see if he keeps leveling that one up or not. Still very even in this game, and we've been able to wait it out long enough that this next round of Roche is going to be coming up again. 50 seconds until it's going to respawn.
So impressed with the way that Knights is able to keep this like constant at like that 4K, keep themselves being able to fight, because it did feel like, you know, the Spectre is going to be able to dominate pretty early on after having that Aegis steal, but they're making them really work for it. PSG LGD, it's not a clear path for them to close this game out or anything like that with the Spectre going toward late game. Knights is scaling.
Yeah, and particularly you start thinking about Puck and what that hero can do later on. Queuing up right now a Lincoln Sphere. But, you know, this could be a... What's the brooch again?
Yep, eventually.
It could be pretty huge for him. A lot of different answers.
And there's a big one. The Silver Edge is now done for Ego. As he hits level 20, so he's got that big plus 60 damage from the talent, and he's got Silver Edge for break, and for, the, of course, built-in crits.
Dude, they wait right as Roche is going to respawn. It respawns right in front of him.
Oh, they're going to kill it fast.
Dude, the rest of them, they're coming in. LGD is nearby. Nothing to say. Throws the Remnant out. They're going to have another haunt ready to go. And Knights, recognizing that danger, they back away. Don't want a repeat of what happened last time.
Now, sitting in the pit is scary, too. That Fire Remnant doing the damage. The slides constantly spamming, doing the damage, too.
That was one of those moments where everything could be gone.
Yep.
Particularly if LGD just happened to be on the other side of the map. That was a relatively quick respawn.
They're always in the right place at the right time. Still, even though they are getting outmaneuvered a little bit still this game, they're looking great and always knowing that that is going to happen. And as you said, the Brewmaster, not only the AC's done, but level 18. So a lot easier access and tankier Brewlings as well, too. So he can just commit these onto the SF, not having to worry about them getting killed off or anything like that because of that armor.
Big wraparound here from LGD.
See what they find.
Knights, they have decent vision in this area. One ward up on the high ground. And the Spider's going out there. We'll see if they spot it.
Oh, Ego.
Nothing to say. He's the one forward. The Hex reveal. Sir, you can't be here anymore. Can they kill him off? Yes. Ember gone. LGD, they're in a heck of a lot of trouble. They do get the brew split off, but now the control, Alacrity on top of another. Shiro tries to get out of there. Do they have a way to break his TP? No. So Shiro able to escape, but the rest of LGD in a world of hurt and none more than nothing to say.
Wow. Again and again, Knights just continue to press with the way they take these fights. Brew split is down. Can they get the catch onto him as well? There's the Hex again.
Unreal. Big plays, good moves, and flyby with the perfect itemization.
Yeah, wow. I didn't even see that it had gotten just delivered at that moment, and it's perfect timing for them to get the catch. Nothing to say. He gets his BKB up, but dies immediately right afterwards.
Look at that damage done as well by Alacrity in that fight. He's having an amazing game. And you look now, this DD rune down bottom. I mean, we'll take a look at this again. Nothing to say, just far forward and didn't know about the Hex.
They're so confident of their position, and then boom, everybody layers everything perfect. Look at Felix, how careful he is with the punch too, waiting for the perfect time to synergize with it. Yeah, you couldn't ask for more from Knights here.
Thinking about that, like, timing, how different it could have been if this Hex had been finished by Nothing to Say instead. I mean, it probably still would have died there, but regardless, that one really hurts. And Knights, all of a sudden, 10K gold lead, looking to try and get the huge upset in 2-0 LGD here.
Definitely looking more and more possible, even though they're versus that Spectre. They've got the answers. This is unreal.
You take a look at the graphs in this one, at least, and how it's been going. You look at that drop-off there after that last fight. It is all looking Knights right now, still showing the power that Spectre could have, that 40%, but scary stuff.
Scary stuff indeed. Forcing a Spectre to go for a BKB. That always tells a tale right on its own. He's literally getting coiled and then Requiem feared and gets killed off during it. So that does need some type of preventative measure.
And you can see Nothing to Say, recognizing what sort of caused some of that, is going to go back for the Shivas now. Only 17 armor.
Okay.
And of course, when the SF's right on top of them, it's a lot less than that.
Yeah, that's scary now, because then Alacrity, he's got all the possibilities in the world. I think maybe they also saw that he got the Lincolns, so they're like, all right, this, even when I get the Hex, it's not going to be as effective, so just wants to be a little bit more survivable. Yeah, Knights, they're shaking LGD up completely.
This has been really impressive to watch. They have the gem on flyby. Knights in the smoke, and now find Shiro. Oh, he gets out of there just barely. Deep. Show for a second on mid, maybe. Do they want to dive this tier 2 here? It's kind of crazy.
They have a DD on Ego. He is hitting ridiculously hard right now.
I think it's about to wear off, though, in a second. He's still got a little bit of time left over.
They see Shiro.
And they get him. Oh, the DD was wearing off, but it came too late. The damage is there. Alacrity gets the last hit, but SF is big, large, in charge. Maybe going to kill him off, too.
Oh,
Didn't get a chance to do a thing. That's with the talent. Alacrity jumps in, finds more. Flyby right on top. Has the gem. Knights are going to completely disrupt LGD.
I think they've done it.
And take a dominant advantage in this.
It's 70 seconds. That's going to be at least a Rax that they can go for here. It's literally at the tail ends of the DD. They find the perfect catch, the Hex. Knights.
Dude, this team, I mean, nobody expected this one to come on in here and make this happen, but showing why, you know, in game 1, they gave up the Lina. In this one, they had a clear idea of what they wanted to accomplish around this Brood, around this SF. And they're looking perfect.
And this is with them losing that Aegis early on. Imagine they'd gotten the first Aegis, how much more dominant this would be.
Dude,
tier
4s.
They're going to end this.
Knights wanting to end this game right now. They find the Hex. There's on to Nothing to Say. He's in trouble.
He's
going
dead.
to die. No buyback for him. And Knights, eyes on the prize, smiles abound for all this team as they're going to end this game off and finish it in a 2-0.
I am so impressed. They call GG. Holy crap. I mean, yeah. Wow. Even though they lose the Aegis, they're so confident in their plays with the way they're moving around the map. I am so impressed actually with Knights, like no words.
I mean, and again, like we saw these players, we looked at them at the beginning. I think that, you know, the name not really that well known, but the players are fairly known and they put together a really solid performance. The fact that they take down LGD here is crazy.
It's more than crazy, really, because like it's the Spectre who, of course, is able to. Stupid
Right.
chair keeps spinning. The Spectre, which steals the Aegis, and it looks like they do have this like great advantage. You see, even the Dota buff and everything, it's saying like 70% chance. They are taking these good fights, but Knights, they're making the better fights, and they're confident. They kept going for it. Even though they're playing into the Aegis, they were the ones making these aggressive moves, constantly dictating pace. Yeah, this is super impressive.
It says something about the team as a whole. There it is. Good job. It says something about the team as a whole. Good job, buddy. That after that sort of what could, for other teams could be a heart-wrenching moment of feeling like you built up this lead and then get it taken away, that they're able to recognize, hey, we're still strong. I don't care about the Aegis. We're just going to run at you, make that fight happen. Really, really cool stuff from Knights, and I'm expecting big things from them to go forward. I mean, taking down LGD now, they've got a pretty good path to the major. We'll see if they can make it happen, can continue this going forward. But for now, let's head on back to the panel.
I'm not even sure what to say with this one. Knights 2-0 LGD. They looked great, LGD, in the past 2 times that we had seen them. Knights having, you know, a moment of glory, but also definitely showing some weaknesses. But in this series, and especially in this game 2, Kezu, it just felt like Knights understood everything that they had to do to not only match LGD's playstyle, but also the draft that was there.
Like, I think Knights actually outplayed LGD for the biggest parts of the game. I also really like when they defended their mid tower. They have this tree end. I think LGD perhaps overplaying that part a little bit and, you know, trying too hard to take this tower. But they respond very nicely. They had this coil and Requiem, which we saw like, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 times in a game. And I just loved how they played their lineup and how they executed their team fights. But I also think that this is one of their most comfortable drafts, at least throughout this DPC that they have played.
It's also, I feel like, for Alacrity at least, he's played Puck 2 times in a row. It's like, I think it was the scoreline is like 19, 2, and 30 or something. Like, he's had an insane series on this hero. And I think it boils down to PSG. We praised their drafts before this series, but in this series, they went for a lot of skirmishing with lack of clean CC. So when Alacrity just sees this, all right, just pick me Puck, let me play my game. And when they're always pairing it with a way to break the core, be it Rubik in game 1, the Shadow Fever in game 2, it just gives them insurance throughout the fight that there's always some way to make those outplays. And we mentioned it during the draft, like for Knights lineup, they're going to be dominant early on. They're going to be dominant around Roshan. They're going to be able to like group up and punish PSG. PSG needs to kind of bide their time for Spectre to get that lead. But Knights just never allowed them to get that lead. It was extremely impressive, the speed and pace that they just choked PSG out the map.
It did feel like there was a moment, though, that LGD did have that advantage. I know that they got that Roche, they stole that Aegis, but it just wasn't anything to be able to give LGD this moment of, okay, we are in control, even though it felt like they were working their way up towards that Kezu.
I think that Knights had a very nice read on the map and how to kind of position their heroes to not give up any freebies against like a Ember, Mirana, or Spectre picking them off, but I do also have to question Shiro's item build a little bit. I think the Aegis steal he did was illegal, and that's an insane play. It like kind of, I was like, okay, they probably got this one. But then after he decided to go for a butterfly, and I think the following fights, he basically just had a really hard time playing the game against this coil and the Requiem. I think what we saw from Skeeter in Western Europe is more like you go for the Skadi into the BKB, or you pick up the Hex to help deal with this Alacrity Puck, like T-Gunner was mentioned, because I think this guy kind of had like free game, free real estate. He can do whatever he wants. No one can touch him.
Yeah, I can't, just looking at the scoreboard, just just so clean looking. And Felix Schauber, once again, every time he plays, even in the series that he lost to Aster, it's like, I'm so impressed by this player. Like, he's just so annoying. And then because Alacrity is playing so well, because Ego is so consistent on his farm, it allows Felix to make these extra little plays because he knows wherever he goes, there's going to be a core to enable him in some way. And yeah, of course, we need to give Alacrity the MVP. Like, there's no way that we could go for anyone else. Like, look at the stats. They speak for themselves.
Alacrity definitely making a name for himself right now in this roster. He's obviously played in Division 1 in the past over SEA last year, but it feels like this lineup is just really allowing him to shine. Are the keys in the draft, or is it that ability to be able to just let him play his game?
Maybe both. I think the draft is definitely making it easier and helping. I think so far, their type of lineups are very similar. I think from game to game, it's like, you know, the same puzzle pieces in a way. You have your nice hard carry, team fight from the offlane, Alacrity. You're going to be this playmaker mid. We're going to help you with the supports. I think that's something they do very well. And then they also have hero synergy with his things, like with the Puck Requiem. Then earlier they had Puck Rubik. So I really like this team. And moving forward, people need to look out for them way more.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would have put this team like as a middling, it's like, you know, 5th to 6th type team coming in. They were a brand new stack, right? Coming into this DPC, they were formed to take over a slot and be like, yeah, just come play. But the names that they picked up, again, it's like, you know, Flyby, Alacrity, Felix, they're probably the bigger ones. And then, you know, Ego and XCJ, more like a middling. So the fact that they have just turned this around so quickly and just become a formidable team, losing 2-1 to Asta, but taking the game, cleanly beating PSG, it's like the only way is up. And again, I'm excited to see how they can perform against probably Extreme. That's now the next big name that they need to rival up against.
Let's look bigger picture at the whole series then, right? We've talked about this this game number 2. Game number 1 definitely felt like it was in a similar fashion. And I want to focus more on the playstyle or key things you think that they did within the game, not just the draft.
Like for Knights?
Yeah, for Knights, sorry.
Yeah, I really think that they're good at... I feel like they were one step ahead of LGD. Like, usually what LGD likes to do is, like, go together with your 3 heroes and then, like, make moves. But I feel like Knights matched it really well, especially in the first game, but also in this game. They had the Puck playing together with the Tusk, rotating there, and, like, kind of just playing step by step of what you want to do. First, they help the Puck. Now, because they help the Puck, he can go to the Brew, to Flyby in the bottom lane, help there, and it all kind of starts a snowball.
Yeah, and the idea as well is I think the synergy of Alacrity and Flyby, because Flyby's hero pool are these heroes that make you have to look at him.
Yeah.
And when you look at him, it opens up rotations. And then Alacrity, he has the resources to always then mirror that movement and take the fight. So it's like they're setting up the heroes and playstyles to never have to make the first move, but when they react, they're going to demolish you. So it's a really kind of a fail-safe way of playing against PSG at least, because both drafts, PSG wanted to fight, they wanted to make the plays, but they were running into an unkillable offlane, or they were then getting killed off by some pucks. I just think they kind of just read PSG beautifully, and I think other teams are going to be looking at Knights going, wow, if we can replicate that. Again, puck's not the hero that every mid can play, but if you can find that puck style hero that can counterplay, now maybe you know how to break down PSG's dominance that they've had so far in the DPC.
There is something to be said when you do lose a series, right? LGD in the past when they've won, we've talked to them and they said we expect to win against the opponents that they've gone up against before. But when you lose, there are things that you can take away from it, a lot of things that you can learn. What's something that you guys want LGD to be focusing from that? Well, from this, sorry.
From this particular series, I must say that I'm not the biggest fan of their 2 opening picks in the second phase with the Brewmaster. I feel like it did not allow them... So you decided to pick a core earlier to have more value perhaps for a different support later. I didn't see that in either of these games. I also think that Brewmaster makes more sense from first pick rather than second pick, because I feel like you lose this factor of, haha, I countered you. You know, I'm your lane counter, I'm going to be good in the game against you. But Brewmaster offers insane team fight, even from first pick, if he does get countered.
I just don't think PSG today utilized their final pick in the second phase that well. I think they locked in their position 5.
True, as the
fourth
CM.
Exactly. In previous drafts, it's been a keep light on 4 position. If their first pick, they were snap picking. It's like the Brew, the Rubiks, the Ursa +1. Like they were picking dominant combos or heroes. But in this, or today at least, they had like a whole new idea in regards to their drafting approach for that one pick. And I feel like a CM and an Ench aren't the gotcha,
Yeah,
you know?
not, yeah.
Especially against Alina, it's like, we picked our Ench. She's like,
I'm dead.
you know? So I feel like, unfortunately for PSG, maybe the drafts were a little bit off today. Maybe they just didn't hit that same sweet spot that they did previously. But again, I feel like for Knights, like they found their playbook and like, we're just going to keep doing it. We're not going to change it. We're not going to do anything crazy. And then they just make sure their play speaks for themselves.
I mean, if it is working, why would you change it up at all? So big props to Knights for really stepping up today, showing that LGD can be dismantled in the way that they have been in this series. Do you guys want to reconsider your power rankings then?
Actually, I don't, because I put Knights 3rd.
Where did you put LGD?
LGD were 4th.
Oh, okay.
Still pretty okay.
Men's new.
My power rankings are so far so good.
I put PSG 3rd, and I put, I think, Knights like 5th.
So not even making it to the major.
So I think right now we're still in this. I'm a bit upset I put Knights so low.
Yeah.
But maybe they choke, you know. So maybe.
Oh my god.
But
just for the sake of your power rankings.
Yeah,
right?
for the sake of my power rankings. But honestly, I really hope that I am wrong for Knights. I'd love to see Knights get to top 4 and get to the major because.
Who was your top 4 then?
It
If
was
Knights made it, wasn't
Aster,
to make
It was Aster, Extreme, then PSG, and then I think I put maybe
E-home?
a cheeky E-home
Yeah.
4th,
Okay.
maybe. Or that. No. I think I put maybe even Aster Aries 4th actually. And then so.
Well,
well,
whoopsie. But anyways,
a
yeah, it
little bit of a
happens.
mistake.
Yeah, but it's the fact that Knights beat PSG. PSG often doesn't lose too much. If they are to lose, they lose to the kind of the big 3. So that does just mean a lot for Knights.
I also feel like they don't really lose 2-0 that often because they're good at
Who's this, sorry?
adapting. LGD.
LGD.
Like if they do lose, I feel like they at least take a game of someone because they adapt or they figure out at least a little bit more. But in these 2 games, I think Knights just kind of had their number, especially in the gameplay and like the team fighting cohesion type of stuff.
We are waiting for an interview. We're trying to get that ready in the back end. So I'm going to ask you guys, what is the biggest anomaly you feel in Knights? The thing that stands out the most about them that you wouldn't mind asking a little bit more?
I mean,
I'm really putting you on the spot.
that's a very specific question.
Yeah.
And I think maybe for like alacrity, did you expect to be able to get puck 2 games in a row? Because after game 1 and how the understanding of how they won, some teams would respect it. Obviously not first or second phase, but some like final phase ban. That could be like we can beat it, don't worry thing. So maybe that's one thing, the puck getting everywhere.
Yep.
I would kind of like to know if they feel that maybe teams aren't respecting them enough.
Oh, that's a good one.
I think there's a very clear pattern, maybe not as much in the gameplay, but in the draft. All their openings where they win from first pick, it involves a Treant with a Lina or a Shadowfiend.
That is true.
And
That is exactly what happened this series.
They've won with that like 4 or 5 times already, and they just keep getting not even just 1 tree, but like a combination of 3 plus SF or Lina.
Yeah.
So I feel like teams maybe should swap it around. Maybe do respect this team a little bit more.
Yeah. Or just lose them. It's fine.
That's good.
Maybe
too,
they don't
my
want to go to
power
the
rankings.
major. Yeah, exactly.
While waiting for this interview, do you guys want to do some random trivia?
Do you have the questions?
I can make them up on the spot.
I do love trivia that is made up on the spot. Go.
I've already asked the most picked hero in all regions, but okay, interview's ready, thank God. Thank you so much, production. I appreciate you saving me on that one. We have Ego joining us for the interview here. So we're going to get to find out some more about Knights, what's happening in the back end. Ego, congratulations on this win against LGD. How are you feeling after beating a name such as prestigious as LGD?
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。想问一下，赢下老干爹这种底蕴比较强大的这个对手之后，现在感觉怎么样？
我个人特别开心啊，因为感觉赢下这一把出国的概率就可能比较大了吧，特别开心。
I felt really happy personally. I felt really happy because after a win like this, I think our chance to get into major.
Sorry, I don't know why my brain lagged there. I want to know a little bit more about what the key focus was coming into this series, what you were hoping to really focus on to break down from the side of LGD, or if it was more focusing on your own team and what Knights was drafting.
我想问一下，关于你们赛前准备的，就是一些思路，你们是更倾向于去针对一些老干爹的套路去破解他们呢，还是更倾向于准备自己的东西？
其实我们赛前对于前2手的 BP 想了特别久，然后最后想出来的方案吧，然后再把自己的阵容选好一点，平时玩的多的就选出来，就好好打就可以了。
We mainly focused on the first stage picks, and we spent really a lot of time on those 2 picks, and took us a while to figure out what do we want to pick, and after that we just try to pick our comfort hero and play our best.
Again, congratulations on this victory. So the other day, you played up against Team Aster. You lost eventually 2-1 in that series, but it was an incredible series. What do you think you learned most from that to be able to then come and beat PSG so cleanly today?
上一场比赛的话，之前跟 Aster 也有交过手，2-1，虽然说输了，但是非常接近嘛。那场比赛有没有给到你们今天获胜一些经验和帮助呢？
怎么说呢？打茶队那个 BO3 输了之后，没什么特别的感觉，就感觉对面太厉害了，打不过。 对这场其实没什么帮助。
To be honest, after we lost to Aster, we don't feel too much. There's not so many feelings because we felt like Aster were playing so good. They were too strong for us. So to be honest, they didn't help too much on this series against LGD.
Oh, okay, fair enough. And a random question: is there one hero that you really wish you could play as carry, but your team just doesn't allow you to play? Like every time you ask for it, they instantly say no.
想问一下，就是有没有一个你特别想拿来打一，但是队友一直不让你选，你提出来他们马上会拒绝的这种英雄？
好像没有，好像没有。我们这个团队大家都是比较让着我的，因为我可能在跟他们比起来，我年纪有点小，所以我想玩什么，或者说游戏里面他们都会照顾我一点。
I think about it. I don't think there's any heroes they don't want me to play because in this team I'm the youngest player and they all lean towards me. They treat me treat me well. So that's why every time there's a hero I want to play, they let me to do it.
That's so nice to hear. That's so cool.
That's great. So congrats on the victory. Do you think that the teams you're playing against, that they're not respecting you enough? I feel that you guys always get all the heroes you want. Lina, SF, Lina 3, and Second Phase, same story.
我就是想问一下，你们有没有觉得可能就是最近的对手对你们来说，对你们也没有特别足够的尊重，因为每次都能让你们拿到自己最想要的英雄，比如 Lina 大树或者 Lina SF， 包括第二阶段你们也能拿到自己比较成熟的英雄。
这个用我们 BP 手弗莱拜的话来说，就是这个班位就那么多，所以对面一定会让我们选到舒服的英雄。至于对面尊不尊重我们，这个就不好说了。
So I called our drafter Flyby, and he said there's only so many bans. They will let us have our own picks. So I think that it's just their decisions. And as for whether they respect us or not, I don't really care. It's their business.
Great answer. Thank you.
I do have one follow-up question from that. Were you guys surprised to be able to get your hands on the Lina in Game 1? And do you feel that it is a hero that still needs to be first phase banned here in China?
我想问一下，就是你们第一场能选到 Lina， 会自己会感到有些吃惊吗？然后你觉得这个英雄在中国区的优先级以后还会这么高吗？
这个挺惊讶的，因为我们这段时间。不管是训练还是前2次 DPC， Lina 就基本上从来没放出来过。但是之前的训练，我们 Lina 胜率很高，所以拿出来讨论就是拿就必选，就是我拿到之后就很有信心。我个人来说很有信心。
Yes, I am quite surprised they let us pick Lina because. Our previous series, two series, and during the scrim, we picked a lot of Lina, and we had a really high win rate. Personally, for me, I felt really comfortable on the hero as long once I get pick Lina, I just feel so confident.
It showed. You guys looked confident not only in Game 1 with the Lina, but Game 2 as well. Congratulations, Ego, on the win, and thank you for joining us.
感谢你们接受我们采访。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ego's interview right there is very insightful. Picking the Lina has a high win rate, doing it in scrims as well. Now that you know the information, do you understand at all? Can you conceive why LGD let them have it?
Because you can beat.
I mean, you can. It's just so hard. So. Yes. Just stop. So now at least you learn that you're like, okay, we can do it.
Yeah.
And now you're
we
like,
thought we could,
never
definitely
mind.
not.
Next time we will just ban it.
Yeah, and I feel like, especially with Knights being this kind of fringe team that easily could finish the season top 4, maybe could fall short at a 5th place. Like they've just beaten PSG, but they still need to overcome Extreme Gaming down the line, and that's kind of now where it's like against them. Do you ban Viper? Do you ban Lina? If you're doing that, you're now giving away, like say the Tusk or the Tree. Sorry, so there's the Shadow Fiend. There's so many things that you need to think about, but I think. If they are first pick, ban the Lina. Maybe think about that Viper, but again, it's so cool to see teams have other heroes that are so good that you need to think about maybe we have to give them Lina because the other heroes are much better. Like they're able to play other heroes that are not as strong for some teams at the same level as Alina, and that's what makes teams so strong in any tournament with only 2 bans at the start.
Yeah, I like that he also said that he doesn't really care if the enemies disrespect them or don't respect him enough. Well, sucks for them, right? Because we're just gonna beat them.
The focus is just get to the major. Like you heard him talk about it there, how he's like, just win one step closer.
Yeah, so I do think with the first phase and the opening bans, he has a good point. There are only so many bans. But I think that if you do take out the Treant and then the second ban, you put it on Lina, I feel like it will disrupt their opening picks at least a little bit. Because there's usually a Treant in there, but if teams don't want to do that, and, good for Knights, they will just continue to do this and I think slap all their enemies.
Well, look, Knights 2-0ing LGD there means we finished our second series, our final series for today. We're going to have a look at the results, just in case you weren't here at the start. It was Extreme and eHome, with Extreme Gaming picking up a 2-0 for themselves, LGD Knights being a 2-0 for Knights there. The standings. Little bit of a shake-up from the start of the day. Obviously, Asta now up there. They've only played 2 series, though, but sitting up there in number 1, eHome number 2, then Knights, LGD, Extreme, IG, Asta Ares, and Dawn Gaming. Not a change up on the lower end of that leaderboard there, but are you expecting it to change too much more in the future, T, as our next day's schedule is LGD up against eHome and then Asta versus Asta Ares?
Everything's going to change. The fact that we have 4 slots for China and there's about, I'd say, 5 competitive teams fighting for those slots. It could be anyone's game. You drop one series, you're suddenly in maybe tiebreaker scenarios. Again, tiebreakers going to be played no matter what. As long as you've got the same win to loss, you're going to be playing one. And yeah, it's just whenever you're playing in these regions that have more slots or these half slots, it's so much fun.
I want to keep my eyes on both eHome and Knights. I feel like I like both their playstyles a lot. They're not similar because I think eHome play quite a bit faster. They did have a stand-in today as well. So, that's not great.
A factor.
Yeah, it's definitely factoring in. But they're going to play LGD tomorrow, which I think is a very nice matchup. Out of the Chinese teams, they're the ones that play, I think, very high on tempo.
All right. Don't want to get anyone too excited,
no.
but the 2 fringe teams that should be fighting for 4th are eHome and Knights, right?
Yeah.
You'd expect Asta, Extreme, and PSG still to make top 4. So now eHome versus Knights, they are playing the final series, like on
overall final?
Like on the day before, like in the final 2 days, so it's February 2nd, there's one series on February 3rd, right? But like basically the penultimate day of it is literally that series. Like we're not going to see the series like tomorrow or in 2 days. The fact that we get to see it in the final 2 days of the entire season, that should, in theory, be win it, go to major, lose it, don't. Like on how they're playing so far. So yeah, I'm excited that we actually have shoved that to the very end. Good job.
Well played,
admins, scheduling, really good.
That's weeks down the track.
Yeah, but keep watching every day.
I was going to say, that's ages down there. If you are looking for more of this China action, it's going to be on January the 12th, not tomorrow. So not tomorrow, the 11th. We are Western Europe here on this channel, and then it's going to be back to China. So you have to have a little bit of patience, wait a little bit, but hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow for some Western Europe action.
Thank you.